with that body serve.
So here comes Novak Djokovic into his windup, down the tee, and an ace for Novak. First of the match for either player. And after fending off a break point, it's a game point for Djokovic.
This feels like a huge game here for Novak not to go down that double break, stay within punching distance here in this first set.
Game point for Novak Djokovic. First serve, out wide to the backhand of Alcaraz, returned to the middle of the court. Djokovic goes behind Carlos, who slices it back to the middle. Now inside in from Djokovic, forcing the forehand error on the run. Novak Djokovic is on the board. Carlos Alcaraz still with the advantage. He leads 2-1. Quick thoughts on what you've seen so far, Mark, as the players sit down for the first extended sit down of the match.
Yeah, it looks to me like Djokovic really feels like he's got to do something special. In particular, he's got to raise his level to match Carlos. I think a lot of respect for the Alcaraz physicality and athleticism when the points become moving points versus just rallying points.
Nick, what are you seeing from either of these players? Any signs either way?
Well, I will say I'm a little surprised, guys, by maybe a flat start from Djokovic, but Alcaraz has come out absolutely swinging, which is huge. And, you know, Novak was asked after that quarterfinal win against Taylor Fritz, does he feel like the tank is half empty, much like he did at both the French and Wimbledon? And he said the 2 days he felt like were really going to help him in the recovery. I mentioned, Russ, earlier that I was at practice. I thought Novak looked really smooth, and so maybe it's just a matter of settling in. So I wouldn't hit any panic buttons. If you're a Novak fan right now, it's just that one break of serve to start.
And if we're to take Novak at his word, of the 3 semifinals that he's made it to in the majors this season, this is probably the best he's been physically once he's gotten to match number 6.
I mean, I would agree with that. What, Mark, you think the same?
Agreed. And you always, if you underestimate a champion, you do that at your own peril.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And he is sort of the champ of champs.
Well, and we can get into the conversation, Russ, too, about what happened between the points in Australia, because that's something we're watching out for today, too. Does Novak have a niggle then that he's going to address on court? Because that changed the dynamic in Melbourne with that match.
He's had one in just about every match he's had so far at the U.S. Open, and the niggles have moved around. They've been mobile. From his low back to his trapezius to his elbow to his forearm. And here's Carlos Alcaraz serving, leading 2-1. First serve, big first serve down the middle that Djokovic gets back with his backhand. Carlos approaches to the Djokovic forehand, and Novak hits one at about Mach 3, about 10 feet long.
Aside from the execution, you have to feel good about how Djokovic is reading Alcaraz like a book when he's approaching the net. Another ball he was in place for before the ball was even there.
Carlos really put some weight behind that approach shot. 15-love, down the tee to the forehand of Djokovic, returned down the middle. Now Carlos again comes into the forehand side of Novak, and again Djokovic sails that passing shot attempt long. And it's 30-love, and now Novak is working on the right side neck and trapezius area. That's the part of his body 2 matches ago that he had worked on in the changeovers.
Brushed up on your anatomy, Russ.
He's already stretching out there, Russ. You're right.
First serve into the net from Carlos Alcaraz. And it's a second serve now at 30-love. Second serve to the forehand of Djokovic, returned deep to the backhand of Carlos. One-hander blocked deep, and now Carlos on the run towards forehand. Novak goes behind him. Little scoop chip from Carlos back to the Novak forehand. Now he moves Djokovic out to his forehand side. Defense, and then huge offense from Alcaraz. Forces the error, and it's 40-love.
Actually, it was a great point from Djokovic. Huge return, took the forehand early, rushed Alcaraz. Then he had him moving, had him on his heels, but he missed a chance to play into the open court, played one too many balls behind, gave Alcaraz time to really unload on the forehand.
So now game points for 3-1 for Carlos Alcaraz. Body serve, and again Novak Djokovic standing where Carlos Alcaraz, that time he decided to try to approach the net inside out on his forehand, and Novak just stayed in his place and waited for it, and Carlos blew it wide.
Analytics team needs a raise on Team Djokovic.
Pretty amazing. 40-15, still game points for Carlos Alcaraz. Trying to extend his lead to 3-1. Serving out wide, but long and wide. Second serve now coming at 40-15. Djokovic awaits the Alcaraz offering from about a step beyond the baseline, and a double fault from Carlos Alcaraz. That's first of the match for either player. And from 40-love, it's 40-30.
A lot of respect for the Djokovic return there. Alcaraz tried to put a little extra on that second serve, really go big into the body.
And if we remember the Wimbledon final, Jannik Sinner put a lot of pressure on the Alcaraz second serve and forced him into a lot of double faults there. And another first serve missed long from Alcaraz. So Djokovic will have a look at a second serve. It was 40-love. Now it's 40-30. Alcaraz serving it 2-1. Second serve kicker to the backhand of Djokovic. Return to the backhand of Carlos. Right back to the backhand side of Djokovic. Has him running. And now Carlitos goes for the dropper. But it clips the top of the net and comes back on his side. And it's deuce.
Just kind of, sorry, Mark, just kind of mental walkabout here from Carlos in this game.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Nick. This is kind of what can happen in some Alcaraz matches where he'll just spray a couple self-inflicted wounds.
And it was, Russ, I told you guys, I was watching those highlights from Australia this morning. It was 3 walkabout games in the second, third, and fourth sets that cost Carlos that match.
First serve into the body of Djokovic. Nice backhand return inside in down the line. Carlos goes short now to the Djokovic backhand, and he chips a backhand into the net, kind of awkwardly.
I like that adjustment. Just bring your opponent forward a little bit, especially when they're so good, like a Djokovic, at moving along the baseline, cutting balls off.
So now it's game point again for Carlos Alcaraz. His fourth chance to go up 3-1, and another missed first serve. Alcaraz serving 54% first serve clip here early in the match, well below his average this tournament. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Return down to the forehand of Alcaraz. Big forehand cross court from Carlitos. Now down the line, and Djokovic cracks a backhand pass from right inside the court at the fence, and he gets the crowd riled up as it's deuce.
Djokovic had a little too much time to hit this passing shot. Alcaraz came in kind of behind a higher and heavy ball. He saw the open space, but that's not going to get it done against Novak Djokovic.
Goodness me. Djokovic hit a ball that looked like it might have been out, and that's the ball that Carlos approached on. Clearly it wasn't out, but he had to short hop it right behind the baseline and then move forward because he had pulled Djokovic off the court. But he left too much space down the line, as you said, Mark, and Djokovic found the pass. Deuce again. Alcaraz again off the top of the net. Djokovic keeps getting looks at second serves. And here's another one coming. A 2-1 deuce. Alcaraz into his windup, into the backhand of Djokovic. Long looking for the backhand of Alcaraz, and Novak is yelling at himself for missing that second serve. It's game point again.
I like that adjustment from Alcaraz. He actually dropped this second serve a little shorter so it would get higher. The kick would take the bounce higher on Djokovic. That's how you adjust to an opponent who starts to take your second serve early. You bounce that thing shorter in the court so it can get that bounce on the kick up above the shoulders.
Game point again for Alcaraz. First serve, and again into the net. And now his first serve percentage is dipped below 50%. Game point, though. Second serve, Alcaraz. Kicker to the backhand of Djokovic, and again, a backhand return long. Alcaraz needed to struggle a little more than he would have hoped. It was 40-love. Went to deuce a couple of times, but nevertheless, it's 3-1 Alcaraz early here in the first set.
Novak, you guys just frustrated after that game, especially after that whizzing backhand winner. He really riled up the crowd. And then, Mark, as you point out, those 2 backhand misses on the second serve returns that left him frustrated there.
And, of course, you can follow us in the chat on our YouTube channel and also with the hashtag US Open on Facebook and X, on Twitter and TikTok, and on Instagram. So Novak Djokovic up against it a bit. 1-3, missed the first serve and the first point here of the 5th game. Djokovic into his motion. Second serve is deep First double fault of the match for Novak Djokovic. And it is love 15.
Novak nearly already fully swept through his top guys. 25 minutes on court.
It is the warmest and most humid day that we've had during the main draw so far. A little bit of rain last night and humidity came in. Kicker to the backhand of Alcaraz from Djokovic, and a return to the backhand of Novak, and Novak just puts a backhand into the net.
Minimal commitment is how it looked. Novak normally goes there and strikes that backhand up the line, but just kind of waved at it.
And to Nick's point about the sweat, Novak is now sort of opening his eyes more and wiping his face more with his wristband. I'm wondering if that sweat is really starting to pour out of him at this point. Love 30.
First service.
Let first serve. That would have been an ace had it not hit the top of the net, but it did, so he'll start over again. Love 30 at 1-3. First serve coming again for Djokovic, and he was trying to go out wide that time to the Alcaraz forehand, but misses into the net. Second serve for Djokovic. And here comes that second serve. Backhand return from Alcaraz, way long and wide. Both players struggling on the backhand return so far.
Especially the backhand body. That seems like it's the highest percentage play so far for both players, jamming in the body kind of towards that left hip.
Guys, I think we can say we're still settling in here. This has not been top quality from either of them just yet.
Patchy play at best, but Djokovic getting the better of Djokovic so far. Excuse me, Alcaraz getting the better of Djokovic so far. Djokovic serving at 1-3, 15-30, second serve now, as Alcaraz awaits in the ad court. Here comes the offering from Djokovic. Down the tee to the forehand. Carlos to the backhand of Novak. Goes cross court to the backhand of Carlos. Down the middle. Now it's a forehand down the line to the forehand of Alcaraz. Forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz now from Djokovic. Now a backhand down the line. Then Alcaraz slides and chips up in the air and lands long. Alcaraz going for the squash shot defensive forehand. Just got a little too much air under it. It's 30-all.
That was a massive backhand up the line from Djokovic. Djokovic looked like he was well far back in the court and nearly outside the doubles alley when he ripped that ball down the line.
1-3, 30-all. Tension rising on Arthur Ashe Stadium, and a big ace down the middle for Novak Djokovic, whose first serve has been a huge weapon at the U.S. Open. He was averaging about 8 aces a match coming in. He's at almost 11.5 per match during the U.S. Open, so he's really raised the level of unreturnables and aces.
Well, it's nearly all due to placement. He can get that ball so close to the lines repeatedly.
And that was 120 on the dot down the tee, and the last one hit his mark. Game point for Novak Djokovic. First serve into the backhand of Alcaraz, returned right into the body of Djokovic. Now a dropper from Carlos. He didn't even wait for it to hit the net. Alcaraz started walking to his chair. Poor effort there from Alcaraz. Djokovic holds. It's 3-2 Carlitos. We take a break as they change ends on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Special hello to everyone watching us on the YouTube channel, on the U.S. Open Tennis Championships page, and also listening on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, Sirius XM, and the TuneIn app. Carlos Alcaraz serving at 3-2 in the first, a big serve +1 out wide to the forehand of Djokovic, a backhand cross-court winner, and it's 15-love for Carlos Alcaraz, who broke Novak Djokovic in the opening game of this match, and he's up 3-2, serving to the 4-time U.S. Open champion right now. Here's that first serve at 15-love, just wide, trying to get down the tee. So his second serve offering at 15-love. Alcaraz leading 3-2. Carlos in the far court, serving to Djokovic in the near. Big second serve into the forehand of Djokovic, and then he tried to go inside out and blows it long, and it's 15-all.
Nick, coming out of the changeover, it looked like Djokovic walked over to the corner with his team and was woofing at them about something. Could you catch any of that?
Well, we thought it was going to start at some point. I think that's just, to me, Mark, the frustration of that he looked great in practice. And to me, that's just the frustration coming out that this has been, what did you say, Russ? Patchy so far?
I would say that. It's definitely been a little patchy for both these guys for the level that we know they can hit. Second serve now at 15-all. Alcaraz serving to Djokovic, into the backhand. Down the middle it goes to the forehand of Carlos, into the forehand of Novak. Now to the backhand side of Novak Djokovic, who goes down the line, and Alcaraz goes cross-court to the forehand. Alcaraz holds his racket. Djokovic leaned towards his backhand side, and Alcaraz whipped a cross-court winner.
Well, that ball was way too short. It landed right on top of the baseline after Novak Djokovic hit a couple really deep balls. This one landed right on top of the baseline. That's easy picking. It's like a batting practice fastball right there, Russ.
Could have gone anywhere with it. Djokovic had to guess. It's probably the first time in this match he guessed wrong from the middle of the court.
Yeah, surprising.
30-15 now for Alcaraz. First serve into the forehand of Djokovic. High return to the middle of the court. And again, Djokovic can only guess one way. Alcaraz goes down the line for a clean winner, and it's 40-15.
Another ball that just landed way too short. Alcaraz had plenty of time to get his feet inside the court. Just absolutely hammer a forehand up the line.
And a fist pump from Alcaraz and a little bit of a vamos as he let that one go. 40-15, and a big first serve down the tee that Djokovic can't handle, and Alcaraz holds for 4-2.
Another thing, guys, I thought was interesting. Djokovic said after that win against Taylor Fritz that he felt, and this is a quote, I didn't feel the ball that well. The standard of my ball in especially the second and third sets. I thought that was interesting. I mean, he fought well against Taylor Fritz, but intriguing to know that Novak had a feeling that he wasn't striking the ball the way he wanted to against Taylor.
And he lost that third set against Taylor Fritz before winning in 4. Djokovic now serving at 2-4 in the first. Big first serve down the tee that Alcaraz can't handle, and it's 15-love. Djokovic, 34 minutes in, still a breakdown. Pressure on him to hold serve here. 15-love, first serve, down the tee. Alcaraz gets it with his forehand into the middle of the court. Forehand to forehand, and a forehand error from Alcaraz. It's 30-love.
Yeah, it's a loose error from Alcaraz. He's not pulled that far wide. It wasn't excessively deep either from Djokovic.
So Djokovic now trying to inch closer to Alcaraz. 30-love at 2-4. First serve, looking for the tee and blows it long. Second serve coming. Alcaraz about 3 feet behind the baseline to return this second serve from Novak Djokovic. And now he steps in on top of the baseline and cracks a forehand return cross-court that Djokovic can't handle with his forehand. His reply's wide, and it's 30-15.
That return got on Djokovic quickly, and the ball just scooted through the court.
Alcaraz giving Djokovic a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. Djokovic has made a return career on taking time away from servers, especially on second serves with his return, probably the best we've ever seen. Now Alcaraz is about 12 feet behind the baseline to return the Djokovic first serve, which is into the net. And now Carlos steps up right behind the baseline. Now takes a step back. It's about 2 feet behind the baseline, now stepping about a foot behind the baseline to return this second serve of Djokovic. Backhand return cross-court into the backhand of Djokovic. Now a slice down the line from Carlos to the forehand of Novak. A backhand cross-court, and Carlos goes down the line to the Novak forehand, and Novak trying to go behind Alcaraz, misses his forehand wide. It's 30-all, and then Carlos shakes his fist and looks at his box, which leads me to believe, Nick, that maybe something that they told him worked.
And guys, yeah, Russ, Novak just has not had an easy service game all day. This is his fourth, and I believe every single one has gone to at least 30-all.
So pressure again on the Novak Djokovic serve. It's 2-4, 30-all. Had a good start to this service game, but Alcaraz has roared back. That's a big first serve out wide from Novak. Reply in the middle of the court, and Djokovic just cleans it up. Big serve +1, and one that he felt like he had to have, Mark.
I think you have to be able to take that serve away. You should know that 30-all, a big point. Novak Djokovic is going to use the wide serve on the deuce side. Loves opening the court on the deuce side, setting himself up with a lot of room to hit into.
Game point now for Novak Djokovic into the extended bounces before this very important first serve. He looks to go wide and very long and wide.
That was a lot.
Yeah, not even close on that first serve. Second serve now at 40-30. Game point for Novak Djokovic. And here we go. Djokovic down the tee to the forehand of Alcaraz. A forehand into the net by Carlos. Djokovic holds. Alcaraz still leads 4-3.
Alcaraz leads by 4-3.
Yeah, I'll just say from courtside, and Mark, I'm happy for you to disagree, but I just feel like the quality hasn't really been there from either guy so far. They're feeling each other out. Carlos able to get that first break of this set, but now he's trying to be the front runner, and curious to see sort of how Novak adjusts as we get deeper in the set. He's now having a conversation with his team, Novak, body language-wise, asked for some input, wants to know, and they're not giving him what he wants. So that's what we expected, the ongoing dialogue between Djokovic and his team.
You know, you're in trouble one way if you talk too much, if you don't talk enough.
That's right, isn't it?
It's always that way. But
yeah.
Nick, I think you're exactly right. We haven't seen too many points where actually both players are making quality shots. We've seen plenty of points where one player hits a good shot, the other player maybe makes an unforced error or a loose error. I think similar maybe to the women's match last night, we're going to get to a point where both players play well a little bit later as they work through this.
It almost seems odd, though, that these players would come out in the court not firing, because they've both been in these positions many times before. Not only many times before, but against each other as recently as this year. But again, the occasion is not lost on anyone. This is a big deal for both players. This is the semifinals of the 2025 U.S. Open, and Carlos Alcaraz broke to open the match, and he will serve now at 4-3 in the first set against Novak Djokovic. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero in studio. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Carlos Alcaraz holds up the balls. It's new balls as he serves in the 8th game of the first set. First serve from Alcaraz into the backhand of Djokovic. Returned down the middle. Carlos goes inside in. Novak on the full stretch. Clips a forehand into the net, and it's 15-love.
You know, thinking about Novak Djokovic and his tennis, and Nick spoke about how he feels hitting the ball. Maybe the cost of getting his body here is that he's not as match sharp as he might normally be.
That's a fair point. First serve is long from Alcaraz. And we thought we'd see him work his way into the tournament, and he did, by the way. He worked his way from grasping his chest in the first round, where he seemed like he got his legs under him. Second serve, big backhand return into the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Carlos pushes the pace with his forehand. First down the middle to push Djokovic back, and second inside in for a winner. That was very Naomi Osaka-like.
Oh, it's my favorite play in tennis. Play with depth through the middle of the court, get the guy to go back right short, and then you can go to the outer thirds on the next forehand. I love that play.
That was beautifully done from Carlos Alcaraz at high speed, by the way. There were some serious revolutions going on those two forehands. So it's 30-love from Alcaraz. First serve flips to the top of the net. He'll get to start again with another first serve. So it's 4-3, 30-love, Carlos Alcaraz serving. First serve now into the backhand of Djokovic. Return nice and deep to the forehand of Alcaraz, but a great deep reply from Carlos to the backhand. Now a slice backhand short from Djokovic to Alcaraz, who replies with a slice forehand of his own, and that induces an error from Novak Djokovic. It's 40 love.
Well, it's a couple times now where he's gotten unforced errors, bringing Djokovic even just a little bit forward.
And the brandish of the racket, guys, in the corner of the court from Alcaraz, even though the tennis hasn't been 100, he is so locked in mentally. There's that one little hiccup earlier in his service game. What was it, 40 love? But he's navigated today so well mentally.
And a big first serve down the tee. Alcaraz was serving and volleying. Doesn't need the volley. The serve was good enough. And that's a hold for 5-3 for Carlos Alcaraz.
By 5 games to 3.
It's an interesting one to me too, guys, because we were talking about Novak maybe not having the ground sort of feeling as though he's grooved in off the ground. Played Fritz, we mentioned that match, but the match before that against Struff, that's just, you're not going to get the rhythm off the ground that you would want for a caliber of opponent like Alcaraz.
So Djokovic serving up against it now to stay in this set at 3-5. Big first serve down the tee. Alcaraz floats one up to the backhand of Djokovic, and it's a backhand that's blown long by Novak, and it's love 15.
Oh, he's pressing, like visibly pressing.
Well, we've seen Novak go into the forehand of Alcaraz, and Alcaraz reply by adding the pace to the ball. And maybe Novak feels like he has to do even more when he goes to the forehand side. Whatever it is, it's love 15. First serve to the forehand of Alcaraz, return down the middle to the forehand of Djokovic. Now Carlos tried to inject pace there, but overcooked it deep. It's 15 all, and a little shake of the head and a scratch of the head from Carlos Alcaraz, who finally has a full head of hair again.
It does. Just no footwork on that last forehand, was not in the position to try to go for that attacking ball.
Carlos's beard and hair on the head are about the same level at this point. And now a first serve into the net from Novak Djokovic at 3-5, 15 all. Second serve coming. Alcaraz in the near court in the bubblegum top and wine-colored shorts, and a return forehand down the line into the backhand of Djokovic, who goes cross-court into the backhand of Alcaraz, who tries to chip it short, but chipped it too short and into the net, and it's 30-15.
I wonder if that sort of mistake will talk him out of doing it again. I think it's a winning play using the short slice for him.
Maybe too early in the point for that?
I think the ball actually came through the court a little too quick.
Ah, yeah, got on him a little bit. 30-15, first serve coming for Djokovic. Right down the tee. Alcaraz returned high to the middle of the court, but Novak steps around his backhand and cracks an inside-in forehand winner down the line, 40-15.
You know, my guy Stevie Johnson was out here hitting this morning, and he was saying with the temperature where it is today, the courts are really playing quick today, quicker than other days.
That it has been an unusually temperate 2 weeks here in New York. Make it 3 to be exact if you consider Fan Week as well, and the tournament really began there as well this year. What an amazing U.S. Open it's been. The mixed doubles, an overwhelming success during Fan Week, and perfect weather throughout the 2 weeks so far of this event. A little sprinkle last night, and that was about it. Second serve into the backhand, another backhand return error from Carlos Alcaraz. They'll change ends, and when we come back, Carlos Alcaraz serves for the first set. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Carlos Alcaraz only broken once in his first 5 matches here at the 25 U.S. Open. And now he steps to the line serving for the first set against Novak Djokovic at 5-4. First serve into the Djokovic forehand, and that's a shank wide from Djokovic, and it's 15-love.
It's a serve location you don't see too often on the jam in the forehand. Novak not able to get clean contact with it.
Novak again, guys, there was stretching out that back right neck into the shoulder on that changeover.
First serve down the tee to the forehand of Djokovic. Return in the middle. Here comes Carlos running in. Drop volley on the forehand side. Novak chases it down, puts it over the head of Alcaraz. Alcaraz tries to go topspin lob. Now Carlos coming in as Djokovic hits a backhand dropper. And Carlos's reply clips the net. It's 15-all. A smile from Novak. And a big cheer from the fans at a jam-packed Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's 15-all.
Oh, I think they thought they were going to see a highlight shot, maybe an around the post or something.
Novak really asking for it there from the crowd. He also recognizes, guys, it's now or never in terms of getting back on serve in this set.
Thank you.
Only Rafa Nadal in 2010. First serve out wide and an ace for Carlos Alcaraz. That's his first of the match, and it's 30-15. Rafa Nadal is the only man other than Carlos Alcaraz in the Open era to reach the semifinals having only been broken one time. That was in 2010.
What a stat.
He has been dominant as anyone has ever been on serve at the U.S. Open. Big serve into the backhand of Djokovic, but Carlos tried to rip across court forehand. Djokovic was waiting for it, and Alcaraz put it in the net. It's 30-all. Pressure building.
That's a ball that's got to go back with shape. You got to get the ball up and down. Maybe he can use an angle there, but trying to blow it through the court flat, it's not going to work on that kind of ball. It's too slow. This is where Novak is so tough. If he gets the ball in his strings, he's going to make it.
And here comes the crowd trying to get behind Novak Djokovic. As we suspected, this crowd's going to get behind whoever is behind. Right now, that's Djokovic. As Alcaraz tries to serve out this first set, it's 5-4, 30-all. Here comes Alcaraz with a first serve offering. 2 points from the first set. First serve into the forehand of Joker. And Djokovic falls to his knees a little bit, crouches because he was on it. But he put that return into the net, and it's a set point now for Carlos Alcaraz.
Novak can't believe he missed that return. Had a look at it.
Set point now for Carlos Alcaraz. He hasn't faced a break point yet in this first set. This is his first set point. It's 40-30 at 5-4. First serve down the tee to the forehand, and a big vamos from Carlos Alcaraz as the Djokovic return hits the net. Alcaraz takes the first set 6-4 on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Couple great locations there on the last two serves, Russ. Jamming in on the hands and the forehand. The one spot where you can go, it's probably pretty safe on the return.
All right, as they change ends at the end of the set, take a little bit of an extra break. We're going to take a quick timeout on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, and we'll be right back for the start of set number 2. One set into the first semifinal here on Friday at the U.S. Open 2025, and Carlos Alcaraz has taken the first set from Novak Djokovic. 6-4. He broke in the opening game of the first set and held that advantage throughout the rest of the set. Russ Taylor, Mark Lucero in studio. Nick McCarville is courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium, which is filled to the brim for an amazing semifinal match in prospect between Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz. Like he did to start the match, Novak Djokovic starts the serve in set number 2. First serve to the backhand of Alcaraz, down the middle return. Now Alcaraz goes down the line into the forehand of Djokovic. Big stretch to catch up to it. Now Alcaraz moves forward. Djokovic misses the backhand pass long, and it's love 15.
Alcaraz went right into the Djokovic forehand corner early in that point. It was a big backing up the line. That's where he's gotten Djokovic a number of times, stretching out wide to the forehand corner.
Putting immediate pressure on Novak Djokovic in his first service game of the second set. Again, Alcaraz took the first set 6-4 after breaking Novak in the first game of the match. Here's love 15, first serve down the tee that Alcaraz gets to, but very short. Now Novak comes forward to the backhand. Alcaraz throws up a defensive lob. He runs down the overhead, and it's a forehand pass off the Djokovic overhead. That's too hot to handle, and it's love 30.
Danger time here for Djokovic. He's got to be really careful. That what a forehand off the smash.
The return was made when most other players wouldn't make that. The defensive lob was put up when most players would have seen it go by them, and then that forehand pass off the overhead of Djokovic did the damage. Love 30, backhand return from Djokovic down the middle. Now a huge inside-out forehand. Carlos wanted that one and missed it long.
That would have been a winner if he had just even played it a little bit safer, a couple feet away from both lines. That was a clean winner.
Maybe just didn't get enough topspin on the ball because he wasn't playing to a small target. He played to a bigger target, just missed it long. So it's 15-30. Pressure still on Djokovic here. Alcaraz awaits the first serve from Djokovic. Down the tee, but long. Here comes the second serve from Novak Djokovic at 15-30. First game, second set. Kicker to the backhand of Alcaraz. Cross-court return. Goes down the line, Djokovic, into the forehand of Alcaraz. Squash shot return. Now Djokovic comes into the net to the backhand wing of Carlos, and Alcaraz puts the passing shot into the net, and it's 30-all.
It's a little bit better point when you're trying to transition forward and you have Alcaraz kind of running to consecutive corners. It's much tougher when you're approaching and he's in one spot.
Carlos just kicked that towel box, guys, below his player box. Really wants this opening break to have a lead in set 2.
30-all from love 30. Here comes Djokovic. Serve down to the backhand of Alcaraz. Reply to the backhand of Djokovic, who moves in towards the forehand wing of Carlos and then volleys behind Alcaraz for a winner, and it's 40-30.
It's a difficult volley from below the height of the net. It was a pretty good first pass from Alcaraz. Nice touch on that volley.
It was a gorgeous volley, Mark. Right up the line.
So now it's a game point for Novak Djokovic. First serve into the forehand of Alcaraz to the backhand of Novak. Now a slice deep into the forehand corner, who whips it cross-court to Djokovic. Now down the line of the forehand, Alcaraz backhand to the backhand of Djokovic, who goes down the line to the forehand. Djokovic goes down the line for a forehand winner and takes the opening game of set number 2. After being down love 30, could we possibly see a momentum shift? We'll find out when Alcaraz steps to the line to serve from behind for the first time in this match.
It's a little bigger hitting from Djokovic than we've seen so far, rather maybe bigger sustained hitting during the course of a point.
Guys, I'm curious your perspective. I actually thought that first set was more important for Alcaraz to win mentally, having lost the last couple of matches. What is it, 4 of 5 against Djokovic? Even though we've been talking all tournament long about the physicality for Djokovic, I think for Carlos to have that first set, that was huge for him.
I think also, Nick, like the way that the first set felt, it felt like it was Alcaraz, not quite beat down, but it felt like he was all over Djokovic.
Mm-hmm. Felt like he was certainly in control for that first set from the opening break in the opening game. And now it's love 1, so Carlos, for the first time, looks up and he's behind on the scoreboard in this match. We'll see if that changes the complexion of what we're seeing in front of us. Second serve from Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. Return it to the forehand of Carlos. He goes down the line to the backhand. And now he whips one towards the forehand of Djokovic. That's wide, and it's love 15.
It looks like all of a sudden Djokovic is just getting a few more balls that he can set his feet on and really hit away. First set, he was playing a lot of balls on the move. Not quite as in control.
It was the 9th unforced error off the forehand wing from Carlos Alcaraz. And it's love 15. First serve into the forehand of Djokovic. Return nice and deep to the forehand of Alcaraz. Now Novak tries to go inside in to the forehand corner of Alcaraz and sends it long, and it's 15 all.
That's a type of miss that'll make your neck hurt a little more.
Mark, that was funny.
15 all. First serve trying to go out wide to the Djokovic forehand there, but it hits the net. Second serve offering now from Carlos Alcaraz. Love 1, 15 all, second set. Here's Alcaraz, second serve to the backhand of Djokovic. Return deep down the middle. Now a forehand to the backhand of Djokovic. Now a backhand down the line from Alcaraz that hits the net. And it's 15-30.
Another good deep return. The good deep return pushed Alcaraz back off the line. Then on the next ball, Djokovic again got his feet set and drove the backhand that drew the error.
So this is the first time Alcaraz has faced real pressure on his serve. Second game, second set. Alcaraz took the first. Love 1, 15-30. And Carlos tried to go flat and wide out to the backhand of Djokovic. Hits the net. Second serve coming for Carlos Alcaraz. Second serve into the body, backhand, and a return deep. That was a strong second serve. Less kick, a little more slice. Got in on
put a little more oomph on that thing right there.
That was 104 into the body.
And Djokovic was coming forward, too. He was looking to take that return again early.
That's the shot of the day to me, guys, so far is the Alcaraz second serve. He's been able to weaponize it when the first serve numbers haven't been there like they have leading into the semis.
It's a first serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Carlos goes again into the backhand of Novak. Now a backhand cross court that's long. And Novak Djokovic has his very first breakpoint opportunity of this match. He has a chance to go up 2-love in the second set. 30-40 as Alcaraz serves.
A little jog to the towel there after that point from Djokovic. He's getting the energy up. All of a sudden, his face looks a little more relaxed.
And here comes Carlos Alcaraz. Under the most pressure he's seen so far in this match on serve. 30-40. First serve went big and wide and long and out. And a second serve coming now. It was 126 wide. Second serve, kicker to the backhand of Djokovic. Return down the middle. Now Carlos goes inside in. He quickly moves forward. Volleys behind Novak, who pops a lob over Carlos's head. He runs it down into the backhand side of Djokovic. And then Alcaraz misses a backhand long. And Djokovic has the break and a 2-love lead in the second set.
This place has exploded, guys. This crowd wants to get more involved in this match, and they want to back Novak, as you said, Russ, the player that's behind right now, and he has squarely got them in his corner.
What tactical error from Alcaraz there. That volley should have been stuck down the line. It would have had worst case scenario, Djokovic running into his backhand corner. I cannot believe he pushed that volley cross court.
Pretty solid, hard volley behind Novak, but you're right, not into the open court. An hour into this match, Novak Djokovic has flipped momentum and taken control of it in the second set. He serves now at 2-love. Down a set to Carlos Alcaraz in our first semifinal of the day. Big first serve down the tee and a service winner for Novak Djokovic.
This will be a good kind of heat check here for Djokovic. Does he get through this game pretty quickly? And so many times we've seen him get a break and then shut the door immediately with a bunch of first serves in the box.
It's only the second time Alcaraz has been broken in this entire tournament. Now it's 15-love. First serve into the backhand of Alcaraz into the forehand of Djokovic. Goes inside out and now inside into the forehand of Alcaraz. And it's a forehand error from Carlos Alcaraz that gives Djokovic a 30-love lead.
Well, the Djokovic ground strokes are starting to penetrate the court now. The Alcaraz court positioning is getting much further back than it was earlier in the match.
Carlos has lost a little bit of his feel off the ground to me too, Mark, in terms of just spraying some balls now.
30 love at 2 love for Novak Djokovic, who suddenly has taken momentum here in set number 2. Big first serve down the tee. Djokovic tries to go inside out on the approach. Now he's into the net. Carlos looks for a topspin lob, way too short. And Djokovic volleys behind Alcaraz for 40 love.
And 3 first serves in a row.
They both thought that first Djokovic ball was long. That's why Carlos kind of stopped playing that point.
Must have clipped the back of the line as Djokovic moved forward. Either way, points now for 3 love in set number 2. Here's Djokovic. Big first serve that Alcaraz can't handle on the backhand wing. Carlos hardly really gave a real swing at it. They'll change ends. Alcaraz leads by a set. Djokovic 3 games to love in set number 2 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. A reversal in fortune from set 1 to set 2. Carlos Alcaraz got an early break in the first set, rode it out to win that set 6-4. Novak Djokovic with the early break here in set number 2, and now Alcaraz serves at love 3. Russ Taylor, Mark Lucero in studio. Nick McCarville is courtside. What's been the biggest difference as Carlos has a full-on conversation with his box right now as he steps to the line? We'll get your thoughts after this first point of the 4th game of the second set. Here's Alcaraz up to the line to serve at love 3 in the second. First serve to the forehand of Djokovic into the backhand of Carlos, who goes cross court and moves forward, and Carlos Alcaraz knocks off a forehand volley. It's 15 love. What's been the biggest difference between the play in the first and second sets, Mark?
I always look at the court positioning. It looks like Alcaraz has gotten pushed back a little bit this set, with Djokovic driving the ball through the court a little bit more efficiently, and Alcaraz again struggled on his second serve in the game that he was broken in the set. First set, he did great on the second serve, much better than he did in Australia this year.
All right, here comes Alcaraz. Big kicker out wide and a serve and volley and a drop volley off the forehand wing. That is vintage Carlitos, and it's 30 love. Beauty.
Well, your opponent's hitting some ground strokes that are better. Don't let him hit ground strokes.
Right.
That was a crazy volley from Carlos, and I wonder if that conversation with Juan Carlos Ferrero was about moving forward for Carlitos.
Well, that's 2 straight points on his service game doing it. I think that's a pretty good idea. And a big first serve. Alcaraz just absolutely shanked a forehand in the middle of the court. He cracked the first serve that actually Djokovic was able to return into the middle of the court. And Carlos tried to up the ante, but boy, oh boy, clipped the top of his frame and went skyward. It's 30-15.
That's probably up in the loads level.
Yeah. All right, Carlos takes an extra second here before his first serve at 30-15. Now he's ready to wind up and fire. Here's that first serve into the top of the net. Second serve coming. Alcaraz serving 30-15 to Novak Djokovic. Kicker to the backhand of Novak. Now a backhand, that cross court into the backhand of Djokovic. Now a slice to the forehand of Novak, who whips it down the line to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz backhand again, cross-court to Djokovic. Cross-court, backhand to backhand they go. And Novak tried to change directions down the line and clipped the net, and it's 40-15. One of the more patient points we've seen Alcaraz play in a while.
Yeah, good point out of the backhand corner. Djokovic likes to build his points in that side. You see him changing direction early with the forehand. He wants to pin Carlos in that backhand corner and then look for his chance to change up the line with his own backhand.
All right, game points now for Carlos Alcaraz to get on the board here in set number 2. It's love 3, but 40-15. First serve to the forehand of Djokovic. Carlos was serving and volleying. The return hits the net, and Alcaraz holds. Djokovic leads 3 games to 1.
3 games to 1.
I like that adjustment right there, trying to serve volley, shorten up the points. Don't let Djokovic get in the rhythm.
Just full-on conversation, guys. Every game when he's over there in that corner, and Juan Carlos, I think, really trying to give him tactical advice now to get this break back.
All right, so here comes Novak Djokovic, serving at 3-1, second set. Alcaraz took the first 6-4. First point of the 5th game. Swinger wide to the forehand. Alcaraz returns down the middle. Djokovic goes to the backhand of Alcaraz. And again, cross-court towards the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz, but long off the racket of Novak Djokovic. Love 15. And Carlos seems to be pumping himself up a little bit now. And the banter comes from the Djokovic camp as well.
Boris is not a quiet, passive observer.
So love 15 on the Djokovic serve. First serve into the net. Remember, Alcaraz had love 30 on the first Djokovic service game after the break of serve, and Novak was able to bounce back and win 4 straight points. Second serve into the backhand of Carlos, and a backhand into the net from Alcaraz, and it's 15-all.
He had like a good-looking love 30 as well. He played a couple of great points to get up in that game, and it looked like he was going to start to run away with this.
And Novak going back to the stretching. Now it's sort of the chest and upper back that he seems to be working on. As he steps to the line, serving at 15-all. He leads 3 games to 1, does Djokovic, here in the second set. Carlos Alcaraz took the first. 15-all, 3-1, Novak Djokovic. Into his windup now. Alcaraz about 5 feet behind the baseline. Forehand return down the middle of the court. Djokovic backhand into the middle of the court. Now a slice forehand into the middle. Djokovic moves forward to the forehand of Alcaraz. Volley long from Novak, and it's 15-30.
It looked like he brought him in there. That short forehand slice that Alcaraz hit drew Djokovic in. And the benefit of playing that part of the court is there's no angle for the Djokovic approach shot. So Alcaraz ended up with a good look at a pass.
So Djokovic now under pressure at 15-30, up a break. But here's the first serve offering coming up. 3-1, 15-30, second set. Novak Djokovic serving to Carlos Alcaraz, who's about 10 feet behind the baseline. Into the backhand, return deep from Alcaraz. Big first serve at 120 out wide of the backhand of Alcaraz, forces the error, and it's 30-all. Novak taking his time now. He knows this is a big, big, big point. He's up a break, but he's down a set. You can see the tension on the faces of both camps at this moment. 30-all. Here comes Djokovic. Alcaraz awaiting the serve. Forehand, return to the backhand of Djokovic. Now a forehand down the middle to the forehand of Djokovic. Alcaraz to the backhand of Novak. Now to the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court into the forehand of Djokovic. Down the line, Alcaraz is on the run. Slices to the middle of the court. Djokovic, high approach shot that Alcaraz clips with his continental grip forehand. Angle winner. And it's break point. A big fist pump to his box from Alcaraz.
One of the previous big points when that exact same scenario played out, it was the backhand volley up the line behind Alcaraz that won the point for Djokovic. This time Alcaraz just ready enough, like you said, to flip it with the continental grip cross court. What a shot.
That continental grip, I mean, Novak just had to applaud him after that ball went over the net. I think he was confounded that Carlos was able to react like that.
Well, that was sensational
Thank you.
from Carlos Alcaraz. And a break chance now to get back on serve. 30-40. Djokovic serving at 3-1 in the second. Alcaraz awaits the return from about 10 feet behind the baseline. Djokovic, first serve towards the backhand of Alcaraz, but just deep. And now Carlos gets a look at his second serve, and Djokovic has a decision to make. Does he go for a big second serve, or does he kick it in? He goes down the tee and off the top of the net.
Second serve.
That second serve has worked really well for Djokovic throughout this U.S. Open. The second serve down the tee in the ad side with a little more pace. That was 114 down the tee, but it clipped the net. So it's another second serve now for Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz now stepping right on top of the baseline to return this backhand into the backhand of Novak. Cross-court backhand again. Backhand to backhand, but a backhand miss from Novak Djokovic. And Carlos Alcaraz has brought this second set back on serve. He'll serve at 2-3 in set number 2 when we come back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
You're listening live to U.S. Open Radio here, presented by American Express. An all-time classic could be unfolding. Carlos Alcaraz won that first set. Novak Djokovic has given back the break here in set 2. Interesting, guys, listening to Carlos talk about that Australian Open match earlier this year when he actually thought he lost it between the points, saying, this week I'm playing 2 matches at the same time. There's the match in the points, and there's also the body language match. It doesn't matter how you feel, it's how you make your opponent feel on the court. And I think he's done a pretty good job, Russ Thaler, so far, of making Novak feel like he's right there with him.
And nobody has done that in between points better probably than Novak Djokovic over the last several years. Maybe Rafa Nadal is another one who could hold that claim as well. But Carlos Alcaraz, big first serve on the first point. He leads 15-love. This is a second serve at 2-3 in the second set. Return from Djokovic down the middle of the court. Now Alcaraz backhand looking for the cross-court backhand, but shanks it wide, and it's 15-all.
Yeah, not many players just shank random balls like that. That's one of the things about Alcaraz that's kind of been an issue for him through the years.
All here at 2-3. Alcaraz just got the break back in the last Djokovic service game. First serve into the backhand of Djokovic, and a big cross-court backhand that does find the court, forcing Djokovic to slide out to his left and miss a backhand into the net, and it's 30-15. So 30-15, Carlos Alcaraz serving to Novak Djokovic, trying to level this second set at 3 games apiece. First serve down the tee. Djokovic has it, but it's in the middle of the court, and Carlos cleans it up with a cross-court forehand winner, and it's 40-15.
Got to be a big point of emphasis for the Alcaraz team, just making sure that his footwork speed stays up. I think that's one of the reasons probably you see Djokovic trying to keep him in certain parts of the court so he doesn't start moving too much, because when his feet get going and he starts moving, that's how he starts finding his rhythm and finding his efficiency.
So game points now for 3-all. Big first serve into the backhand of Djokovic from the middle of the court. Carlos fakes the drop shot and drives a slice forehand inside in as Novak takes a step forward. Carlos shovels the ball past him for a clean winner. That was a beautiful thing to behold. And it's 3-all. Carlos will change rackets.
That ball shows me, Mark, that Carlos is really settled in now. Feels confident, feels that he can hit those kind of shots, do the little fake out move there. Has weathered this second set storm well to get that break back.
Yeah, it's a confident play from him.
All right, so new balls for Novak Djokovic, which is why Carlos changed rackets. Novak just held up the new balls to show him it's 3-all. And a first serve to the forehand of Carlitos. Big forehand return cross court. And Carlos goes behind Novak, who stabs at it. And now he goes down to the forehand wing. Now Djokovic takes control of the point. And an inside-out forehand winner for 15 love. That point was Carlos's until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't, when Novak was just staying home. Novak just sat in the forehand corner here, waited for Alcaraz to hit the big forehand right to him. Again, just there before Alcaraz even struck the ball.
That felt like a little bit of an opportunity lost for Carlos Alcaraz. It's 15 love. Djokovic serving at 3 games all here in set number 2. Alcaraz took the first set 6-4. Here's the first serve at 15 love into the net from Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz will await a second serve offering at 15 love from Djokovic. Again, stepping up closer to the baseline to return this second serve. Djokovic into his windup now, and it's down the tee, and well done down the tee. That's that big tee second serve that Djokovic has employed on both sides. That was 102, hit his mark, and it's 30 love.
He's maybe the most willing player on tour to go against conventional wisdom and serve to the opponent's forehand on second serve. It's probably one of the things that makes it most effective, is because he does it so often.
30 love now for Djokovic, and that's a let on the first serve. I wonder how big that first point's going to loom, because Alcaraz had the momentum after the last service game to get it back to 3-all and had a chance to go love 15 on the Djokovic serve. Meanwhile, it's a second serve at 30 love for Novak Djokovic, trying to retake the lead in set number 2. Which is the second serve, backhand reply from Djokovic, long, down the middle of the court and way long.
This match is one of those matches that's, at least this set in particular, it's so close that 1 point feels like a shift in momentum.
It's true. Look, it was really one game, the opening game of the match, that shifted momentum in the first set. Carlos Alcaraz was able to break, and he held that break all the way through and took the first set. 40 love Djokovic looking for a 4-3 lead. And here's the second serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. Deep return to the backhand of Djokovic. He goes down the line. He's got Carlos running. And Novak goes into the open court. And a very impressive hold at love for 4-3 in set number 2. We'll keep it here on US Open Radio. But it looks like, Mark, that Novak is working on his neck. Actually, Nick, I'm going to go down to you, because it looks like Novak's working on that neck again.
Sure is. I mean, I don't know if it's a nervous tick at this point for Novak, but it's certainly something that he's just going to, whether it's physical or mental. But guys, we've really settled into this second set quite well, and man, what a difference maker the next, 15 or 20 minutes could make. 2 sets to love or a 1 set all difference.
And Mark, to your point, it does feel like momentum can shift point for point here. Look, this is the highest level of men's tennis, right? Carlos, Jannik, and Djokovic have kind of separated themselves. Novak has done it for a long time. In the last several years, it's been Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. But there's not much between these guys. And it really looks like they're still trying to figure out the best way to get through against the other, right?
Well, take the first point of the 3-all game. I mean, if Alcaraz hits that short forehand inside out, he's coming off a good hold. He's up love 15, pressures on Djokovic. But he didn't. And then all of a sudden, Djokovic cruised to a nice hold. And now it almost feels like the momentum meter is tipping his way.
So Carlos Alcaraz has to be feeling it a little bit right now. It's 3-4. Novak has been exceptional on serve all tournament as well.
Mark, I'm also curious, as we reach this business end to the second set, has anything surprised you tactically from either of these guys?
Let's get it after this point. First serve into the backhand of Djokovic, return to the backhand of Carlos, who slices one into the backhand wing of Djokovic, and then a hard forehand from Carlos that forces the error from the Djokovic forehand. It's 15 love.
You know, Nick, kind of like what you said, I was a little bit surprised at Novak, the way he came out and the way he was loose in some of the mistakes coming out. But not really. I mean, I kind of expected Novak to come forward and try to get into the net and, you know, and sort of take the racket out of Carlos's hand before Carlos does it to him.
First serve down the tee, and then Carlos kind of shanks a forehand approach down the middle of the court that I think Djokovic might have been surprised came to him, and therefore the reply wasn't that big, and a forehand volley to finish off the point, but that was a little bit weird.
It was weird, but he followed it up with a courtesy apology. The unwritten rules as such were controversial earlier this tournament.
Because he shanked the ball by accident?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah. 30 love. First serve from Alcaraz, trying to go out wide to the forehand of Djokovic, and it misses long. And here comes the second serve. Into the backhand of Novak. Deep return at the toes of Alcaraz. Novak moves forward. Alcaraz with an unbelievable pickup from the baseline and a short backhand cross-court winner for 40 love. That was insane.
That's a really good shot. that's the analysis. It's a really good shot.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, short backswing, just a little left-hand flick, fully outstretched.
As he's sliding on a hard court.
There was so much going on there. Now points for 4-all. Big first serve that Djokovic, fine reply to the backhand of Alcaraz. Carlos might have thought that first serve would have done more damage. Big reply from Novak. A miss from Alcaraz. It's 40-15. All right, so another game point here for 4-all in the second set. Alcaraz serving at 40-15, trying to go wide to the Djokovic forehand. It's long, way long up the line. And now Novak steps on top of the baseline to return this second serve. Here comes Alcaraz's offering into the forehand body, returned into the middle of the court, and Alcaraz tries to go inside out with a forehand and overcooked that, and it's 40-30. So the pressure rises here in the 8th game of set number 2. Another chance for Alcaraz to level this set at 4-all, but the feeling's a lot different than it was just 2 points ago.
Yeah, you know, the inevitable comparison is Sinner. Jannik Sinner just doesn't make mistakes like that.
40-30. And Alcaraz has not made first serve since he had a chance to go up. And it's another second serve look for Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz, kicker in the middle of the box. Djokovic returned into the middle of the court. Big forehand as Alcaraz moves forward, and then a volley into the open court. And there's the hold, and a fist pump towards his box from Carlos Alcaraz. It's 4-all in set number 2.
That looks like a deliberate strategy. Okay, missing the mark on some of my ground strokes. I got to get to the net.
Yeah, Alcaraz 16 times today to the net, and certainly has done so more in this second set. 6 of 6 at the net, so working for him when he moves forward, and that seems to be the messaging when he goes and speaks with Juan Carlos Ferrero.
And the World Feed television is just showing Stefan Edberg in the crowd, and I was thinking, well, that's apropos as Carlos moves forward. Yeah. 4-all now. Novak Djokovic serving to Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz took the first set 6-4. Djokovic had a break early in this set, a 3-love lead, in fact, in set number 2. Alcaraz has leveled set number 2 at 4-all. Second serve, first point, and a double fault from Novak Djokovic, just his second of the match. And it's love 15.
Even 1 point like this double fault feels like, uh-oh, like here we go, momentum. Like if Carlos comes in and like looks for a second serve return, could have an opening.
We'll see what Djokovic does here behind love 15 in this 4-all game in the second set. Here comes Novak into the windup. And that first serve offering is long. Second serve now at love 15. We've seen him go hard down the tee on second serves here. We've also seen him spin it into the backhand. He goes down the tee. Carlos forehand down the middle. Backhand cross court to the backhand of Djokovic. Now with backhand down the line from Alcaraz, and a clean winner from Carlos Alcaraz from the middle of the court off his backhand wing. 2 big fist pumps to his box, and it's love 30.
A deep return. Djokovic left the ball short, and this started to tip the point in Alcaraz's favor. Didn't have to move much to hit that backhand up the line.
We've seen a lot of errors off the Alcaraz backhand wing. That was about as clean as we've seen him hit one down the line in this match. Love 30. Djokovic now up against it at 4-all. First serve, again, long and wide. Does Alcaraz try to do something with this second serve, you think?
I think so.
Let's see where Djokovic goes with it. He has options. We've seen him use all parts of the box on big second serves. This is one. He goes into the forehand of Alcaraz. Deep reply to the backhand of Djokovic. Now backhand to the backhand side. Alcaraz goes forehand inside into the forehand of Djokovic. Now a backhand down the line as Djokovic goes cross-court into the forehand of Alcaraz. Now he's got Alcaraz running to his backhand side. Djokovic back cross-court and a slice down the line from Carlos into the forehand of Novak. Novak goes short angle into the forehand of Alcaraz. Chips it back to the backhand of Novak. Now backhand to backhand. A slice down the line again from Alcaraz. Cross-court forehand and Alcaraz injects pace. Forehand cross-court. Novak goes down the line. Novak Djokovic backhand to Alcaraz backhand. Again, backhand to Alcaraz backhand. Down the line from Alcaraz and off the top of the net. Longest point of the match so far. And Novak Djokovic takes two big, deep breaths as he walks slowly to the towel after winning that point at love 30. It's 15-30, but Novak looks like he's taking a bit of a body blow, Nick.
Djokovic there just hanging with Carlos Alcaraz. Great stuff, guys, here courtside. Crowd loving this. Man, they'll explode if Djokovic can figure out how to win this second set.
27-stroke rally.
Wow, that's physically punishing.
Djokovic was wincing noticeably after that one, but he won the point. Now it's 15-30 at 4-all second set. Alcaraz took the first. Here's the first serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. Down the middle, forehand inside in from Novak Djokovic. Carlos tried to wind up and crack a forehand on the run, but put it into the top of the net. It's 30-all.
Novak Djokovic says, thank you very much. Didn't make me work too hard that point.
I was a little surprised. I thought Carlos might try to extend that rally, seeing as how Novak reacted after the long one.
I would have thought the same thing. Take away the legs.
30-all, 4-all. Find me a bigger point. You're not going to find one in this match yet, especially for Novak Djokovic, who's down a set. First serve now into the forehand of Alcaraz. Deep reply to the backhand of Djokovic. Now a slice backhand to the backhand of Djokovic. And a big forehand inside in from Alcaraz that Djokovic runs down. And now a dropper from Alcaraz that hits the net. Carlos Alcaraz has missed 3 forehand drop shots, and that was probably the best one of the bunch. Would have been a winner.
And Novak Djokovic wasn't even running, didn't make a move. He was about 8 feet behind the baseline, and the court was wide open. He could have landed the ball on the service line.
That was perfectly set up. We've seen Alcaraz do it so many times. Instead of a break point, it's game point now for Novak Djokovic.
Juan Carlos Ferrero just pointing up at his head. Carlos kicking that towel box again. Guys, this was that love 30 game again for Carlos.
So Novak Djokovic erasing love 30. Now he has a point for 5-4 in the second. Here comes Novak. Big first serve and an unreturnable from Alcaraz. And Novak Djokovic has held for 5-4 in the second. Alcaraz serves to stay in the second set when we get back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We have reached the business end of the second set of the first semifinal here at the 2025 U.S. Open. Carlos Alcaraz will serve at 4-5 to Novak Djokovic. Alcaraz took the first set 6-4. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero in studio. Nick McCarville is courtside in Arthur Ashe Stadium. This is the first semifinal on the men's side of the 2025 U.S. Open. Later tonight, 7 o'clock, unless this match pushes it back, it'll be Jannik Sinner and Felix Oja Aliassime in semifinal number 2. It is a packed house on the biggest stage that tennis has to offer, and Carlos Alcaraz steps to the line at 4-5 in set number 2, having won the first from Novak Djokovic. Here's his first offering, and it's an ace down the tee for Carlos Alcaraz, just his second of the match, and it's 15-love.
An easy 128 down the tee. Must be nice.
Must be, couldn't tell you.
Huge serve, I thought, there from Carlos, guys, because the hangover from that last game could last here.
Yeah, good point out by you, Nick. Twice Carlos has had love 30 on the Djokovic serve and failed to convert and break in that game. There's another huge first serve from Alcaraz, and it's 30-love.
But you don't want to give Djokovic and the crowd any sort of opening in this game when you're trying to stay in the set. You want to move through your game efficiently and put the ball back on Djokovic's racket.
And you know the crowd is going to push for Djokovic here. And a huge first serve again, but this time Djokovic makes the return. Carlos slices it towards the Djokovic backhand. Novak was slicing and moving forward, but he put it right into the top of the net, and it's 40-love. It's a terrific return by Djokovic that kind of stunned Alcaraz into hitting it short and low.
He was going to try to hit a forehand first, actually. Then his feet kind of got tangled up. Actually did a good job just to make that backhand.
And Alcaraz misses the first serve at 40-love. Swiveled his hips faster than most could. Second serve for 5-all. The forehand of Djokovic, and a wild forehand from Alcaraz off the return. And it was a fine return down the middle of the court from Novak. It's 40-15. Still points for 5-all. We've seen this from Alcaraz a little bit during this match. 40-love, a little bit of a loose point, maybe even a second loose point. He hasn't let the third one go yet. He's been broken once in this match. It was early in this set. Here's the first serve at 40-15 into the body of Djokovic, but just long. Carlos Alcaraz, kicker into the backhand, and Novak returns deep to the backhand side of Alcaraz, to the backhand, and Novak now inside out on the forehand again to the backhand of Djokovic. Replies into the net, and Alcaraz holds fairly comfortably for 5-all. Pressure shifts back to the Djokovic side of the court.
Just a massive hold there from my perspective for Carlos Alcaraz. And again, I'm curious, you know, you guys can see everything through the monitors. I still don't feel like we've seen both men playing at their top level yet today. Certainly not at the same time.
Yeah, I'd agree. Is that scouting, Mark? Is that
partially nerves, and I think partially, you know, trying to keep up with the other one and sort of deal with the momentum shifts that are happening.
Djokovic first serve into the backhand of Alcaraz, right into the middle of the court. Now Djokovic moves forward as Alcaraz misses the backhand pass, trying to go down the line. 15-love.
15-love.
In fact, both players have probably found most success when they move forward in this match and when they push the action.
I mean, neither one is playing well enough to just sustain points from the back of the court.
All right, 15-love on the Djokovic serve. The first serve is long. Second serve coming from Djokovic into the backhand of Alcaraz. A return to the backhand of Novak. Now a forehand dropper. Moves Djokovic forward. Carlitos goes over the head of Novak and wide. Try the lob volley. Man, that forehand dropper has not worked for Carlos, whether he missed it, which he's done a number of times. And that time he didn't really disguise it well enough as Novak had a read on it. And it's 30-love.
I thought it was a good drop shot. It just didn't. The volley lob was just such a small target.
Please.
Yeah, he tried to go to the short side of the court. He had a lot of court to work with on the other side of Novak's head. So it's 30-love. Big first serve down the middle of the court. Carlos returns now a forehand from Alcaraz into the backhand of Djokovic. Back to the forehand of Alcaraz. Now down the line from Novak. Has Carlos on the run. That was an easy power forehand from Novak. Pressed the pace, and it's 40-love.
He's starting to let go, especially on the forehand side. Backhand he's been hitting for a little while, but the forehand really has picked up the MPH recently.
Now it feels like Djokovic from the baseline.
Game points now for Novak Djokovic. 40-love. Looking for a 6-5 lead here in set number 2. First serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. Deep reply that Djokovic whips down the line. Just redirects off the pace of Alcaraz. And Carlos can't handle the forehand. It's 6-5. Novak Djokovic will keep it here as they change ends. And Alcaraz will serve to stay in the set, looking to force a second set tiebreak here on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Djokovic, guys, just asking for the physio there from Eva Azdaraki. So he's been tugging at that neck, upper right neck into the shoulder for much of this match. And the physio, I believe, then would come out. Well, I guess the physio couldn't come out at 6-all, so it'd have to be after this set.
Too late for the physio to come out now. If he wanted it during this changeover, he would have had to ask on the last one.
He himself, he said next game.
Okay.
I still feel like, sorry, Mark, I just still feel like Carlos is hanging by a thread here. I'm going to be fascinated to see how this game plays out.
No, I'm with you, Nick. It looks like you said, Djokovic has sort of started to take away the upper hand in the baseline rallies, and I think we're going to see Alcaraz continue to try to move forward, you know, 1 or 2 shots from the back and try to get into the net.
Yeah, what's been the biggest change between this set and the first set, Mark, is the way they've been playing?
Well, it looks like Djokovic has relaxed a little bit from the back of the court. He's getting kind of easier power. He's getting more with less. Like, he's letting the stroke go instead of trying to muscle balls, and just looks like he's settled in a little bit more. I think also doing better on his serve, his second serve in particular.
All right, Carlos Alcaraz now stepping to the line. He is holding about 5 balls, and he's going to pick the 2 he likes the best. And he needs this game to stay in the second set. Alcaraz broke in the opening game of the match and held out for a 6-4 first set win. He was down a break at the start of this set. And that's a serve and volley from Carlos Alcaraz. Wide serve, forehand volley down the line. 15-love. Remember, Novak was up 3-love in this set. Carlos has broken back to get it back on serve. But as Nick mentioned, it really does feel like watching this point for point that Novak has been the better player. And on top of things momentum-wise here in set number 2. 15-love to Alcaraz. Second serve after the first serve sailed long. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic, and that's a missed return into the top of the net. Novak was trying to go short angle on that backhand. Didn't get enough air under it. It's 30-love.
Coach telling him to, try to watch the ball, try to read the serve. Novak said, yeah, I get it. I am trying to do that.
Big ace down the tee from Carlos Alcaraz. About 128, no big deal.
Great coaching there, only outdone by your supreme commentary, Mark Lucero.
That's when the player hands the racket to you. It says, you want to try? You want to come out here and play?
Tradesies?
All right, 40-love for Alcaraz. It just makes me laugh at someone telling Novak, try to read his serve.
Touche.
All right, second serve into the forehand of Djokovic. A big forehand return that Alcaraz couldn't keep up with. And it's 40-15. Kind of a replay of his last service game from Alcaraz at 40-love. Novak really went for a big return. Caught Carlos a little bit flat-footed. Now Alcaraz responded in kind and ended up holding. And he still is up 40-15 as he gets ready for a first serve here, trying to force a second set tiebreak. Alcaraz tried to go big down the tee again. But that time it hit the net. So a second serve for Djokovic, who steps up on top of the baseline to return the second serve. And a second serve looking for the backhand, and Novak clips the top of the net, and Carlos will get another crack at it. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic, returned down the middle. Now Carlos goes inside into the forehand, and it's a forehand cross-court from Djokovic. Now backhand cross-court from Alcaraz into the backhand of Djokovic. Inside out forehand from Carlos. Induces the error from Djokovic, and we have a buster coming our way. 6-all, second set tiebreak, 53 minutes into the set, an hour and 41 minutes into this match. And it feels like this feels like a must-win tiebreak for Djokovic, no?
I agree 100%. It feels like Alcaraz starting to pick up a little momentum. Djokovic getting frustrated behind the baseline. Looks like Djokovic as well, the one who's breathing a little harder between points.
And guys, Djokovic just going to that towel box and stretching out the left hip, I believe, left upper leg.
All right, here comes Novak Djokovic. He'll start serving first to 7, win by 2. Standard tiebreak here. Second set. First serve to the Alcaraz forehand, and a tremendous forehand reply as Djokovic tried to serve and volley. Alcaraz put that reply right at his toes, and Djokovic put it into the net.
Yeah, Nick, that was right in front of you. It didn't look like the most graceful move out of the split step by Djokovic.
Yeah, just watching it there again on replay, it seemed like he was late to react to it. Huh?
Djokovic put a second hand on the racket to pick that up off the short hop. It looked anything but comfortable, and now Alcaraz has a 1-love lead. As he takes the ball, he'll get 2 serves. First one into the forehand of Djokovic. Now Alcaraz sliced into the backhand corner that Djokovic runs around, tries to go inside in down the line, and misses wide. So it's 2-love Alcaraz.
Yeah, in my monitor, I got a shot of the physio and the doctor waiting, but it makes me almost think like it could be too little, too late. Like he probably should have done that the last changeover.
Yeah, 2 changeovers ago, right?
Yeah.
That first serve at 2-love from Alcaraz had a little bit too much on it, so a second serve coming. 2-love Alcaraz. He took the first set 6-4. Second serve into the backhand of Djokovic, returned right down the middle. Now Novak goes inside out to the backhand of Carlos. Again, inside out to the backhand of Carlos, goes cross-court to the backhand of Djokovic. Now Carlos inside out to the backhand of Djokovic. Carlos down the line to the forehand, and Djokovic replies into the middle of the court. Backhand from Djokovic to the backhand of Alcaraz. Sliced backhand. Now Djokovic goes dropper. Carlos redrops right in front of him. Djokovic goes over Carlos's head, and the backhand overhead is into the net. And Djokovic asks for the crowd and gets the support he's looking for.
Oh, he's playing with fire, playing those cat and mouse points, Russ.
There's incredible movement from both players. Terrific dropper from Djokovic. Alcaraz went right back in front of him to redrop. Djokovic was there. Alcaraz was there, quite honestly. He's made that kind of backhand overhead before, but this time it comes into the net. Novak asks the crowd to give him some love.
And they respond in kind. This place rocking for Djokovic.
Big deep breath from Novak Djokovic here. He's serving at 1-2 in the second set tiebreak. Alcaraz took the first set 6-4. Here comes Novak Djokovic's first serve at 1-2, and it's into the top of the net. So Alcaraz will have a look at a second serve in the second set tiebreak. Djokovic serving at 1-2. And here comes Novak Djokovic, the extended ball bouncing. Very, very tense right here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve into the forehand of Alcaraz, returned down the middle of the court. Now Carlos runs around his backhand, goes inside in. He's got Djokovic moving now to his backhand. Carlos moves forward. The backhand pass attempt clips the net. A fist pump from Alcaraz, and he has that mini break right back at 3-1.
Oh, he's so effective when he's getting in the court and taking away time. He hurt Djokovic to the forehand corner. Alcaraz scooted a couple feet up, took the next forehand at the top of the bounce, and Djokovic just too far back to really get that ball to dip as a pass.
So Djokovic again under the gun. Second time he's been down a mini break here in this second set tiebreak. It's 1-3. Djokovic serving to Alcaraz now in the deuce court. Trying to go into the forehand of Carlos and also trying to serve and volley there. First serve is long.
A slow saunter back to the baseline.
Yeah, really slow. Looking back up at his box.
Is the physio there waiting for Novak
just in
now?
the other corner.
Second serve now from Alcaraz. Kicker into the backhand of Carlos, return down the middle. Now a forehand into the backhand of Alcaraz, and a backhand that Carlos takes inside out. Djokovic goes to the backhand of Alcaraz again. Now a drop shot attempt from Novak Djokovic that lands in the bottom quarter of the net. Doesn't even come close to getting over the net. And Alcaraz has taken a 4-1 lead in this tiebreak, and Novak Djokovic has a look of extreme fatigue, is how I would describe it. What do you think?
Yeah, a little weary. Nick, how's it down there?
Well, guys, I'm just shocked after that drop shot play, and he got the crowd in. It just felt like the Novak of old would have then really taken the tiebreak by the throat, but it's almost letting Carlos be the alpha out here and reacting to what Alcaraz is doing. Certainly looking fatigued.
Alcaraz in full control now, 4-1. Looks for the big
Please.
serve down the tee. This is the last point they'll play before they change ends after 6 points total. First to 7, win by 2. Second serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. And Alcaraz had the entire half of the court to go inside in and take a 5-1 lead. Djokovic didn't even move for it, and Carlos put it into the net. So Alcaraz keeping Djokovic in this tiebreak to a certain extent. Mark, that was a golden opportunity missed by Alcaraz, no?
It's almost shocking. Those are the kind of things that make Juan Carlos Ferrero just, palm to the forehead.
He could have hit it 3 feet over the net and brought it in the court. Instead, he pounded it into the tape.
Youth.
Yes.
What are you gonna do?
Guy's 22 years old. That's amazing to even fathom that he's 22 years old.
Well, the thing about tennis too is you want players to sort of play styles in line with their personality.
All right, so 4-2 Alcaraz, still up in this second set break. And a first serve to Djokovic and a quick forehand dropper from Carlos that Djokovic runs down, and Carlos Alcaraz can't get the reply, and Djokovic is right back into this second set tiebreak.
And this is why the last point that you brought up, Russ, matters, because points like this happen and all of a sudden you lose your commanding lead. That's how tiebreakers turn. It takes one loose point from you, then a good point from your opponent, and all of a sudden you're in this tiebreaker that you should have been running away with.
Just no thought there, guys, from Alcaraz. Russ, you pointed out, what is he, 0 for 5, 0 for 6 on drop shot points won today?
Yeah, it's really incredible because that's become his bread and butter since we can remember seeing Carlitos, but Djokovic has taken that part of his game out of the way. Now they're back on serve. Djokovic at 3-4 now, serving to Alcaraz. First serve off the top of the net and back onto the Djokovic side of the court. Second serve coming, 3-4, second set tiebreak. Alcaraz took the first set, 6-4. Djokovic into his windup. Here comes the second serve, returned by the backhand side of Alcaraz into the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand to backhand. Now Carlos goes inside out to the backhand of Djokovic. Again, backhand cross court to backhand cross court. Carlos goes down the line to the forehand of Djokovic. Now reply from Carlos back cross court to the forehand of Novak, who tries to go down the line again. And this time he hits it into the net, puts both hands on his knees, and wearily walks back to the towel as Alcaraz has taken a 5-3 lead.
He had a ball to hit there. He had taken the upper hand in the rally. Djokovic, he had a great forehand cross court with depth. Alcaraz left it short, but there was no footwork from Djokovic to get up to that ball. Landed a good 2 feet inside the service line.
That is a terrific observation because Novak Djokovic just turned his hips. He never even moved his feet from where he was in the court, swung all with his arm and put it in the net. Alcaraz 2 points from a 2-sets-to-love lead now as Djokovic serves at 3-5 in the breaker. And that first serve is into the tape. So Alcaraz will get a look at a second serve. And for the second time in this tiebreak, he has a chance to bust it wide open. So here comes Novak Djokovic into his second serve motion. Deep to the forehand wing, and now cross court to the backhand that Alcaraz digs out, but whips it wide. So Alcaraz now leads 5-4. He'll have 2 serves, and he is 2 points away, perhaps, from a 2-sets-to-love lead. But as we've seen, momentum can shift from point to point. Djokovic is having a big conversation with his box.
Djokovic is actually asking for serve instructions before that last point, but then anything the box tells him he disagrees with.
Shocking.
Maybe he goes with whatever they say, do the opposite, and it works. All right, Carlos Alcaraz waiting for the crowd to quiet down. Big moment here. Alcaraz serving at 5-4, second set tiebreak. First serve, down the tee. Too hot to handle for Novak. A service winner from Carlos. And a set point now on the Alcaraz serve in the second set tiebreak at 6-4.
Alcaraz just has that extra gear on serve available to him that can get him out of trouble.
That was 131 down the tee. His biggest serve of the day so far. Carlos Alcaraz, one off his biggest serve. Now it's set point. Here comes Carlos Alcaraz. Again, stepping back, allowing Eva Azdaraki more to ask the crowd for some quiet. And now Alcaraz is ready to go. Set point, 6-4. First serve into the net. Here comes the second serve from Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. It is wide, and Carlos Alcaraz with a fist pump and a huge vamos towards his box has taken a 2-sets-to-love lead. 7-6 in the second after winning the first 6-4. They'll change ends. The physio will visit Djokovic. We'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. All. Here comes Djokovic. Alcaraz awaiting the serve. Forehand, return to the backhand of Djokovic. Now a forehand down the middle to the forehand of Djokovic. Alcaraz to the backhand of Novak. Now to the backhand of Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court into the forehand of Djokovic. Down the line, Alcaraz is on the run. Slices to the middle of the court. Djokovic, high approach shot that Alcaraz clips with his continental grip forehand. Angle winner. And it's break point, a big fist pump to his box from Alcaraz. Here comes the second serve from Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. It is wide, and Carlos Alcaraz with a fist pump and a huge vamos towards his box has taken a 2-sets-to-love lead. 7-6 in the second after winning the first 6-4.
Welcome back, everyone, to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nick McCarville here with you courtside. We're just starting the third set, guys, but watching Novak Djokovic get his right shoulder and upper neck worked on in that set break. The trainer came out as Alcaraz takes a 30-love lead here in the first game of the third set. Came out, the trainer working on the shoulder, the upper neck. It is something that he has dealt with earlier this tournament, but not something, Russ Thaler, that he has had taped. No tape and no official medical timeout there, but we'll see how that impacts the Djokovic game here, as Carlos Alcaraz just forgot which side of the court he was serving on.
That's how dialed in he was.
That's right. 30-love to Alcaraz. It was an ace on the first point of this set. He tried to go for an ace down the tee on that first serve at 30-love. Novak Djokovic has seen the physio a few times during this event and has always came back stronger, to be fair. He's down 2-0. He's going to need to do something that no man has been able to do against Carlos Alcaraz, which has come back from 2 sets down at a major. Carlos, in his young career, 52-0. Went up 2-0.
The closer.
He is a closer, but if there's anyone that could do it, you would think it's either Novak Djokovic or possibly Jannik Sinner, and he's got Djokovic staring him down on the other side of the net. 30-15 now as Carlos Alcaraz serves. First game, set number 3. It is worth mentioning that Djokovic got out to a really fast start in the second set. Got the early break and ran out to a 3-love lead on Alcaraz. And Carlos was able to get the break back and then eventually win it in a tie break. And Alcaraz now pushing Djokovic all over the court. Now an inside-out forehand that Djokovic runs down, stabs with his backhand and just long, and it's 40-15. And body blow after body blow now as Djokovic wipes his brow and looks less than 100% as he reaches down to fix his shoes.
This is a fight right now for either player to see who can stabilize their level, and keep it together for a good 20 to 30 minutes.
40-15, game point opening game. Third set here of the first semifinal of the day at the 25 U.S. Open. A little bit later tonight, beginning at 7 o'clock, or should this match go further than that, maybe a little bit after. It's Jannik Sinner and Felix Oja Aliasim. 40-15 second serve. Djokovic backhand into the net, and Carlos Alcaraz holds it 15 to start set number 3.
Guys, I brought it up earlier, but I just want to hit on it one more time because Carlos Alcaraz really spoke candidly about how impacted he was at the Australian Open after Djokovic got treated for his injury. Now, that was mid-first set. That's much different than 2-0. But Carlos, it sounds like he and Juan Carlos Ferrero have really talked a lot about making sure that he keeps his foot on the gas no matter what's happening to his opponent, and today that opponent would be the greatest of all time.
It becomes even more difficult, Mark, in a match that really has been devoid of any kind of rhythm from either player. To be able to keep your level up seems to have been hard for both.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that you have to go through. You have to figure out, I guess, what you're going to do with your time when your opponent is getting treated.
First serve out to the Carlos forehand. Djokovic moves forward down the line towards the backhand, eliciting the error, and it's 15-love.
Yeah, when your opponent is getting treated, and then how you refocus and reset and sort of flip the switch back on.
So Djokovic serving at 15-love. Love won third set. Alcaraz took the first two, 6-4, 7-6. Novak Djokovic winding up for a second serve. Alcaraz takes his backhand down the line towards the forehand of Djokovic, goes behind Carlos, slices short, brings Djokovic in, and then passes him cross-court with the forehand winner. It's 15-all.
Yeah, Djokovic has been holding line every time he's been coming in, so that cross-court pass was wide open for Carlos. Just nice recognition there.
Bringing Djokovic forward. Both players have been very successful when coming forward on their own terms. A little bit of a different story, especially on the Djokovic side when Carlos has made him move forward. Another big first serve from Djokovic there for 30-15 as we cross the 2-hour threshold of this match. This is the warmest and most humid day we've had at the U.S. Open so far. Almost feels like Novak Djokovic is like a different person than we saw in his first round match, though, against American learner Tien. That was his first match since Wimbledon, and it looked like he was gasping for air. Novak hasn't been doing that, but he does have a little issue that's been going on with his shoulder and neck on the right side that he's had some work on. Now it's a forehand cross court from Alcaraz, down the line from Djokovic, backhand cross court from Alcaraz, and now a backhand cross court from Djokovic that forces the error from the Carlos backhand, and it's 40-15.
I still think it's significant that all he's played this summer has been Geneva, Paris, Wimbledon, and here.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Carlos Alcaraz comes in on an 11-match win streak. He won Cincinnati before he started this event, and then flew right here and played the mixed doubles with Emma Raducanu. That's a serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Alcaraz cross court to the Djokovic backhand, who tries to go down the line for the clean winner, but it's just wide, and it's 40-30.
Wait, so Mark, are you citing Djokovic's schedule there in terms of you think he's got the freshness to push this to 5?
Well, both.
Yeah.
I think his body probably is a little bit more fresh, but
Yeah.
I think that's why he's not quite maybe feeling as sharp as
right.
he's accustomed to.
Agreed on both points there.
Like, not everyone can play the Federer-Serena schedule.
40-30, and a big first serve out wide, and Alcaraz nets the backhand return, and it's 1-all. Although I will say, if anyone can play the Federer-Serena schedule, it would be Novak Djokovic.
True. Long look at the box there, huh, Nick? Did you see that after the hold?
From Djokovic.
Yeah, from Novak, yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, at this point, it's just him sort of getting out that nervous energy.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe just wanting to have that discussion, but oftentimes it's they tell him things and he sort of bats back what they've suggested. Yeah, I just totally agree on both those points, though, Mark, that you just made. And it's so incredible, and we're not demeaning whatsoever what Novak has achieved at 38 and all 4 major semis this year, but he does have that kind of game where he needs a few more reps than a Serena or a Roger would at this stage of a Grand Slam.
Big swinger out wide, and the opening point of 1-all in the third for Carlos Alcaraz. The reply from Djokovic doesn't even reach the net, and it's 15-love.
Just gone a little flat in here, guys, the energy.
I sense the crowd was really hoping that Novak could figure out a way to pull out that second set.
They've headed out for a honeydeuce.
All right, so they're going to come back lubricated. So that's good. That's good for everybody.
I think that actually presents more of a challenge right now for Alcaraz. How does he keep his focus when the energy has left the building a little bit?
A couple of first serves here in this 1-all game helped, forcing errors off the return. It's 30-love.
Yeah, typically he needs that engagement. He needs that, that excitement kind of keeps him locked in.
Second serve at 30-love into the forehand. Serve and volley from Alcaraz. He went for the drop volley on the forehand side. If there's one thing that Carlos didn't really bring to this fight today is his touch on the forehand side.
Well, Djokovic didn't recover. He didn't move. That ball had to go anywhere in the blue, and it was a winner.
Second time we've kind of seen that from Carlos. Maybe the third time this match. 2 times off the ground, and this time off the volley, where Djokovic isn't making a play on it. And he missed. Maybe that's why. Think that could throw him off for a split second? Like, wait, why isn't he moving?
Yeah, maybe his periphery, he saw there was no activity.
Second serve at 30-15. Djokovic backhand returned into the backhand of Alcaraz. Now forehand of Alcaraz cross court. Down the line goes Djokovic. Hard into the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. And it's 30-all.
This is why every point matters. You blow an easy volley at 30-love when you're cruising, then all of a sudden, it just takes one good shot from your opponent. You're back in a tough game.
And Carlos, looking at his box, can't really quite seem to understand how he missed that.
I think he was thinking about the volley, actually.
First serve into the backhand of Djokovic. Now a backhand dropper from Carlos. Djokovic is there. Pops a defensive lob over Alcaraz's head, but long. And that time Novak knows he had an opportunity that he let slip by. It's 40-30.
We could be wrong, but that's the first time he's won a drop shot point today, Alcaraz.
I think you might be right about that. I can't remember one that he's won.
The pass.
And a big ace out wide from Carlos Alcaraz. He holds for 2-1 here in the third set.
Alcaraz leads by 2-1.
It looked for a moment there like Djokovic might be able to turn this momentum just a little bit. And there have been a couple moments, Nick, where it looks like Novak's been on the precipice. Carlos has been able to fight his way out of those so far.
It's just been it's been a fascinating match to me, guys, because it doesn't feel like either of them have hit their top level. We've had great points. We've had great moments. I thought when Djokovic won that thrilling drop shot point in, I think it was the third or fourth point of the tiebreak, that he was then really going to explode with sort of this alpha energy. It just didn't happen. But it's been Alcaraz who's been able to navigate that a little bit better. And with that in mind, I think I asked Mark Lucero, is there a strategic change that Djokovic can execute here to try to make some sort of difference, steal this set, and then work his way back into this match?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got to continue to be trying to put pressure on the Alcaraz second serve. I mean, it's been a little inconsistent, like Djokovic, at least what the intention looks like from here, where he'll do it for periods of time and then he will kind of back off. I mean, a lot of times the momentum has started to shift when it's been sort of a loose point from Alcaraz combined with, you know, a good point from Djokovic, but then he hasn't been able to capitalize. I think he just got to keep pushing, and I would try to tell him, hey, be more aggressive, take a little more risk from the baseline.
I'll make an observation, having called Novak's last two matches coming in here, and both the players he played against had opportunities in those matches, and when those opportunities arose, neither seemed to be able to take advantage of it. If they had a ball in the middle of the court, they didn't do quite enough with it, or they missed a ball when they had a chance to put Novak in position. And my observation on this match is that Novak the roles have been reversed a little bit. It looks like Novak doesn't have the confidence he would necessarily have against any other players in the world except Alcaraz and Sinner. And he's the one who's been hesitant to take control when he's had the opportunities today, which is shocking but also understanding. Second serve, first point. Djokovic serving at 1-2 here in set number 3. Backhand from Alcaraz clips the top of the tape. Djokovic has it, moves forward. Alcaraz had a look at a pass, but shanked it long and wide, and it's 15-love.
15-love.
I think he let Novak out of trouble right there.
He did. He had a look there, as Novak was forced to move forward from the net cord. But it's 15-love. Djokovic serving down 2 sets to love. 1-2 in the third. Here comes Novak's offering at 15-love. Extended ball bouncing as well, and the wind and fire. Novak serving and volleying. Backhand volley long off the return from Carlos. That was kind of a three-quarter serve and volley to get maybe closer to the net.
Like a half-committed volley, too. He's stuck some nice backhand volleys. A little bit surprised by that one.
Novak looking up and wincing just a little bit
grimacing.
there.
Yeah, guys, it feels a little to me like the moment is maybe hitting Novak on court. Down 2 sets to love, again in a major semi.
First serve into the backhand of Alcaraz, and then Novak wildly flails at a forehand that goes about 10 feet long that he shanked, and it's 15-30. And to both of your points here, it feels like momentum is firmly on the Alcaraz side of the court, and perhaps a little lowering of the shoulders and the head from Djokovic. We'll see. The greatest player that we've ever seen can pick himself up off the canvas here a little bit. First serve long. Alcaraz has given Djokovic some freebies in these opportunities, but Djokovic doesn't even give him a chance. A very, very awkward looking double fault from Novak Djokovic, completely off balance. Didn't even reach the middle of the net, and it's 15-40, and Djokovic is right up to the line.
That
to serve.
Barely got above his head.
And serve out wide. Djokovic serve and volley. Alcaraz going to run it down. Tries to go around the net cord, but wide. And Djokovic saves a break point. Holy moly.
It was another one of those instances where Djokovic didn't recover after the volley. He just stood and watched it and straight to the line like the last point.
So Djokovic facing break point again at 1-2 in the third. It's 30-40. First serve long into the backhand wing of Alcaraz. Into his windup. Djokovic, second serve off the top of the net, and it's a back-to-back double faults. Novak Djokovic has broken himself as Alcaraz takes a 3-1 lead in the third.
Alcaraz leads by 3
Novak looking a little like a broken man out there right
Guys,
now.
that was shocking. I mean, that previous double fault, 80 miles an hour, his entire, not just his left shoulder, his entire upper body dropped. And then there, that second serve, he looked completely out of rhythm. This is not a scene we've seen many times on a tennis court. Novak looking defeated mid-match.
So Carlos Alcaraz now with a massive advantage. 2 sets to love to the good and 3-1 serving here in set number 3. Second serve and a double fault from Alcaraz.
I mean, that's head scratching after what you've just seen in the last game from your opponent. Gotta find a way to make him play.
Love 15, Alcaraz. First serve into the ad court down the tee to the forehand of Djokovic, and then a forehand winner from Carlos, and Novak didn't even take a step for it. Novak was frozen, but also looked like he didn't have the energy to push off towards his forehand. Mark, you and I were kind of commenting in between sets. It's kind of a weird match. It's only getting weirder right now. 15 all.
It's got to be weird for Alcaraz as well to be playing this right now. I mean, someone
Yes.
you have a ton of respect for. You know what they're capable of.
Second serve, Djokovic returned to the backhand of Alcaraz, now moving to his backhand side, slices it, and then doesn't even make a move to his forehand side as Alcaraz puts it into the open court for 30-15. It looks like all the energy has left Novak's body right now.
Really ginger when he was trying to decelerate in that ad corner and change direction. He took a couple extra steps and probably what would have been, or what should have been, like a slide and then quick pivot out of the corner.
So Alcaraz now at 30-15. And a first serve into the forehand of Djokovic, middle of the court. Djokovic moving to his forehand, slaps it hard down the middle. Alcaraz goes behind him. Novak slaps at it with his forehand and then tries to hit a forehand winner. Novak Djokovic is either out of energy or injured, but this is not the Novak Djokovic we are used to seeing.
No, guys, but it's not exactly clear to me. Is it an acute injury, or is it just the wounded warrior out here?
40-15, points for 4-1. And an ace down the tee for Carlos Alcaraz. We're going to keep it here on US Open Radio as we watch Novak Djokovic at the change of ends here at 1-4 in the third, down 2 sets to love.
The trainer's in the corner, guys. I mean, he's the one sort of waiting to see if he's being called upon, but Novak not making any move towards Eva Astaraki as to that being necessary. So that to me then, Mark, I'm curious your perspective. That means, to me, it feels like it's more that Novak's wounded on the scoreboard and maybe a little bit in his heart because he's put everything into it and it just hasn't been enough in those first 2 sets.
Yeah, or it's just one of those things that, treatment's not really going to help. I've seen that before from players where they kind of think it's pointless to bring the trainer out. Nick, I was actually going to ask you, did it look like he was not quite limping, but walking a little awkwardly past the chair umpire as he crossed over?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
For sure.
It looks also, just those last 2 points, it looked like he didn't want to decelerate hard and plant hard, especially when he was moving to his left. And I'm just curious if that's something related to, like you said, the left hip or something like that, one of the joints.
Carlos Alcaraz has reached 7 consecutive finals. And he's looking to reach his 7th major final, his 7th Grand Slam final. He is 2 games away, up 2 sets to love, and Novak Djokovic serving at 1-4 in the third. Here's Djokovic's first offering down the middle to the Alcaraz backhand. Now Carlos goes to the backhand and Novak. Middle of the court, Carlos goes to the forehand of Novak. Out wide, and Carlos misses a forehand. Interesting to see that Alcaraz didn't try to make Novak Djokovic move at all in that point, hitting right down the middle of the court. And Djokovic right up to the line at 15 love, wasting no time. In stark contrast to the way he played the first 2 sets of this match with the extended ball bouncing before each serve. Novak looks like he just wants to get to it as quickly as possible. 15 love, first serve after a let on the first serve offering. Down the tee and an ace from Novak Djokovic. Just his third of the match, and it's 30 love. And if there's anyone that can come back from the person we've been talking about and take the name out of it, it'd be Novak Djokovic. First serve into the forehand of Alcaraz. Big return to the forehand of Novak, who comes forward, and then Carlos flips a topspin lob up his backhand wing over Djokovic's head, who just racket taps and says, too good. And indeed it was. It's 30-15.
Volley, not quite enough done with it. Just not able to get back to that lob right there.
It was a tough volley to hit. It was really low that Djokovic tried to cut off before it bounced. Either way, Djokovic still with the lead. 30-15 at 1-4 in the third. Down 2 sets to love. First serve down the tee and another ace.
Same spot. This is Muggs' go-to serve.
But guys, let's just remind ourselves, this is only one break of serve. So get a hold here and then make a push for a break back.
And he's a point away from getting that hold indeed, Nick. It is 40-15. And a second serve coming after the first serve is long. Alcaraz returned deep to the backhand of Djokovic, and then Alcaraz goes inside out on the backhand wing. Djokovic doesn't even make a move. Clean winner for Carlos, and it's 40-30. All right, so Djokovic first serve to the forehand of Alcaraz into the backhand of Djokovic. Now backhand down the line from Djokovic to the forehand of Alcaraz. Novak goes down the line to the backhand of Carlos, and that backhand sails long. Game Djokovic. It's 4-2 and 2 sets to love for Alcaraz, and now Djokovic takes a look at his right hand.
You know, one thing I like that Alcaraz is playing the match the same way, regardless of what's happening on the other side of the net. I mean, it's easy for you and me to say, oh, like, now just run Novak. And I think after having gone through what he went through in Australia, again, where he had a hard time when sort of things were happening in the match, looks like he's really trying to keep it the same, do it the same, keep the intensity the same, keep the game plan the same.
I think Carlos and Novak both know that the intensity in this building is about to rise if Novak can get into this Alcaraz service game. But an ace on the first point makes it 15 love for Carlos at 4-2 in the third. And this crowd is trying right now. They are trying to get Novak. Give him some juice.
Still rather flat in here, though.
15 love and a first serve miss. Second serve coming. Alcaraz serving at 15 love, 4-2 in the third. Djokovic returned right to the toes of Alcaraz at the baseline, then pushes him towards his forehand side. Down the line goes Djokovic. Alcaraz replies with a backhand cross court. And now a short angle backhand cross court from Alcaraz moves Djokovic all the way off the court and nearly falls into the photographer's pit as he tries to smack a backhand cross court. It hits the net, and it's 30 love.
Yeah, he didn't want to go out to the left side and plant hard. It looked like on the left leg, he kind of just jogged through this running backhand.
Well, and you're right. And on the ball before it, he actually slid with his opposite leg, which he normally wouldn't do going out to his backhand side. 30 love. First serve into the forehand of Djokovic, and now Djokovic sliced down the middle of the court. Carlos goes inside in. Djokovic is planted in the center of the court. It's a clean winner, and it's 40 love.
This, to me, is arguably one of the most challenging games of the day for Alcaraz. Got the lead, can see the finish line, but has a wounded opponent across the net, and he has been locked in.
40 love. And a serve down the middle. That Djokovic now goes to the forehand of Alcaraz, goes down the line towards the backhand of Djokovic. Novak can't move really well to his left side at this point. And it is 5-2. Carlos Alcaraz will stay here as they change ends. Carlos Alcaraz, a game away now from a U.S. Open final. And Nick, to your earlier point about the crowd being flat, I think there was an expectation that this could be an all-timer here. Carlos has kind of taken that out of Novak's hands, and maybe Novak's body has taken that out of this match, because now he's shaking out his right hand as well.
Well, it's just actualizing through all different parts of his body, isn't it? I mean, I think Novak just mentally, he felt like he had to win one of those first 2 sets where he is physically. And, you know, like Mark's saying, we're not the players, we're not out there, we can't feel what they're feeling, but Djokovic just completely deflated after dropping that second set, especially with not only the mountain to climb coming back from 2 sets to love down, but to do it against Carlos Alcaraz, that just felt like Novak was going to have to run to the top of Ash, you know, over the next 3 hours, over and over and over again. And he's just not there physically the way that he once was.
I mean, to be fair, too, I mean, what he's done this year is absolutely incredible, and to play at the level he's played and to beat these players that he's beating routinely.
Oldest player ever to make the semis of all 4 majors in a season. He is 38 years of age, Novak Djokovic. He is in the final 4 of the U.S. Open after doing the same at Wimbledon, Roland Garros, and Australia before that in 2025. It is amazing.
Thank you.
But Novak Djokovic now has to hold serve to stay in the U.S. Open. It is 2-5 in the third, and Novak Djokovic is ready to serve. First serve long. Second serve coming. Alcaraz waiting. Djokovic serves to the forehand of Alcaraz, deep to the forehand corner of Djokovic. You can't handle the return, and it's love 15. Djokovic into the body of Alcaraz. Chip return. Carlos didn't really move the feet there. Kind of got stuck.
Yeah, he was surprised, like, oh, only 108 on my racket?
15 all. First serve to the forehand of Alcaraz. Return to the forehand of Djokovic, who tries to go down the line and clips the tape.
15-30.
And it is 15-30. Two points from the U.S. Open final. Carlos Alcaraz. Djokovic serving at 15-30. Tries to go to the Alcaraz backhand and hits the net. Second serve coming. Djokovic serving down 2 sets to love and 2-5 in the third. And it's a double fault from Novak Djokovic. His 5th of the match. And it's a match point for Carlos Alcaraz. First serve from Djokovic out to the forehand of Alcaraz. Serve and volley, and the volley is wide. Carlos Alcaraz will play on Sunday for the U.S. Open title and the #1 ranking in the world after a straight set win over Novak Djokovic. 6-4, 7-6, 6-2. There was a warm embrace and some kind words shared at the net. Handshakes for the chair umpire, Eva Azaraki-Moore, and Carlos Alcaraz will feel the love, and he will take the golf swing that he has used after his matches. Rory McIlroy looking on early in the tournament, and Carlos getting into the golf. Oh, and Sergio Garcia in the crowd today, smiling at his Spanish compatriot. And Carlos Alcaraz takes out Novak Djokovic in straights to advance to the 2025 U.S. Open final.
Now he's going to kick the feet up, Russ. Didn't spend too much time on court. Hopefully watch his opponents battle it out over the next couple hours. He's going to hit the recovery room, going to get some food, do some treatment, and then get out of here and get back to the hotel and chill out.
Well, guys, I mean, we obviously feel for Novak Djokovic just watching both of these players pack their bags. Russ, we're going to hear from Carlos in a second, but listen to this crowd for Novak. I don't know if what you see on your monitors, guys, but that looks like quite an emotional Novak Djokovic as he walks off this court and salutes this Arthur Ashe Stadium crowd. What a Grand Slam season he's had. 4 major semifinals. but he has just run into a wall of greatness. Sinner at the last two, at the French and at Wimbledon, and today against Carlos Alcaraz, who, listen, it wasn't the prettiest of match, I think we can agree on that, but Carlos Alcaraz was so solid. It was a more mature performance from him today. He's got a big smile on his face as he's putting his jacket on here. He's about to talk to James Blake, but this was what Carlos Alcaraz hoped for, to get into this final, Russ, and he earned his way today with it.
Carlos Alcaraz has yet to drop a set. He's only been broken twice, and he's into the U.S. Open final. Now he speaks with James Blake.
Carlos, congratulations. You just played the greatest returner of all time and only got broken one time. It's only the second time all tournament. How good does your serve feel, and how confident are you right now?
Well, yeah, it's a great feeling. Once again in the final here in the US Open, it feels amazing. To be honest, means a lot to me. Today, I think it wasn't. I'd say it wasn't the best level of the the tournament for me, but I just keep a good level since the beginning until the last point. I served pretty well. That today I think was really important. Being there, trying to play a really physical match. I think I did it. So I mean, in general, I just played a really good tennis, and just really happy to be able to play my second final here in the US Open.
So you had 2 days off, but I heard you actually had a win during those 2 days against your good buddy Sergio Garcia on the golf course. So can you tell me about the winning putt in that one?
I think he owes me $200 right now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I had 2 days, and I made a game, with Sergio, with David. That they're here with Juanqui as well. I played with David. We beat them. So it was a good day. We were talking about how many strokes he had to give me.
Well, no. We can't hear you, so we gotta hear about the winning putt.
I didn't hear. He didn't hear. So what I say is I won. So $400 I won. So that's all you should know.
Well, that's important. Carlos Alcaraz, your finalist. Good luck on Sunday.
Thank you.
Carlos Alcaraz, he's been a winner on the court all week and apparently a winner on the golf course.
Hey, great competitors put themselves in pressure situations in any format, and that's just going to make them tougher for the final here, I think.
Nick, we'll get some final thoughts from you on this first semifinal. Carlos even mentioned that it wasn't the level that I think everyone expected it to be. But what stuck out to you about this performance from either Alcaraz, Djokovic, or both?
Well, what stuck out to me is just the way that Carlos navigated some sticky situations. There were junctures in this match where it just felt like both guys weren't playing their best, yes, but that's tennis. You've got to beat your opponent on the day, and I thought that Carlos showed, I said maturity earlier, and that's what they're working towards, right? I think they felt like at Wimbledon in the final, he didn't show up the way that they wanted him to against Jannik Sinner. And he said after his previous match, Russ, that he is playing some of the best tennis of his career. That was when he took out Jiří Lehečka in the quarterfinals. This wasn't his best tennis, but today, as this crowd's asking for one more signed autographed tennis ball from Carlos Alcaraz, he's driving it up to the upper deck. I was just impressed with the way that the serve at the end of that second set, and then remember it was 4-1 in the second set breaker, and then he was able to navigate things really nicely overall. I think that was well done from Carlos. And a word on Novak, man, he's the GOAT. I don't know, is that one of the final chapters for Novak at the US Open, the final chapter? We don't know. I don't even think he knows, but just total respect to Novak and what he's been able to craft, really the greatest career of all time in our sport.
Quick question for you, Nick, before we let you go. Did you notice anything from Novak as he walked off the court that might suggest that he took an extra second we weren't able to see?
Well, I felt like he looked quite emotional on his face. That's what I felt, Russ. He walked out onto the actual blue of the court and waved to the crowd, more so than you would just sort of like with a normal walk-off. But do we read anything into that? I don't know. But it certainly felt like more of a moment than we usually see.
Ken Rosewall, at the age of 39, reached the major final. We'll see if Novak Djokovic tries to do it next year. He's 38 years of age. Nick McCarville, well done.
Thanks, Russ. A total pleasure.
Good stuff from Nick McCarville here on our first semifinal of the day of the 2025 U.S. Open. We'll get some thoughts from you, Mark Lucero, about what we just witnessed. What'd you think?
Yeah, I almost feel like it's one of those, maybe like a no-win situation for Alcaraz. He was the heavy favorite, even though he was playing somebody who he hasn't beaten on hard courts, but he was the heavy favorite. Right? He came out, handled his business, and he got 2 sets, and Novak Djokovic started to feel, he would look visibly maybe bothered, injured at the back end of that second set, but he played pretty well. I mean, he competed really well. He didn't play necessarily great consistently, but I think all credit to him. He should feel good about this.
Alcaraz into another U.S. Open final. If you remember in 2022, when he played Casper Ruud for the title, the winner of that match would become world number 1. It's like sliding doors, right? And Alcaraz won that match. No matter who he plays on the final on Sunday, Alcaraz will have a chance to be number 1 in the world again. Should it be Jannik Sinner, it'll be the first time in the Open era that the number 1 and number 2 ranked players met in the finals of every major in one season. It happened in 1964 with Fred Stolle and Roy Emerson. That's before the Open era. It's never happened in the Open era. The second semi tonight is Jannik Sinner, the world number 1, and Felix Oja Aliassime, who's into another semifinal at the U.S. Open, second of his career. We'll be back with much more on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Stick around. Fly from the backhand wing, and Djokovic skies a forehand inside out and long, and Carlos Alcaraz has broken the Djokovic serve in the opening game of this semifinal. Set point now for Carlos Alcaraz. He hasn't faced a break point yet in his first set. This is his first set point. It's 40-30, 5-4. First serve down the tee to the forehand, and a big vamos from Carlos Alcaraz as the Djokovic return hits the net. Alcaraz takes the first set 6-4 on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And Alcaraz took the first set 6-4 after breaking Novak in the first game of the match. Here's love 15, first serve down the tee that Alcaraz gets to, but very short. Now Novak comes forward to the backhand. Alcaraz throws up a defensive lob. He runs down the overhead, and it's a forehand pass off the Djokovic overhead. That's too hot to handle, and it's love 30.
Danger time here for Djokovic.
Second serve from Alcaraz to the backhand of Djokovic. It is wide, and Carlos Alcaraz with a fist pump and a huge vamos towards his box has taken a 2-sets-to-love lead. 7-6 in the second after winning the first 6-4. Wind up Djokovic, second serve off the top of the net, and it's a back-to-back double faults. Novak Djokovic has broken himself as Alcaraz takes a 3-1 lead in the third. First serve from Djokovic out to the forehand of Alcaraz. Serve and volley, and the volley is wide. Carlos Alcaraz will play on Sunday for the U.S. Open title and the number 1 ranking in the world after a straight set win over Novak Djokovic. 6-4, 7-6, 6-2. back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, here on Friday, the second week of the main draw, the 2025 U.S. Open. Russ Taylor, Mark Lucero here in studio as Carlos Alcaraz has just taken out Novak Djokovic in straight sets to advance to the U.S. Open final. It'll be his 7th Grand Slam final of his young career for the 22-year-old. And coming up in about an hour's time, world number 1 Jannik Sinner will face off against Felix Oja Aliassime from Canada in the second semifinal to determine who will be playing Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's finale here at the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Center. Tomorrow afternoon, it's the Women's Championship match. Aryna Sabalenka back in the final again after winning it a year ago, but a new finalist as she took out her finalist opponent last year, Jessie Pegula, in 3 tight sets. She'll take on Amanda Anisimova, who lost in the Wimbledon final, famously love and love, to Iga Swiatek. And Anisimova coming through in a big way, taking out Naomi Osaka in the semifinals late last night. It'll be Anisimova against Sabalenka at 4 p.m. Eastern, and you can hear it live here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Russ Taylor and Mark Lucero. And Mark, you have some good knowledge of the women's game, obviously, and Anisimova specifically, since you worked in her camp for a while earlier this year. How do you sort of handicap that final? How does it need to look for either player to be successful?
You know, there's going to be an edge, obviously, I think, to Sabalenka, at least on paper, in terms of comfort in finals. She's established herself, obviously, as someone who plays for Grand Slam titles routinely. She's no stranger to finals. For Anisimova, it's going to be about imposing her game. She's one of the players who can rush anyone on tour with her pace, with her ability to take balls early and take away opponents' time driving balls through the court. She can do that to Sabalenka. However, she also owns the head-to-head overall in all their matchups. So, on paper, there's maybe a slight edge to Sabalenka for the experience side. The other side of on paper is the head-to-head, where there's maybe you tip the edge to Anisimova if she can execute.
Well, that's the interesting thing, is Sabalenka rarely gets onto a court where the person on the other side of the court can actually hit her off the court. And Anisimova is one of the few people in the world. Rybakina sometimes can pull that off as well, but there aren't many of them. Is it first strike tennis? Is whoever grabs the point first wins the point?
Yeah, I think the first strike tennis, like that sort of mentality, favors Anisimova. One of the areas that Sabalenka has sort of separated herself from the rest of the tour is her variety. She's added shape to the forehand. When she can play heavy with the forehand, she can change the pace of the rally. She can drop. She's been using the drop shot periodically. She can slice. But it really comes down to serve. If she can serve and not give Anisimova looks in the Sabalenka serve games, puts a lot of pressure on her opponents in their own serve games. That frees her up.
Look, you've been around her before. Are you surprised at how she was able to bounce back at the way she did from losing in the way she did in the Wimbledon final, like most people have been? Or from what you saw from her, you're like, no, that kind of makes sense. She's really good at compartmentalizing and moving on.
No, no surprise whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the highest amount and have had the highest amount of faith in her. What I think you saw at Wimbledon was a situation that spun out of control really quickly. And sports give you this window into people's psyches that, that they're very, for lack of a better word, they're naked out in the court by themselves.
Sure.
They're very exposed.
Tennis especially.
You're out there by yourself. And we saw someone at a kind of a low point, but she's bounced back. But the thing is, tennis is a microcosm of life. Like, she's faced really difficult things in her own life and come through them. And that, to me, makes me feel confident in her ability to withstand, and we've already seen that.
Yeah, both these players have actually faced some serious adversity off the court, come through it glowingly. Aryna Sabalenka and Amanda Anisimova are two players to be respected for their competitive spirit and the way they carry themselves. It's good for the women's game. A little bit of a bummer that the American women couldn't come through. Oh, no, what am I saying? Amanda is another American woman in the final. Pardon me. By the way, every major this season, there's been an American woman in the final.
I mean, American women's tennis is so deep, so strong, and there's more players behind them. I mean, a tremendous credit to, I think to the USTA player development and to all the people that have worked really hard to help get them here, and ultimately to the players themselves.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Amanda Anisimova, actually, she's at the top of the list. She's the only one to reach 2 finals at the majors this year. I'm sure she would love to join Maddie Keys and Coco Gauff in the winner's circle, especially here at the home slam, and especially here not far from where she grew up in New Jersey.
Yeah, and I think it'll happen at some point. If it doesn't happen here, people move at their own timeline, and when they're ready, and things happen at the right time. But there's no doubt in my mind, as I know that there's no doubt in her mind that, winning a Grand Slam is in her future.
Yeah, something that'll come through. And we saw that with Maddie Keys so long ago in the final here of the U.S. Open. Didn't bring her A game on that night, and it took quite some time, but on her time, she becomes a major champion in Australia earlier this year. Perhaps Saturday is the day that Amanda Anisimova can do the same, but we will see. I want your thoughts quickly on the match. We're gonna listen to, we're gonna watch between Jannik Sinner and Felix Oja Aliassime. Sinner, we kind of know that he has just been playing levels above everyone except Carlos Alcaraz. He has made mincemeat of everyone in front of him in the draw, as has Alcaraz, by the way. But Felix is a kid who broke out at 18 years of age, really shot up quickly on tour, and in the last couple years has struggled just a little bit to find his form. Now he's back. From what you've seen, what is Felix doing better right now that has allowed him to get to this point?
I did a couple of his matches earlier this week. I think there's a level of enjoyment that I see actually in him that I don't remember ever seeing, and I've seen him quite a bit. He's smiling in matches. It looks like he's playing with a little bit more joy. He served particularly well. One area that he's really shored up is the backhand. That always was a little bit of a hole in his game. It's going to really get tested tonight, that's for sure. But he's got to serve well today. I think he's got to try to get into the court. And he has to fight that feeling of needing to play perfect tennis and needing to blow Sinner off the court. I mean, Sinner had a tough match at least a tough beginning of the match with Shapovalov, another kind of dynamic, athletic player. Maybe that happens tonight.
You know what? Prem Sripapat, our colleague at U.S. Open Radio, spoke to Felix about that very thing. Let's listen into that.
I don't know, a couple of years older.
More mature, more experience, better player.
Exactly. The same thing again. But on top of those, fundamentals, I do feel that I was a bit maybe unaware of how difficult the journey was. Like, it felt normal at the time. It was like, oh, I'm 21, like semifinals of Grand Slam, I'll be there like every year, And then it's not the case. You go through a few struggles, and you kind of now appreciate more this journey of like, okay, putting things in place, working in a way to get yourself there, and knowing now, like, okay, I did put things in place to get there, and now I'm here, and I kind of understand more, the process and how difficult it is to get to those stages of a Grand Slam.
That goes back to what you're saying, Mark Lucero. That was Felix Oja Aliassime with Prem Sripapat, our terrific reporter here on U.S. Open Radio. It goes back to what you were kind of saying about Amanda, or anybody really for that matter. It all happens at their own time, and Felix thought maybe, hey, this is kind of easy. I get here, and then you realize it's not as easy as it seemed, and he seems more mature and to seem like he's earned it. Like he feels like, I've worked my way through this and I belong in this position. At least that's what I got out of that.
That's what it sounds like, and it's a much different feeling than when you're fresh on tour and you just think this is the way it's supposed to be. You sort of have an appreciation when you've been through the fire, so to speak, and then you come out of it.
Yeah, and he comes out of it, but he steps right back into the fire because he's facing Jannik Sinner. Jannik Sinner just a year younger than Felix, but he seems to do everything just a little bit and sometimes a lot of it better than everyone he faces except Carlos Alcaraz and sometimes Carlos.
It's incredible because I'm going to come back to the point that we were just talking about with Felix and with Amanda Anisimova. I was having a conversation with Darren Cahill maybe 2 years ago, and he was talking about what Jannik Sinner does in a typical day where, he goes to practice and he's a couple hours in the gym and a couple hours with the physio and then doing all these different little tiny details. And he also made the point to say he hasn't always been like that. He doesn't just do that, and he's been doing it. He had to work to get to that point because in the past he couldn't do it. So he had to sort of, again, arrive on his own timeline to the point in his career when all those details mattered to him, and he could do it, and he could tolerate that, and he could dedicate his life in that singular kind of way.
Yeah, and the other thing I think is fascinating is that while Carlos Alcaraz, who we saw today comprehensively in straight sets, beating Novak Djokovic, is certainly towards the end of the third, kind of knocked the body blows, got Novak out of there. But as well, Carlos likes to just have so much fun, and he brings the crowd in. Jannik has this, that whenever he's asked about his own dominance, he defers to the work. He always says, "Oh well, I have to go back and work on this, and I got to go." He seems so focused that he's not giving himself. I wonder if years from now he'll take a step back and be like, "Oh, that's really cool, all the stuff I've been able to do." Because right now he's clearly living in it, but that's his fuel, right?
Yep.
Like that's his personality.
And to Carlos, probably explains also why he has the ups and downs. Because he doesn't live that singular life. I don't know if you saw the Netflix documentary. That drives his team nuts because he'll go and
do a beat them.
Yeah, he'll do whatever he does, and then maybe have a bad tournament or two. But
by the way, that's gone away, right? Like that whole narrative about Carlos Alcaraz. Now the up and down, we saw it even in the match. The ups and downs happen during a match. The dude has made the final at least of every event since April. So the Carlos taking a match off or a tournament, like that narrative seems to be almost gone at this point, which is amazing.
But he arrived at it when he was ready to arrive at it.
Totally, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's really been fascinating, and we're so lucky to have seen it, I feel like, as tennis fans, that so soon after the big three, and Novak is still around. Look, Novak Djokovic is the third best player in the world. Is there any doubt about that?
No.
The problem is I almost feel bad for Novak, because what do you do when you're the greatest player of all time, and because he knows better than anyone else, that there are two guys that are simply better than him right now.
And in this format, the best of 5 sets format, you got to think that presents another obstacle to him getting through that. And is he going to play for quarterfinals and semifinals? I'm not sure. He has always played for trophies and for medals. So I think it's a question for him and his team.
It's true, because these are the tournaments that mean the most to him. He's been very open about the fact that the majors mean the most to him. Obviously, the Olympics meant the most to him, but that was best 2 out of 3 on clay. But the majors, he's got to win 3 out of 5 somehow and get through probably one, maybe both of those guys to get there. It's going to be fascinating to see. Meanwhile, Jannik Sinner is starting to get used to playing in these marquee matchups, of course. Here's Sinner talking about playing at night on Ash like he will tonight.
It's always special to go on Ash to play, and night matches, they are a bit different because there is a bit more attention. I feel like it's a different vibe also around the court, and it's very loud, so it's also different to play. So you have obviously the good and the bad if you play in the evening. So it is very special, and you feel very privileged to step on court in a night time on the biggest court we have.
And we will see Jannik Sinner and Felix Oja Aliasim in less than an hour's time in the second semifinal for the right to play Carlos Alcaraz Sunday in the U.S. Open Men's Championship match. Quick break here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. When we come back, comedian Michael Costa, former D1 tennis player and a fixture on The Daily Show, is going to join us live in studio on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Special hello to everyone watching us on usopen.org, on the U.S. Open app, and the YouTube channel, the U.S. Open Tennis Championships channel, and listening to us on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, Sirius XM Radio, and the TuneIn app as well. Russ Thaler now with Mike Cation on set, and Michael Costa, former terrific D1 player at the University of Illinois, and now a top-notch comedian who is a staple on The Daily Show on Comedy Central, and also a guy that I shared a 2-hour car ride with randomly back in February from Asheville to Charlotte, North Carolina. So good to see you again, Michael.
You can't say that about everybody.
No, you can't. I mean,
we shared a 2-hour car ride,
right.
minivan together, but we had a good time. And I'll tell you, everyone, Russ, the Russ that you see here is the Russ that you see off air too.
For better or worse.
Yeah, exactly.
So it is.
I didn't say if it was better or worse.
That's fair enough. Mike, you've known Michael for a while?
Yeah, it's been about 25 years since we knew each other at the University of Illinois. I was the public address announcer when Mike was playing under Craig Tiley. Pretty decent team that you were a part of.
Yep.
And you got to world number 864.
Yeah, post-college. Also, thanks to Craig and a lot of the Illinois infrastructure, you quickly learn that you got to get better faster. And also, I had to raise money after college to go play professionally. The players that you guys talk about they're making money doing this, but when you're grinding in the futures, there is no money. I had to I sold shares of myself to potential investors, and they bought me, and they lost all their money, obviously.
Russ, I was too poor to invest at the time.
Yes.
Right.
Way too poor working at radio back in Illinois.
You gave him emotional support, I'm sure.
Which is important.
Well, the other thing you've learned is that you need to self-promote. You got to do it. You're doing it right now.
Yes,
with
that's
with the Lucky Loser, that's the name of Michael's book that is out and for sale. You can buy it anywhere you want, Amazon or
And I read the audio book. If you're not a big reader, I read the audio book. That's available on Audible and Spotify. And it's my story of how I went from a failed professional tennis player to somewhat successful stand-up comedian.
Yeah, and from our conversation, it actually sounds a lot like tennis, to tell you the truth.
It is.
You had to work in the futures, if you will, of the comedy circuit in front of very few people.
I mean, I was at one point bombing in a bowling alley basement, and I could hear people above me throwing strikes, and the pins were falling. So you have this dichotomy of failure and their success. And it reminded me so much of playing a future in Zihuatanejo, Mexico, which is where Andy Dufresne escaped prison to in Shawshank Redemption. There was 2 people watching my match. I said to them after I lost, "Thank you for watching," and they said, "No, we just have the court after you."
I listened to the audiobook. I had a long drive, was listening the entire time. I was just fascinated by that trip you took. I think it was after your freshman year to Paris.
Yes.
I believe it was Jeff Lasky, one of your teammates. Just felt like you were just exploring the world through tennis.
That is the best part of this sport. It's truly global, and I love that a Canadian is playing an Italian right now. I love that the other night when I was here, there was 2 Italians playing each other. It's such a global sport. I love that, and the best part, if you're any good at tennis, is you get to go to these tournaments all around the world, and it's where I saw this whole giant earth is because of tennis, and I'm so thankful for that.
Yeah, we get an American and a Belarusian tomorrow in the championship match as well. It's the most international of all sports. How were you able to keep, in tennis, it's pretty clear. You win and you lose. If you lose all the time, you're clearly not good enough for the next level. But in comedy, there's really no winning or losing. So when you're bombing, how do you keep your confidence up? No, I am funny. In your head, you have to convince, I am funny. People will figure that out eventually if I keep doing it. How did you keep that going?
Self-belief is hard in any profession, for sure. And I miss the objectivity of sport. In tennis, I knew exactly what my ranking was. I was number 864. I couldn't say I was better than that. That was what my number was. In comedy, my God, as soon as I moved over to comedy, these comedians would say, "Oh, I just had the greatest set." And you go, "We watched that. It was terrible. You suck." There is a little bit of delusion needed for self-belief. I'm just so thankful I came from sport, because when I would have a hard set in comedy, I would get back out and practice. And that's exactly what you did in tennis. But there is no ranking system in comedy. I wish there was. It's a good idea.
You've obviously transitioned very well over the last couple of years now on The Daily Show. But I think in terms of the tennis component, Mike, you've been able to go do stuff at Indian Wells with some of the players with Tennis Channel over the last couple of years. What's really kind of stuck out to you when you've been interviewing those guys? I know you interviewed Carlos Alcaraz, Jannik, Felix as well out there. What's kind of stuck out to you now that you're getting to see the top players up close and personal?
You know, they show up to talk to me guarded because it's press and it's Tennis Channel. And then they would walk in and someone would say, you know, this guy's a comedian. And sometimes they would have known who I was through comedy. And all of a sudden you watch their shoulders relax. And I'm asking them, you know, what's your happy place? And Jannik says, oh, it's when I'm skiing. And he starts describing skiing to me. And it's all of a sudden they're actually being open with me, which was really nice. I'm not there to get anything other than just authentic, real person. I'm not asking them, why did you double fault on match point?
You're right.
I know why they double faulted on match point. That's all I ever did was double fault on match point. So I love getting to know the athlete as a real person. I think they also don't get as many opportunities to share their authentic self with us than just the competitor.
I can also speak from personal experience because I watched it in real time when Michael played in an exhibition in Asheville, North Carolina earlier this year where Andre Agassi and Andy Roddick were there and Jess Pegula and Emma Navarro and a bunch of stars like Jeff Probst, who was the biggest star of all, by the way.
It's true.
No doubt. That was a no-doubter. Jeff Probst had a line around the block, it seemed like. But Michael's a player. Like, you know that too. Legit player. And I feel like Andy especially didn't realize that until, but game recognizes game, and I think he kind of took to you a little. I'm going to say there was a little bro love there because he could see that you're a real tennis player, right? Could you feel that?
I love you speaking on behalf of Andy saying I'm a real tennis player. But what's fun for me that moment was I won a few points against him, and then I saw his competitive mind click, and he goes, I want to show this guy a real forehand. And he took a forehand at me, and I was like, okay, here it comes, I'm ready. And all of a sudden, it just dipped. And I was like, where's the ball? You know, and I was a solid tennis player. Where is Andy Roddick's? And I totally shanked the volley. I turned to my left, Andre Agassi was returning. You know, and it was like, to have him as a partner, my father and I used to pop popcorn and watch his matches. And my ankle was all messed up, and I said to him, hey, man, I can't move. My ankle's messed up. And he said, oh, well, my back's all messed up, so we're going to lose. And we lost.
I just saw a reel somewhere about there's good at tennis amongst just the general population, and then there's good at tennis. And it just feels like you even have those levels now. I mean, some of those guys that you're seeing up close and personal now, it's ridiculous compared to even how good you were.
One of the most frustrating things about playing tennis, in particular in New York City, is if you're a decent tennis player, you all are fighting for the same public court. And so I'll wait for 3 hours for a court, and then the person in front of me who gets the court for an hour holds the racket like a pancake in a frying pan and tries to serve, and I go, this person sucks at tennis. I have to now watch this person play for an hour because I'm next. So, but what did I come here to say? Build more tennis courts, USTA. In New York City, we need more tennis courts. It's a constant fight all the time to play tennis.
You know, I'm wondering, remember Bublik after his match against Sinner? Did you see what Bublik at the net was like? Dude, I'm not bad at tennis. He beat him 1-1-1. And he's like, I'm not bad. You're just, cursed. And then he called him an AI player. Have you ever, did you ever have that experience at the pro level, like where you were like, I'm good, and then you just get wiped out, and you're like, okay, what am I doing here?
I played Eric Taino.
Oh, I grew up with Eric Taino.
Yeah. I played him at an exhibition. No, it was a money tournament in Chicago. He was probably 2 leagues above me, right? But I was in the 800s. I think he may even have a win over Fed. Maybe?
That feels like a
stretch. That feels like a stretch. For the sake of the story, he has won multiple Grand Slams. I hit so many winners that he returned as winner, right? I was like, oh, that's a winner. And I'd hit it, and I'd go, wait, why is the ball coming back to me? Different level. Totally different level. And I never played at the highest level. So it's fun to see that. It's hard when you're on the receiving end of it, but what a great sport. We have such a great sport. It's good for the mind. It's good for the soul. It's good for human connection. Don't let this trashy pickleball crap take over.
And it actually extends your life.
Extends your life.
It extends your life by what, like 8 years or something like that?
Tennis circulation improves in your body, and as you get older, men, you need circulation.
What is it about Daily Show correspondents and hosts being involved with tennis? We saw Steve Carell was here.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. I mean, what?
Comedy and tennis are not foreign to each other. You know, you feel vulnerable. You have an opponent. When you win, nothing is better. When you lose, it's your fault. It's the end of the world. So it makes sense to me that comedy and tennis are tied together. And The Daily Show is a New York institution.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
For 30 years, it's been on air. 7 different administrations. Democrats, Republicans. The Daily Show is a fixture in New York. And guess what else is? The U.S. Open, guys.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you that.
Yeah.
No.
Through it all, Jon Stewart. Oh, I guess Craig Kilborn before that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You know, that
Killer.
What?
I forgot about Killer.
Craig
The original
Craig
Killer
Kilborn.
before Darren Cahill.
That's right. Killer Kilborn. Jon Stewart was a college soccer player.
Yeah.
I don't know about tennis, but I will say this. If you're good at soccer, you've got the footwork needed.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, soccer players are really annoying at playing tennis
Yeah.
because they run everything down.
Yeah.
Correct.
And they
The
don't
worst.
get tired.
Yep.
Soccer players can run marathons without even, like, training.
Yeah.
Freaks.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm getting word from Jaime, our producer, that Eric Taino did, in fact, beat Roger Federer.
Look at that.
Well
I
done.
told you guys.
That is unbelievable.
Well done.
Then I will say, I have beaten Eric Taino in, like, practice game. We had the same coach. He was
Yeah.
the best player
Wow.
by far in our group. Shout out Bob Liparopoulos in North Jersey. He was our coach way back in the day. Eric's from Jersey City, New Jersey,
That's
also
right.
from North Jersey.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm not lying here.
Yeah.
He's also a lefty. A hell of a lot better than the rest of us, but he was a really nice guy and better than everybody. So,
And
no
for
shame
those
in
of you
losing.
listening that are going, who's Eric Taino? He's the best tennis player you've ever not seen.
Right.
You know, it's like that's how good and strange this sport is. You
Yes.
know 4 people, men and women, that are currently playing if you're a general fan, and we're here to tell you that there's thousands that are unbelievable. And one of those
come
is
to
named
Fan
Michael
Week.
Costa.
Watch
Yeah.
Challengers.
Come to Fan
Yeah,
Week, watch Challengers, listen to Mike Cation's
Help keep me employed.
dulcet tones,
Yeah.
and come here during Fan Week for free to get on the
Yes.
grounds. By the way, best ticket in sport, I
Yeah.
believe, is Fan Week at the U.S. Open. It's got to be. There's no place you get more bang for your buck than Fan Week here. Free to get on the grounds and watch the guys in qualifying and women.
Oh, my God.
They're
Exactly.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're unbelievable.
Let's put you in the analyst role.
Okay.
Jannik Sinner, Felix Auger-Aliassime. You're going to watch, enjoy a honeydews or two.
Yes.
I'm guessing tonight. Get into the analyst role. Tell us what you think you're going to see tonight.
You know, I watched Jannik play Musetti 2 nights ago, and then the usher asked me for my ticket, and I had to leave because I didn't actually have the right ticket. To me, immediately what sticks out is backhand. And I just don't know if Felix's backhand is going to hold up to what Bublik called the AI robot that is Jannik Sinner.
Yeah.
But you know, this sport is crazy. I never thought Felix would be here.
Yeah, right.
Didn't he have a terrible summer?
Terrible last couple of years.
Just the last couple of
Injuries.
years, right?
Yeah, just really been struggling to get it together, and this has been a breakout performance for him here.
And yes, it has been. And, you know, I would rather a Canadian be in the final than an Italian.
Okay.
I'll tell you that much.
You're going to go geographic.
Nothing against the Italian nation. I made it sound like there's something wrong with Italians.
Mm-hmm.
But as someone who's married to a Canadian,
Okay.
I feel like I have a little bit of vested interest in this. I'm not married to Felix Auger-Aliassime.
He's getting married in a couple weeks.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Not to you.
I am very curious to see how Sinner will exploit Felix's backhand. But I'm rooting for him.
For tonight's match, I'm looking for the celebrity placement. Right
Oh,
now.
do you actually get that?
Yeah, we
I'm
get a little
certain my
list.
We do
name's
get it
not
as
even
well.
on here.
It's no, I'm looking for it. It's not on there. How is that possible?
What? Did you
Celebrity
not
right
ask?
I
here.
bet you my agent spelled my name wrong.
You're going to sit here on radio with us, and
Yeah,
in our glass fishbowl, so everyone can wave.
Also, my friend Sam is here from Bagel NYC, and I just want to shout out Sam is a member of the Fort Greene tennis community, which is a great tennis community in Fort Greene, Brooklyn.
Nice.
Great, you know, people show up to the courts at 5 a.m. to sign up for
It's nuts.
courts the whole day long. And check out Bagel NYC too if you get the opportunity.
Yeah, there's a little tennis connection there
That's
with
right.
Bagel
Yeah.
NYC.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
look, this is the place we want bagels.
Right.
There's no
Yeah.
better
New York
place
City.
than Brooklyn and New York City for that.
But also my book, Lucky Loser. Make sure you read it. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, that's really good. That's the merch is the thing.
Yes.
For the thing. Mike's going to be courtside for Arthur
Oh, are
Ashe
you?
Stadium for
I
the
am.
second
That's gonna be
semifinal.
What are you looking forward to seeing in the match?
The exact same thing.
Really?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
listen, Felix's backhand has been spectacular through this
Okay.
whole fortnight. He has, I think it's like 55 unforced errors total off of
Wow.
that side, which is very, very low for
Yeah.
him. if he can hold up there, he's got a shot. The top level is very, very good, as you know. But yeah, I watched Jannik Sinner practice earlier today. I'm giving away some of my stuff that I'm going to launch at 7 o'clock here with the boys. But it's just been all the returns that Sinner was practicing. Every single return was going to that ad corner. He was taking every short ball to the ad corner. It's just going to be one-way traffic there. And if Felix holds up, too good.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's going to happen. You know, there's a great book that just came out by another Brooklyn writer named Jirdi Nathan called Changeover, and he tells a story about Jannik Sinner's junior coach thinking there's construction happening behind him, and he turns around and it's Jannik Sinner hitting ground strokes. And if anybody has ever seen, I've had the opportunity to watch him practice, and it feels like a hammer. It's insane.
It's the next level of tennis that we have, right? It's that he broke. I feel like he and Carlos broke that ceiling a few years ago in their quarterfinal match. And that's been the fascinating thing to me, to watch both of them take everybody's best shots and be like, I could do that a little bit.
I know.
The fact that everybody is having to adjust to the two of them, and they're still so young.
It's really cool. Michael Costa, get his book, Lucky Loser. We're going to send you inside, and we're going to send Mike inside, too, because he's got to get into Ash. You got to get in and do your celebrity thing, whatever that is.
Thank you for having me. This was a fun way to be welcomed. Thank you.
We Illini, we stick together, you know?
Much love, dude.
That's pretty awesome. Mike, great to see you again.
Thanks, Russ.
Yeah, that was random and awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Have fun tonight, guys.
Thanks,
Hey,
guys.
quick break, and then we are jumping in with 2 feet. Full preview of the second semifinal, getting you ready for first ball. Sinner and Oja Aliasim, Brian Clark, and Sophie Amiak will be on the call in studio. Mike Cation will be courtside, and Michael Costa, well, he'll be looking from above. He'll be looking down.
He'll be honey-deucing.
He'll be honey-deucing, baby. Hey, that's going to do it for me from the 2025 U.S. Open. That's my last call of the Open. This is my sign-off of sign-offs for the U.S. Open. It has been an amazing ride. Thank you to the USTA and everyone here at U.S. Open Radio. I've said plenty and spoken way more than I've ever spoken in the last 2 weeks, for sure. Thanks so much for listening in to me. Please listen to Brian, Sophie, and Mike for the second semifinal and then championship weekend here at the U.S. Open. Have a great time, everybody. Thanks a lot. We'll be right back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible.
Paved the way for, just not in the black community, just overall. I mean, just the fact that she had the opportunity or not have those opportunities and wasn't afraid to go in and to try to help people understand why you need to make some change. And Althea's story has always amazed me. It's like all the things that she's done. And we always talked about Venus and Serena. They're doing so much on and off the court. But this lady, played golf. She was a model. She had her own album. Just amazing. And to think that she could not go through the front door.
She toured with the Harlem Globetrotters, as you rightly said, was a musician. Well, she was on the Ed Sullivan Show. She was in movies, a John Wayne movie back in the day, in 1959 to be exact. In the 60s, that's when she went to golf. She played 171 events from LPGA Tour. I encourage you to take a look at the statue of Althea Gibson in the shadows of Arthur Ashe Stadium as you walk towards the...
We carry her with us every time we step on the court. And we play not just for ourselves, but for everyone who comes next. Thank you, Althea, for 75 years of change.
Get ready for the next to go down in history. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Leslie, thank you so much for joining us on US Open Radio. It's a pleasure to have you in our studio.
I'm so excited to be here.
So with Sophie Yamiak and Zita Garrison, I'm Dave Lennon. Leslie, I've been reading, you had a decorated career at USC. I'm the first African-American to win on tour in 1981 since Althea Gibson did it in 1958. From 58 to 81. I first want to start with, what did Althea Gibson, we spoke about her history, but what did Althea mean to you, Leslie?
I was lucky enough to grow up with a picture of Althea Gibson on our TV, just sitting on our living room television set. Most African-American people of that era had a picture of Martin Luther King or JFK. In my household, we had a picture of Althea Gibson because my mother absolutely loved tennis. And then once I was a rookie on the tour, I had a chance to train with her, and that was life-changing.
Yeah, it was funny. Althea was so special to many, but Leslie, the first time I had the opportunity to meet you, actually I was very young, but came down and she sat in my living room and basically gave me some advice about playing tennis and advice about life, like she still does to this day. But more than anything, one of the things that I would never forget, walking to a grocery store and you were on the cover of Tennis magazine. And me as a black person or a black tennis player, I was absolutely amazed because I heard about the year. I knew I had the opportunity to meet her, but to see how much she had given the opportunity to be passed down to someone that I can actually see was Leslie.
And that was an amazing time because in those early years, in the early 80s, late 70s, tennis had reverted back to pretty much being all white again. And so, each week when you showed up at the tournament, somebody asked you, can I help you? And I'm like, I got rackets just like that blonde girl that just went by. So could you let me in? And, they call the front gate and they say, there's a person out here who says she's a player, she's Leslie Allen, but she doesn't have a credential. Because I'm going in to get the credential. That's why I don't have it. But I digress. But when those things happened, I always knew that Althea had it much worse. And if you really want to look back to 75 years when she broke the color line at this event, it wasn't because she asked to be in. It wasn't because her mentor, Dr. Johnson, asked to be in. It was because an ally, Alice Marble, wrote a letter to the USTA at the time and basically shamed them, saying, you're supposed to be a gentleman's sport about sportsmanship. Why aren't you letting the best black player in the world come and play our sport? And so I say that to say, when you want to make change for anything, a lot of times the oppressed person cannot be the one to make the change. The oppressor has to change and say, okay, we'll give you a shot. And so that's what happened 75 years ago. And Althea was allowed. And, if she could see what tennis looks like today, wow, there was a time where you would walk out here at the tennis center and you would know every person of color that was related to the sport, and you could count them on one hand, maybe two hands eventually. Now I go into the player lounge. I don't even know what country people are from, no less who they are, which is a good thing.
No, we were sharing in the previous segment how much that Alice Marble and Sarah Pelfrey did as advocates for Althea Gibson. I think that's a really important part of her story. I mentioned with several coaches from the Harlem Tennis Club as well, and then we were documenting also the parade after Althea won Wimbledon. Right, they threw a parade for her after Jesse Owens in 1936 in the late 50s for her in Manhattan as well. I was going to ask you about how much has changed. I know you kind of hit on it. I know you were part of the board of directors and a chairperson with the WTA and also the Fed Cup, now, of course, the Billie Jean King Cup. But what are you seeing at the national, international level of tennis as far as that change you speak of?
I'm going to tell you when I really knew that tennis had changed, and it was probably in the 90s, and I'd gone to Wimbledon. I was back from Wimbledon from the board meetings or whatever. I was in the subway. I lived in New York City, and there was a person who was unhoused except for in the subway, and he came up to me and he said, "Are you that Vanessa girl?" And I knew that he was actually meaning because Venus had won Wimbledon that year.
He called Venus Vanessa.
But he had made the connection that a tall black girl had won Wimbledon. So the integration of the sport had permeated to this, all the way to someone that probably had never paid attention to tennis at the time. So, I think that's when there's the same way there's a generation of people that have grown up and we've had an African-American president. Like, isn't that a normal thing? We've grown up now with the generations of athletes that have seen, thanks to Zena's success and Venus and Serena and Chanda, seen African-Americans playing tennis. So, I was of a generation where people told me you can't play because you don't have the mental capacity. And so now people just know that people of color play tennis too.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome to the 2025 U.S. Open. Spectacular awaits.
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand, missing, cross-court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ash.
Get ready for the next epic match, destined to leave you breathless.
It's an ace, and the dream has become a reality.
He winds up flat on his back. He's turned over. He's sobbing. And he is the U.S. Open champion.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular?
Oh, no, he didn't. What did he just do?
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Who will play Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's U.S. Open men's final? It would be fitting if for the third straight major, it is the world number one, Jannik Sinner. He's been dominant in romping to this U.S. Open semifinal, but tonight he'll face a resurgent Felix Auger Aliassime. He's seeded 25th, the Canadian, but he is playing his best tennis in years, and we will have all the ball-by-ball action right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Good evening, everybody. I'm Brian Clark. I'm alongside Sophie Amiak. We'll have Mike Cation courtside. Sophie, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Good evening to you, too. Glad to be finally we're together on one match here. We haven't really been together commentating this fortnight, but very excited. And, of course, with Mike courtside, it's going to be a great one. Looking forward to see if maybe somebody can take a little bit more games out of Jannik Sinner?
Very few people have taken games from Jannik Sinner in this U.S. Open. He's lost just 38 games en route to the semifinal. He's been otherworldly. He has not lost a match at a hard court major in 2 years. You go back to his fourth-round loss here 2 years ago. He's trying to become the first man since Roger Federer to win the Australian Open and the U.S. Open in back-to-back years. There's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but is there one thing about Sinner that's impressed you the most over these 2 weeks here in New York?
One. Well, there's so many.
Yeah, that's fine. That could be one, too.
I think the movement has been pretty crucial. And the fact that he's able to cut so well the angles to take ball early and redirect, which I find that's absolutely astonishing how much he is classic changing direction on a stretch and not just putting the ball down the line, just putting it with a lot of power and a lot of meaning. So to work something against him is so difficult because you don't have time. So you press for time all the time, and no pun intended, but for Oja Aliasim, we know that his forehand is something that can really hurt his opponent. Is he going to have time to get around the backhand sometime, just to produce that forehand inside out, inside in? Because I think that Jannik Sinner is going to go full forehand a lot to avoid that and go to the backhand to open the backhand of Oja Aliasim to open the court to go then to the forehand, to go to the forehand, full to open the backhand. So Oja Aliasim doesn't go around the ball and creates opportunities. It's going to be tough. It's tough to beat that guy.
It's no very tough. One person has beat him on hard courts this year, and that person was Carlos Alcaraz, and he beat him by retirement in that Cincinnati final. 17-1 this year at hard court majors for Jannik Sinner. Mike Cation is courtside, where he'll be joining us. The roof open. We hope it's going to stay open. It was closed last night for the semifinals. Mike Cation, you've called a lot of Jannik's matches over this tournament, and what are you thinking about what Sophie just had to say?
Well, good evening to both of you. This is a very different spot for me to be in courtside here, but listen, I think I went out and watched practice today, and you guys are talking to it. Sophie, you're exactly right. It's going to be all one-way traffic into that backhand corner. Sinner today, in terms of what he was doing on the practice court, they had him hitting a lot of balls from the ad corner and really targeting, running around and getting that big forehand into the ad corner. Then on the other side, when he was pinned into the deuce corner. They were feeding him big, loopy, heavier forehands, and Sinner was just taking that forehand darts up the line. So there's no doubt whatsoever what is going to be the strategy for Jannik Sinner. But what's been really impressive through this fortnight is Felix Auger-Aliassime and how steady he has been on that backhand side. The winner count is pretty low, just 17 so far, but the unforced error count is very low, 55 unforced errors for him to get into this semifinal. And that's really important because, again, he's been a little bit more patient, more relaxed on that side. He knows where it's coming. He knows it's the target and is just being steady and patient about it. And Sophie, I kind of likened it to what we saw from Naomi Osaka from this 2-week tournament as well. Just that idea of learning how to increase that shot tolerance and wait for the opportunity to strike.
Yeah, I agree with the opportunity and the process. I mean, Oja Aliasim doesn't only talk about the process on the court, but the process that he had to go through for, being such at a young age, really at the top of his game, and then all of a sudden there was a slump, and he wasn't sure, but he embraced the process. He always tried to ask himself and say, well, what can I do to get better, to be better? And I think time, is in essence for players to develop, and it's good to see him back at this level. I'm looking forward to him changing also things here, maybe use a little bit the slice backhand and really push and try to come to the net if he has the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, Felix Oja Aliasim had not been past the second round of a major this year, but he has really flipped the script. He followed what was a strong showing in Cincinnati and looks better in hindsight. He got to the quarterfinals there, as we said before, 2 wins over top 10 players just to get to this part of the U.S. Open. And Mike Cation, you, week in, week out, you see players at very different stages of their games and learning about what it takes to be a pro tennis player. Just getting ready for this match, one thing that I think is easy to forget, Felix is barely a year older than Jannik Sinner. And he had that early success. He was a semifinalist here 3 years ago. And what Sophie had just mentioned, it was never the desire didn't drift. He didn't get lazy or anything like that. It was just, okay, the results aren't coming. And I think it's cool to see somebody now able to figure out what's working for them, get into a better place, and voila, you're in the U.S. Open semifinal.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It was actually 2015 when he won his first challenger match ever. So 10 years. That was when he was just 15 years of age. Yeah, and you talked about it. 2023, it was a little bit about the performance. He had 10 first-round losses in that 2023 season. 2024, just a lot of injuries that kind of factored in. But this year with Frederic Fontaine, his coach, it has been much more about just structuring his time on court and how he wants to be efficient. And I kind of go back to that idea of the shot tolerance. He's staying in the points just a little bit longer, and then again, just being aggressive when the opportunity presents itself. It's one of those things, Brian, and I think we can all point to these players who have otherworldly talent, right? Have every single shot in the book. It takes time sometimes to learn when to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I agree with you on this one. I'm going to help you with the Frederic Fontaine pronunciation here, Mike. Frédéric Fontan. He's not a Fontaine. He's a Fontan. But in any case, yeah, they've been together quite a bit. And, I was actually saw Frédéric Fontan before coming here in the studio. And, he's so positive about the way that Oja Aliasim has been responsive to the changes. And, obviously they went to work in Mallorca. That didn't really work out really in a way, but they learn whatever they need to learn, and they're now really on a good path. He did well at the beginning of the year. I mean, he really started a good year, and then for
2 titles.
I think, and then 5 tournaments, I think lost first or second round at the most. So it's good to see him finding his game and reacting the way he's reacting. He's very calm on the court. I feel like he's a little bit coming out of his own shell, because he used to be so quiet, and it feels like in this tournament he's a little bit more vocal, which is boosting him as well as a player. He's such a quality mover out there. I'd like to see the first serve percentage being higher, and he lost 11-2 in Cincinnati against Sinner. That's like the tournament before here. That was an hour and 15 minutes. It was not pretty. He basically lost the first 6-love, then was up 2-love, and lost 6 games in a row. So virtually losing 2 sets, love and love. When you think of it, it's a virtual bagel when you're up 2-love and lose six games in a row. And during that match, just up and down, The serve wasn't there. He needs to get that first serve percentage higher. There's absolutely no doubt about that, because he cannot be the one, tracking. He needs to really try to protect his serve. We know that on the second serve, he was very iffy in that match. That's where, Jannik Sinner is going to put in pressure by attacking that serve. So if he wants a chance, first serve percentage high, use the slice here and there, mix the variation, and get to the net. Use the serve and volley. Go for it. You're not going to win this match from the baseline. I really don't think so.
Oddly enough, that was the first time he had lost to Jannik Sinner. He had beaten him in their 3 prior meetings, but very different points in their career. That was all in 2022, which was the best year of Felix's professional career. He won 4 titles that year, and that was the year he made it to the semifinals at the U.S. Open. One of those wins was also via a walkover, so you don't extrapolate too much 3 years ago, especially given the form that Jannik Sinner brings into this semifinal. And I think that's a fascinating element of this, because you look at the form that Sinner's in, and you expect him just to roll over Felix. Felix, there's no pressure on him coming into this semifinal, and you would think that might free him up a little bit just to relax and play his game.
And that's what's been going on really throughout this tournament. If you look at, his match against Zverev, he really, really worked his way against Zverev. The forehand inside in, inside out was superb. He came to the net quite often. He's an all-court player. He can do anything and everything. But does he have enough time to set up those forehand inside in, inside out? Because of the speed of the ball from Jannik Sinner. That's going to be the question. He's so quick around the ball that I would think that physically he's able to do that. It's to be seen tonight. It's a tough task, but from the baseline, again, I don't really see Oja Aliasim, if he doesn't make his way forward to the net, winning this match from the baseline, the way that Jannik Sinner has been playing.
Brian Clark here with Sophie Amiak. We've got Mike Cation courtside as we build up towards our second men's singles semifinal after Carlos Alcaraz beat Novak Djokovic in straight sets to reach his second U.S. Open final. Jannik Sinner trying to become the first man since Novak Djokovic to reach the U.S. Open final as the defending champion. It's been almost a decade since Novak did that. Felix Oja Aliasim, of course, bidding for his first major final. And Mike Cation, you're courtside, and what we're talking about here for what makes Sinner so dominant, it's that pace, it's that speed, and it's how he's able to take time away from his opponent. And with the level that he's playing at right now, and in that element of the game, how can you try to slow that down or stop it?
I don't think you can. I think you just have to jump to a different level. And to Sophie's point real quick, I think she might have mentioned it. I had my headphones off just for a second. In that matchup in Cincinnati, Sinner winning 16 of the 20 second serve points that he saw. Yep. So I think that serve component, as Sophie pointed out, is going to have to be so important for Felix. I don't think you can slow Sinner down unless you throw in a lot of junk, like Alexander Bublik did, and I don't think Felix has that level. But I think you have to take it away from him by being hyper-aggressive. And I think that's the only way you can do it at this stage. Carlos Alcaraz, right, he has that next level, that ability to push Sinner off of that baseline and make it so that that depth and consistency of depth is not there. Felix, I mean, Sophie, and you can speak to this as well. The top level can get close. I just have that question that I think we had for so many years with Novak and Roger and Rafa. Can somebody do it over best out of 5 sets? And I don't know that the answer is yes for too many players outside of Carlos Alcaraz.
I totally agree with you, but I think that's if any time it's the time for him, the way that he's playing, he's got to have to be aggressive. I was saying that he could use some of that slice backhand, and he could also use some of the serve and volley, equation, and come in. He's got to make his way to the net. He is a very tall guy that has a really large wingspan and can take a lot of room at the net. You're gonna have to ask the question of Sinner coming with passes. And when you're at the net and you see Felix Oja Aliasim, the lob is tough because he has a great leap as well. I think if he's not going to win that match from the baseline. Do you agree? Yeah.
I completely agree with you, and I can tell you in practice today there was a lot of time spent for Felix on that transition component. It was a very intense practice. Jannik took a little bit of time, was kind of working his way in. He was struggling to get his right knee activated, was Jannik Sinner today, and so it was a little bit more of a casual practice until I mentioned at the end, just kind of working on targeting that backhand side. Felix, from the jump, it was a shorter practice and a lot of intensity about movement. And just to your point, Sophie, a lot of intensity moving forward. So I think he's cognizant of it. Frédéric Fontaine, he's also very cognizant of it as well. They just want to have him, you know, being his best version of himself, being the attacking presence that we know he's capable of being. Can he do it for 3-4 hours straight?
Yeah, that's exactly the point right here.
Top of the hour here in New York City. It's 7 o'clock. We're about 20 minutes away from the start of this second men's singles semifinal between the world #1 Jannik Sinner and Felix Oja Aliasim, the Italian against the Canadian for the right to play Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's men's singles final. Crowned another champion at this U.S. Open. The women's doubles go to Dabrowski and Routliffe as they won an entertaining final over Siniakova, former partner of Barbora Krejcikova, and Taylor Townsend in Arthur Ashe Stadium earlier today. What we're going to do right now, take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue building up towards this semifinal between Jannik Sinner and Felix Oja Aliasim on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
It wasn't pretty at all times, but you know, that's what Grand Slam matches are.
He rocks back, quality toss, pounds of the ball into the forehand by de Minaur. Forehand good, cross-court Oja Aliasim. Forehand is successful by de Minaur. Twist to the hips, inside out, Oja Aliasim, flat back in, middle of the net. Resilient, stout, the grit from the Canadian, who split sets, wins the second set tiebreak.
Sometimes, some days you won't feel your best, but I was willing to dig really deep.
Set point 2, Oja Aliasim. He goes wide, he goes ace, he goes up 2-1 in this U.S. Open quarterfinals.
It's not over. There's still, you know, some tennis to play.
25-year-old puffs out his cheeks, couple of deep breaths. 6-4, couple of match points from the far baseline. Big down the center, short backhand return. Big forehand, Oja Aliasim, backhand trying to pass. Nothing doing, de Minaur. And Felix Oja Aliasim is back. He's back to the U.S. Open semifinals. He's back inside the top 20, and he is back towards the top of the men's game where he feels and knows he belongs.
And the biggest challenges, you know, are yet to come. So, but you know, that's what I live for. That's what I train for. So I'm going to show up and be ready for my match on Friday.
That match on Friday is coming up for Felix Oja Aliasim in about 20 minutes when he takes the court in Arthur Ashe Stadium against the world #1, the defending U.S. Open champion Jannik Sinner. You heard the highlights, but let's just get down to the numbers of how Felix Oja Aliasim got to this U.S. Open, because his road included wins over 2 top 10 players. He beat Billie Harris of Britain in the first round in straight sets, Roman Safulin of Russia in straight sets in the second, and then Sasha Zverev. That was the first big scalp he claimed, the Australian Open runner-up to Sinner earlier this year, third in the world. Oja Aliasim dropped the first set, won a second set tiebreak 9-7, and then won sets 3 and 4. He absolutely dismantled Andre Rublev, 7-5, 6-3, 6-4, and then he beat Alex de Minaur, again coming from a set down, again winning a second set tiebreak, and then taking the third set 7-5 and a fourth set tiebreak in a match that felt like it took about 5 hours. It took over 4 just to play four sets. 4:10, I think, was the final on that clock. So Oja Aliasim, a hard road to this final here, or to this semifinal rather, but he takes the court today against Jannik Sinner, and he's trying to join a pretty small group of players outside the top 20 who got 3 top 10 wins at the same major. That was Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, Australia 2008, Marcus Baghdatis in Australia 2 years earlier. So those players both remembered fondly for those runs, but for many of them, those were career highlights, where Felix Oja Aliassime, he's somebody who still has a big future ahead of him, just 25 years old. He just turned 25 last month, and now he's got Jannik Sinner tonight in this U.S. Open semifinal. You mentioned a few minutes ago, Sophie, the Tony Nadal collaboration. It was ballyhooed. It was hyped as, okay, he's going to bring Felix up to this next level. And it kind of failure to launch. It never got going, but back with his fathers back in the team, taking a big part there, his dad, Sam, and then his coach, Frederic Fontac, as well. It seems like he's just more comfortable, and there's that weight is off the shoulders. And you think about these players and how much pressure gets put on them in their hometown tournaments. Felix's hometown is Montreal. The Canadian Open this year for the men was in Toronto, so not Montreal. But to lose in the first round, which he did, to Fabian Marchand, a player about 30 spots below him in the rankings, it would almost feel easy just to be completely dejected. But then he goes out, quarterfinal Cincinnati, now semifinals U.S. Open. That shows something mentally for Felix.
Yeah, and that's what he said in the press conference, that he never, it's not like he doubted himself. He just knew that he had to work. And he was like, just, tell me what to do. Where do I work? How do I work? And he's definitely embracing the process. He's not in a hurry, and he was never in a hurry. And that's a good mentality to have as a tennis player, because every week, most of those tennis players are losing. You got to remember this. Not many are taking the trophy, and even if you take one, it might take a drought of many years to get there. So mentally, it's a very grueling sport individually because of that fact of losing pretty much every week.
And that's one of the things people from the outside, they don't really comprehend about tennis and the week in, week out nature of the sport. Obviously, Mike Cation knows that well. Mike is courtside. It's going to be a huge month for Felix regardless, because a few weeks after the U.S. Open, he's getting married. Married in Marrakesh, Morocco. So this is shaping up to be a monumental month regardless of what happens tonight. But, Mike, just dealing with that week in, week out flow of how these matches go and how life on the tour goes, can you just maybe walk the listeners who are not familiar with it as to just how much of a mental toll that can take on players, even somebody as talented as a Felix Auger Aliassime?
Yeah, it's exhausting. And to your point specifically about the tournament in Toronto, he was bombarded by press, right? So that event in particular, Brian, before I get to your larger question, that event in particular in Toronto, between him, between Chapo, between Diallo as well, those 3 guys were expecting to lead the way with Carlos Alcaraz, with Novak, with Jannik, not there in Toronto. So the amount of press that they had to do and sponsor activities 4 days before they had to play an event, it wasn't really surprising to see both Chapo and Felix both really struggle in their first round matches there. As to your bigger picture question, yeah, listen, if you're not having a lot of success, if you're not having a lot of joy, you are having to just sit and wait for long periods of time where you're just not able to play and you're just not able to get into rhythm because you're off to a different city, you're off to a different region, you're off to a different court surface. So when you're not having a lot of success and having a little bit of stability, it's a real struggle. That's why this one has been so important, right? And I think for Felix, you mentioned the wedding. That's coming up in 2 weeks. He has a fitting for that wedding on Monday. He did say it's okay for him to postpone the fitting if he happens to make it to the men's final on Sunday.
Wow, yeah, that's. I think I missed the food tasting for my wedding. It might have actually been during the U.S. Open, come to think of it, because we got married at the end of September. I think it was during the U.S. Open, and I think one of my wife's friends got to take my place and try all the food. It worked out, but he was asked about it during the media day prior to the main draw starting, and he said that, very complimentary of his fiancée, who I'm sure we'll see in the box tonight, Nina, about how she and her family, they have really handle it because
They're
let's be
planning
honest,
the wedding.
You're the man. You just have to show up and shave and put on a nice suit.
Well, that's not the excuse, but it's whatever
Right.
you say. He's saying that because he knows that he doesn't have the time to put in, and he's just giving her all the credit about it. Yeah, it's going to be in Morocco, in Marrakesh, as you mentioned, as she's Moroccan also descent, and yeah, it's going to be a beautiful wedding, I'm sure. But it's funny because a lot of the players, when they're in this kind of era of their life where love is in the air, they all of a sudden start showing wings on the court. And I've seen some of the ladies out there and playing also very well when they were in love.
Could go the other way though, right?
Well, it could, but most of the time it just gives you like a little bit of extra energy. So hopefully he's going to have some tonight because he's going to need it. We talked about the match in Cincinnati, and that to me was really something that he needs to forget right now going into that match, Oja Aliasim, but he needs also to remember what he needs to do. And Mike was mentioning the serve and how much his second serve was under scrutiny, but also he had 8 double faults in that match. He was broken 6 times, and for somebody who is serving so well here in this tournament, by the way, Tina just sent me a text saying Oja Aliasim leads the tournament in aces and winners. Does that surprise the commentators? Is that true, first of all? Because I haven't checked that stat. So I will check on that and we will get back to you. But if it is surprising in a way. But, he's played a lot longer tennis also in matches than other players. So maybe, who are left in the tournament. But I would be shocked that Alcaraz doesn't have more winners in this tournament. But we'll check on that data. But thank you, Tina, for this message. So
it's not right, Sophie.
Yeah, I was going to say I have it here.
I've got rally stats. Just
what do you have?
These
Tell
two.
me.
Sinner has 96 forehand winners, 17 backhand winners versus 42 and 23
okay.
off
so
of the
Tina,
ground.
you're
for
sending
Felix.
me the wrong message here. What's going on? Where'd you get those stats?
And also, I just one further connection or
On the
correction.
serve,
Taylor
aces.
Fritz is the tournament leader in aces. He
In
has
aces.
74.
But what
Felix
about
though 69.
out of those 4 that are left? That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I'd
Felix is the leader in terms of aces. Djokovic had 61.
out of those 4.
Out of the final
last
4. Yeah,
final
Djokovic
4.
obviously
okay,
out now.
That's probably, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. That's probably what she's referring to.
And we encourage
she knows her tennis.
Tina to keep tuning in. Brian Clark, Sophie Amiak, and Mike Cation is courtside. We are building about 10 minutes away from hearing from these players ahead of tonight's U.S. Open second men's semifinal. Carlos Alcaraz already through to the final after beating Novak Djokovic in straight sets earlier today. And Mike, you're courtside. The crowd is filling in. Roof is open. It was closed last night, but for the second straight day, it felt very, very windy around the grounds. What do you notice courtside? Because it's also been a lot warmer today than it has been the duration of this tournament.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's absolutely perfect in here right now. DJ Triz spinning some tunes as well, and the lights have just dimmed inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, but this is absolutely perfect. The air temperature right now, 77 degrees. It feels pretty close to about 70, 72 within. Humidity feels down. There's no wind to speak of down courtside, so I think it's going to just be absolutely perfect for the tennis.
Well, it's good to know because I felt like today was probably one of the most humid and hot weather-wise, but it's cooling down a little bit tonight. So yeah, you're right. It's ideal conditions for the players and for the fans.
Taking a look at these two players heading into this semifinal match, Jannik Sinner, Felix Oja Aliasim. Felix, by the way, we mentioned how it's been a kind of a tale of 2 seasons for the Canadian player because he got off to a flying start with he won right out of the gate in Adelaide. He beat Sebastian Korda in a 3-set final there. The struggles at the majors that began in Australia, beaten by Davidovich Fokina in a 5-setter. A match he led 2 sets to love and then lost that in 5. But then he followed that up, winning another title in Montpellier. Got to the Dubai final, beaten there by Tsitsipas. He had semied in Doha. And then that's where the year took a wrong turn. He lost in the Jensen Brooksby comeback, his first round at Indian Wells. Lost to Musetti in Miami. And then you think, okay, getting on clay, he'll be okay. But not so. He lost 4 straight matches before a semifinal in Hamburg. And then he was beaten in his first round matchup at Roland Garros. It was a bit better on the grass And Mike and I had talked about that, the struggles in Toronto, that first round exit, but now a quarterfinal in Cincinnati and at least a semifinal in the U.S. Open. And we talk about this to just explain what it means in the context of the ranking. His ranking had dropped to 27th in the world. He's seeded 25th here, but he is up to 13 in the live. And if he can win this match, he'll climb up to 11th in the world by getting to the US Open.
Just for some people who don't understand what the live ranking means, live ranking means after this tournament, they calculate the amount of points that they're getting and what they're expecting if they were to lose today. If he was to lose today on Monday, next ranking coming out, he will be number 13 in the world. Obviously, if he wins today, that ranking is going to keep going
to 11.
To 11. So it's a huge move for him. It's going to, change. I mean, he's been there, done that. I mean, he was a former top number 6 in the world. That was back in 2022. So his goal, we know what his goal is. His goal is to get back in that position of being in the top 10, no doubt.
And one reason that ranking has climbed so much is because you talk about the live and the ranking. It's based on what you did the year prior, and what he did the year prior here was lose in the first round to Jakob Menchik.
Exactly.
So there was very little, nothing to defend.
Yep.
So this is all gravy.
Yeah. As the points come off after a year. So if you win here and you get to the final, that's why right now in the live ranking, by the way, Alcaraz is number 1, I believe, in the world on Monday, right now. But that's not until, well, actually, yeah, right now. But if Sinner wins, then he's going to get the same exact points as last year. So it's all about this little, there's a little bit of those little things going on, and live ranking means that, for those of you who don't know.
What we're going to do, we've talked a lot about Felix Oja Aliasim. We're going to take a break and talk about the world number 1, Jannik Sinner, ahead of his semifinal matchup with the Canadian. It's all coming up on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Serve out wide is an 8. That was clinical. And not surprisingly, it was the surgeon, Jannik Sinner. Toss goes up, Sinner serve out wide. Musetti forehand is into the net. And Jannik Sinner has moved to 1 set away from the semifinal. Match point for Sinner. Toss goes up, serve good. Musetti through the middle. Sinner forehand up the line to Musetti forehand. Sinner backhand middle. Musetti forehand cross. Sinner forehand cross. Musetti forehand swat into the net. And this one has been efficient and clinical. And at the 2-hour mark, Jannik Sinner through to the semifinals. 1-4-2 over his good friend Lorenzo Musetti. The two hug at the net. Just an impressive performance for the world number 1, who's back into the semifinals of the 2025 U.S. Open.
It's great to be Italian, and yeah, see you in the next round. You know, semis, it's a special occasion.
Final weekends at majors have been the occasion for Jannik Sinner this year. He has been in the final of all 3 majors, trying to make it 4 for 4 as he seeks his 3rd major title of 2025. Brian Clark back here with Sophie Amiak. We've got Mike Cation courtside as we build towards this final. We heard about Felix Oja Aliassim's run to this semifinal. Let's talk about Sinner's, where he beat Vít Kopseva of the Czech Republic, 1-1 and 2 in straight sets. Then Alexei Popyrin, who was in form, and you think, okay, that's a powerful, dangerous player. Sinner, no problem there, 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. Sinner did lose a set to Denis Shapovalov. He dropped the first 5-7, but then prevailed in 4. Alexander Bublik, the one guy who has beaten Sinner on the court, really since the French Open final, and that was in Halle. Well, Sinner absolutely destroyed him, 1-1 and 1 before the highlights you just heard over Lorenzo Musetti, 1-4 and 2 in his quarterfinal to get to this U.S. Open semifinal. Mike Cation, I think the match I want to think about the most is Bublik, because when you saw, and forgive me because I don't remember exactly if you had called that match, but just when you saw how Bublik was able to trouble Sinner, albeit on a different surface, it was grass, to how he just completely took apart an informed and kind of unpredictable player, that must have sent chills throughout this draw.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, listen, Bublik is one of those guys who just, always throws some terror in because his top level is his top level, and then the bottom level is the bottom level, right? and that's the thing that we always talk about with those top players, right? That level of consistency, and Jannik Sinner shutting him down and just not letting him get to any of those kind of awkward, I don't know, even, throw everything at the kitchen sink, at you. He never let him get there, and it's been ruthless efficiency. You heard my clip earlier just calling him the surgeon in that matchup against Musetti. I just don't know, unless Sinner has a bad day right now, just what to do against him, right? And we talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's just been so impressive that Jannik Sinner has just been able to shut down every single comer over these last couple of years on hard courts in the slams.
I meant to compliment you, Mike, because I think the surgeon, that's a very apt description of Jannik Sinner. That's why you're here, Mike, because
clinical is right.
And it's true, and I think Sophie, when we think about that and the analysis and the comparison, Sinner's trying to match Roger Federer as somebody to repeat as a U.S. Open champion. Nobody's done it since Federer did it 5 times in a row. And when Federer was at his peak, let's say 20 years ago, mid to late 2000s, that's how you describe Federer. It was clinical. It was like a scalpel where he's not, Nadal just going to hit through you and hit you off the court. He's coming in, he's attacking. Sinner's doing a little bit more from the baseline, but it is that same feeling of he's slicing you to bits just very quickly and very efficiently.
Yeah, it's the feeling that is there anything that you can do to disrupt the man? And nobody has been disrupting him. And I think that the only one was really Shapovalov. Shapovalov, I think was he up a break in the second? Maybe?
He was.
Yeah.
And then some double faults.
Yeah, that's why he lost a little bit of his focus and concentration, and that's went haywire after that. But he was the only one, and because of the lefty serve, I think that was also a point, and maybe the change of the flat backhand that is going in the wrong side, the wrong way for a righty who is normally playing against righties. So that probably threw him off a little bit as well.
Hearing the sounds of the Eurythmics as the sun sets over New York, we are going to hear the sounds shortly of Felix Oja Aliasim before he steps out into Arthur Ashe Stadium for his second U.S. Open semifinal. He reached this stage 3 years ago, and as he said in his post-match interview after that quarterfinal win, it felt like it felt longer than that, right? Just because of the adversity that he had been through since then and the results that weren't there from a time where he was inside the top 10 in the world. Now he's getting close to the top 10, to a return to the top 10. He's going to be right outside of it, regardless of what happens tonight. But he's got bigger expectations as we move towards the start of this semifinal match between the world #1 Jannik Sinner, the defending U.S. Open champion, and Felix Oja Aliasim. As we said before, Felix owns a 3-1 record in the head-to-head, but that comes with more than a few grains of salt. One of them was a walkover, and all 3 of those wins came in 2022, Felix's best year, and Sinner was not even 21 years of age. And a few more grains of salt you can add on the demolition that Sinner performed in Cincinnati just a couple of weeks ago in that quarterfinal where he lost love in 2.
Well, the good thing is that he knows what he needs to do to improve what he did in Cincinnati. There's no doubt, because I'm sure he watched that match again and again with his team and the coaching staff That's where, you know, you're going to see the difference maybe tonight of, you know, just not only, you know, the tactical difference, but that serve needs to be higher, the percentage of the first serve, there's no doubt, because he was completely hurting on the second serve.
There's James Blake with Felix Oja Aliasim.
Second semifinals here at the U.S. Open. Do you feel more confident the second time?
Yeah, I feel better. I mean, it took me 4 years to be back, so I'm here to make the most of it for sure.
Okay, you're one of the few people in the entire world that actually has a winning record against Jannik Sinner. Do you take any semblance of confidence in that as you go into this match?
Different times, kind of, when we played the first times, but he's improved a lot since then. But, of course, I'm here, you know, to win, to believe in my chances, so, but I'm not thinking too far back for sure.
Okay, well, good luck tonight, Felix.
Jannik Sinner walks past a photo of himself holding the trophy from a year ago, and
hey,
we'll speak.
Jannik, you're looking to make your 5th Grand Slam final in a row. Is it safe to say you feel more and more confident as these tournaments go on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these are the occasions why we practice for, why we play for, and you know, semifinals of Grand Slam, it's very, very big now. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be obviously a very tough match.
And do you take anything from the fact that you just had a win over Felix just a few weeks ago, or do you think there's going to be a lot of adjustments made?
I mean, yes and no. You know, different situation, different conditions. You know, he has improved a lot in the last 2 weeks, and yeah, he has obviously a huge confidence boost also, you know, beating big players. So I'm looking forward to it, and let's see what's coming.
Well, good luck, Jannik.
Thank you.
Spot remains in the 2025 U.S. Open Final. Please welcome tonight's semifinalists. From Canada, two-time U.S. Open semifinalist, Felix Oja Aliasim.
Felix out first, waves with the left hand. Looks towards the open roof.
Italy, the defending U.S. Open champion and #1 player in the world, Jannik Sinner.
And Jannik Sinner walks through the smoke, waves to the crowd, looking regal in his royal blue outfit, and the Italian designers that have outfitted him, the apparel companies. He is the alpha right now in men's tennis. Well, let's say there's 2 alphas. One of them has already booked a spot in the U.S. Open final. That is Carlos Alcaraz. Jannik Sinner is trying to join him there for their 3rd meeting at finals this year. But it's funny to think about all of those years of the Federer-Nadal rivalry that people got so excited about. All those times we thought they were going to play here, and they never did. There was always somebody who got in the way of one or the other. Saw some epics between certainly Nadal and Djokovic and Federer, but never happened with Federer and Nadal at the U.S. Open. Of course, it already happened between Alcaraz and Sinner for a classic at the U.S. Open a few years ago, but I think we tell that story just as a way to say that don't, you know, automatically write in ink a Sinner-Alcaraz final on Monday, or on Sunday. I know the tennis world is expecting that, but we've got 3 sets to play in front of us. Nico Helmworth is the chair umpire.
That was a question actually from Ronda, who was saying, you know, what's your take on who has the best chances and advantage in winning the semifinals? Well, obviously on paper it's Sinner, but this is tennis. You just never know when there's confidence building in the players. So all we hope here really is for a really good match. So let's hear the coin toss right now.
Nico Helmworth.
In both directions, and also without him afterwards, please. Towel boxes red and white. Felix, white for you today, red for you. If you need more towels, let me know. Electronic line calling, and we also have the video review. So if there's a not up, touch, foul shot, we can do the video challenge as well. And just a reminder, we have TV changeover, so please remain seated till I announce time. Do you have any questions? Hudson, who you want to ask, Jannik or Felix? Sorry, Felix, he wants to ask Jannik. Heads, tails for you. That's a good one. And this is tails. Receive. Okay, pictures please with him and without.
This 9-year-old Hudson from the Center Court Tennis Academy in Summit, New Jersey, not too far away from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. He tossed the coin. He asked Jannik Sinner what he wanted to call. Felix won the toss and elected to receive, so it will be Jannik Sinner serving first as the players pose for photos now just with themselves at net. Lights turn on, the buzz intensifies in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Brian Clark with Sophie Amiak, and we have plenty of time for early thoughts and opinions and maybe too early observations. So with that said, we turn to Mike Cation courtside. Mike, anything that grabs you off the bat from those two making their entrance?
First off, this is my first time doing this courtside. It's pretty nuts, guys. It's a pretty cool little job to have. That's the first thing that comes off. But the second thing is just the aura of Jannik Sinner, right? There is just something special about him, that level of confidence as he walks onto the court. Felix, it feels a little bit more, there's more energy from him, right? There's, we've talked at length about that matchup in Cincinnati, and you can probably make a comparison, right, with Amanda Anisimova and what she dealt with in terms of that loss to Iga Swiatek at Wimbledon. Can you kind of find something to build off of in, that loss, a really, really tough one? Conditions are going to be a lot different, right? This court is playing slower than Cincinnati was so incredibly quick. This will be a little bit slower. We'll see if that factors in, but in terms of just the atmosphere, it is packed already. Obviously a complete change from a day session to a night session. These fans got here early. It is loud. It's going to be a really fun atmosphere. Hopefully the level matches the atmosphere.
And you hear that roar behind Mike Cation. They're fired up to hear from Mike Cation, but also fired up to hear the world number one, Jannik Sinner, introduced during the warm-up. And those accolades continue to grow for the 24-year-old from the far north of Italy, 36-4 in 2025. That includes 2 major titles. In fact, his only titles this year came at the majors, Australian Open and Wimbledon. Of course, the finals in Rome, Roland Garros, and Cincinnati. He is seeking his 27th straight hard court match win at a major. That would tie Novak Djokovic, who did that from 2011 through 2012. They're still both a ways behind Roger Federer, who did it for 40 straight matches from 2005 through 2008. Felix Oja Aliasim, we get our first look at the 25-year-old who's an inch taller than Jannik Sinner. Felix this year has 34 wins to 36 for Jannik, who of course had to serve that 3-month ban as part of the settlement for the doping violation. So more match play for Oja Aliasim. As we detailed before, a very good start to the year with 2 titles, Adelaide, the outdoor event in Australia, and then the indoor hardcourt event in Montpellier in France, also the final in Dubai. But then the lull came, but he has certainly rebounded nicely. And when we talk about confidence, beating Zverev, Rublev, and de Minaur to get to a semifinal, that's got to give you a lot of confidence if you're Felix Oja Aliasim.
Well, especially that these players are totally different players, so different games. And I think, to me, I was shocked that he was able to take out de Minaur, because de Minaur is as quick on the court, if not quicker, than a Jannik Sinner and an Alcaraz. Those are the 3 probably fastest players on court. And you know that to beat the guy, you have to be consistent. You have to be able to hit 1 or 2 more shots, in the rally and be aggressive as he was. So it was special for him. I think Zverev was very special as well, because, Zverev has the stature of somebody who is missing, this elusive major that everybody's talking and has talked about. And he's still missing it and still searching for it. So, yeah, I think it's, those 3 wins were pretty grand, really.
Zverev, of course, the only man not named Sinner or Alcaraz to reach a major final this year, beaten by Sinner in the Australian Open final. What we'll do now, we'll take one last quick break, and when we come back, it's time for the first ball in the second semifinal for the men here at the 2025 U.S. Open on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. No better stage for the U.S. Open semifinal than the biggest stage in tennis at night, the roof open. A picture-perfect night here in Arthur Ashe Stadium for the right to play Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's final. 75 degrees, the wind's at 13 miles per hour. Mike Cation is courtside as Felix Oja Aliasim gets out, ready to receive serve. And Mike, quickly, how's the humidity? Is that noticeable? You talked about the conditions.
No, it's totally fine. This feels pretty close to perfect. There's a little bit of humidity, but no, at courtside it feels fantastic.
That is fantastic news, and we hope for a fantastic match. We thank you for joining us. Carlos Alcaraz awaits in Sunday's U.S. Open final. Will he play Jannik Sinner for the third straight major final, or will it be a first-time finalist in Felix Oja Aliasim? It will be the world #1 to serve first from the far baseline in his navy blue kit. A couple of bounces from that far baseline. 35 minutes after 7 o'clock on a Friday night in New York. The toss goes up, and we are underway in this semifinal. The backhand return from Oja Aliasim, and Sinner, right out of the blocks, rips an inside-out forehand winner for 15 love.
And I was trying to, figure out why would Oja Aliasim decide when he won the toss to receive. I think that in, one look at it, it's more like you want to get into the match. You have the butterflies. You're the one who have the least experience being in this situation, so maybe he wants to get the jitters out before he serves. And then on the other hand, do you always want to be the one chasing? That's the question, because that puts a tremendous amount of pressure on your own serve.
Second serve from Sinner into the body. The backhand middle from Oja Aliasim. The forehand from Sinner. Cross-court backhand. Now backhand cross from the world #1. They trade cross-court backhand. Sinner turns it up with a forehand. He keeps hitting into the Oja Aliasim backhand till he goes line. Felix sends one back. Jannik comes in and puts it away into the unoccupied ad corner. 30 love.
Yeah, and already what Mike Cation was saying when he watched the practice of Sinner, this is exactly the pattern that he was putting in practice, trying to really drag the backhand of Oja Aliasim that doesn't have the time to get around it so far to hit a forehand inside out or inside in, and then when the door is open, goes straight to the other side.
30 love for Jannik Sinner, who looks out from under that blue baseball cap. And from the far baseline, sends it right down the center. Second serve on the way, couple of bounces, slices it down the center. Backhand return from Felix. Cross-court backhand Sinner, slice backhand into net as Sinner continues to target the Oja Aliasim backhand. It's 40 love.
10 hours, 12 minutes for Sinner on court since the beginning of this tournament, for 15 hours and 24 minutes for Oja Aliasim. And the question is from Jane saying, what are the odds that will go in 5 set? I tell you, I don't know if that will go in 5 set, but I know who will advantage.
Yeah.
It's definitely Sinner, who is the freshest of the two.
And Sinner caps off that game with an ace down the tee at 121. Yet Felix has lost twice as many games as Sinner, who's dropped just 38 games, a remarkably low number. Felix, as we talked about his road, he certainly had the tougher road to get to the semifinal. He's dropped 82 games, but one area where Oja Aliasim has shined, tie breaks. He's 6-0 in this U.S. Open in tie breaks. In fact, he's 8-0 going back to Cincinnati.
And to add to that as well, Brian, he's 13-3 in tie breaks here at the U.S. Open. This area, this venue has been very friendly for him if we do get to the tie break.
I was actually wrong by an hour. It's 16 hours and 5 minutes to 10 and 12, the lowest being for Sinner. So, yeah, and the other thing that you mentioned is that because of the fact that, Sinner had this 3-month suspension during the year, he only played 7 tournaments this year and only 40 matches total, which again, it's only going to help you in the last major of a tournament of a year, because you're fresh, and that's probably why he's able to clinically also win, because he has so much more energy than everybody else.
And we have seen time and time again how difficult it is to win this tournament. It comes in the back part of the season, the New York energy and the conditions that can sap the energy. That's why nobody's won it in back-to-back years. Nearly 20 years. Roger Federer in 2008, the last time. No defending champions gotten back to the final the following year since Novak Djokovic. Novak beaten earlier today by Carlos Alcaraz. Here, Oja Aliasim, double faults.
Well, that's not the start he wants, that's for sure, especially seeing what the last tournament, what happened there with his serve and 8 double fault in that last match they played in Cincinnati. 6-love, 6-2 for Sinner in that match.
Felix looks across the net. He's got the black shorts on, black socks with shoes that are orange and black. The white top with the graphic on the right side of a deep return from Sinner, and that's the depth that just handcuffs Oja Aliasim.
And that was a good serve. That was a 121 miles per hour serve that was, you know, so well hit. But for Sinner, no problemo.
Oja Aliasim waits for Sinner to get set. Felix works pretty quickly, but now that he's at the line, a couple of bounces. Looks across, the toss and the serve. It's out wide, stretching out Sinner, whose return finds the net.
First point of the match for Oja Aliasim.
And as a result, a pretty big roar from this crowd, Sophie.
I could hear that. You're right.
Sinner had taken the first 6 points of this match, holding it love. But this is the pressure that Oja Aliasim kind of asked for when he chose to receive serve.
Exactly.
At 15:30, the 25th seed, his serve goes right into the body. Forehand from Sinner, forehand line, Oja Aliasim. Deeper forehand Sinner, backhand cross-court Oja Aliasim, backhand cross Sinner, forehand middle Oja Aliasim. Forehand Sinner into forehands from both players. Off the baseline goes Sinner. Oja Aliasim injected pace, but Sinner has all the answers. Now he moves left, watches Oja Aliasim miss long. And again, the lateral movement. Steve Johnson's talked about this all tournament long, about how laterally impressive Sinner is. It was on full display in that 12-shot rally.
Yeah, if it was only laterally, but you can also pretty much have bursts going forward. But what he does real well is the recovery. He doesn't waste any time. He pushes with the outside foot after he hits the ball to recover for the next shot. And that's where he's so good as well.
He's got 2 break points right here on the Oja Aliasim serve. Felix's toss, and that serve plows into net. So this is getting close to a worst-case scenario start for Felix Oja Aliasim. Down 2 break points and working with a second serve. Sinner comes in to take it with a backhand middle. Now forehand deep from Felix. Forehand from Sinner. Backhand middle from Oja Aliasim. Backhand cross Sinner. He moves left now. Cross court with a backhand. Into the backhand of Oja Aliasim. Sinner has time for a forehand. Now moves left for a backhand. Oja Aliasim down 2 break points. Plays a forehand. Then a second forehand that he pulled into the line. And that was a good change of direction. Bit of a gamble, but it worked because Sinner's reply was wide. It's 30-40.
Was that a little bit of a miss-hit, that forehand,
yes.
Mike? Yeah,
yes,
that's
it was.
what I thought, because it was just too good to be true to find a really cross-court short.
15 shots in that rally. And still 1 more break point to work with. Oja Aliasim, no hat, no headband. Definitely gotten a haircut since his quarterfinal win over De Minaur, where it looked like the hair had grown out a bit. Figure maybe he's saving it for the final weekend, and he's got an ace to save the second break point.
It's interesting that it went out wide there. A lot of his break points down here. He has been broken 11 times, but he's been hitting a lot of serves tee on those big moments. So interesting to see a little bit of confidence there, popping it out wide.
And that was a beauty. 122. Fastest serve of the night in this game for the Canadian.
Who works at deuce. Toss, and that serve is wide of the tee. Now Oja Aliasim slowing things down a bit. 8 minutes into this match, Sinner had won the first 6 points of the match. He had 2 break points in this game. Oja Aliasim feigned like he was going to serve and volley, and then missed the forehand long from the baseline. And a break point, 3rd of this game for Jannik Sinner. Sinner blows on that right hand. He's got that dark sleeve, the compression sleeve he's been wearing all tournament on the right arm. And now Oja Aliasim goes tee, a forehand return from Sinner, who did a good job returning a very good serve. Now a forehand from Sinner deep. Backhand cross, Oja Aliasim. They trade cross-court backhands. Oja Aliasim slices into net, and Sinner's got the lead after breaking Oja Aliasim. And that return off a very good serve was a perfect example of what Sinner could do so well.
Yeah, and he's asking the question. He's bringing so many more balls back than against other players. That long rally we saw. wouldn't get back, or at least not with the same interest, not as deep, not as powerful. And you're going to have to hit way too many more balls from the baseline to win a point against Sinner. Again, he's going to have to find a way to come forward, yet to come to the net for Felix.
Sinner in all blue from the near baseline with the lead at 2-love. The serve is blocked with the backhand from Felix. Now the backhand cross-court. Oja Aliasim pulls Sinner into a backhand. Big forehand. Oja Aliasim. Sinner's there. Felix in net with a volley. Sinner backhand flick from the baseline. Drop shot. Felix is good. Great get by Sinner. Felix knew it was coming and was in position.
And again, asking another question, and you have to provide this answer, which is going to be so difficult, because this kind of shot after that forehand volley that should have been a winner against anybody else, to make that right here is a lot of work, and it's not an easy shot. On a scale of 1 to 10 as the difficulty, it is definitely a 9.
Sinner's been broken just 3 times in this U.S. Open. Remember, he dropped that first set to Denis Shapovalov. That was the only real adversity he had to get through in this tournament. 11 minutes gone by. He's taken the first 2 games from Felix Oja Aliasim. Deep second serve, chipped back from the Canadian player. A booming forehand Sinner. Oja Aliasim throws back a last gasp lob. Sinner hits the overhead right at Felix, who wanted to make a play the extra shot, but his backhand short of the net, 15 all.
I mean, I just realized that this will be the first season where one of the big 3 have not reached a major final since 2002.
Wow.
That is really an amazing stat right there.
It's incredible. You think of the big 3, they've taken up so much oxygen over the last, since 2002, essentially. But of that group, not all of them made all 4 major finals in a season. Nadal never did. Felix can, or excuse me, Jannik can join pretty rare company if he gets to his 4th major final.
And not only that, if he had won the French with, it was 1 point away from winning, and winning this one here, if it would have been a calendar year major Grand Slam champion, which that hasn't been done since, I'm going to tell you when. Of course, Steffi Graf in 1988 for a woman, but for a guy, I think the last time was Rod Laver in 1969.
Well, we thought we were going to have it 4 years ago.
Almost.
Novak Djokovic.
Yep.
And you could see the pressure and how he was outplayed in that final by Daniil Medvedev, who, by the way, en route to that title, beat Felix Oja Aliasim in the semifinal.
And you have to give it to Steffi Graf. Not only that did she win that those 4 majors and achieved the Grand Slam in the same calendar year, but she won also what's called the Golden Slam, because she won also the Olympic gold that same year.
First serve
is sometimes forgotten.
First serve missed from Sinner at 30-15. He's up 2-love. He goes body serve, backhand, netted by Oja Aliasim. 40-15.
This is exactly what he was working on in practice, Jannik Sinner. Every single serve seemed to be going into backhand body of his practice partner or backhand wide over and over and over again. This has been just clinical once again.
I think we'll be saying that word a lot for Jannik Sinner. If we are, it means things are going pretty well for the world #1 here tonight. As Carlos Alcaraz awaits in Sunday's final. Good serve, an ace wide from Sinner. His second ace, he's hit another one out wide, and he's got the first 3 games of this semifinal.
Well, this is a little bit of a deja vu situation, not only in this tournament, because Jannik Sinner started 3 of his 5 matches with a 6-1 first set, and across the fortnight he has produced 6-1 or 6-love sets on 6 occasions, bringing his season to 26 as a tally of 6-love or 6-1. I mean, this is amazing, because those guys are playing, and you would think that there's no competition across the net. So 3-love. Can you hear what's going on, Mike, down there? There's a lot of talk between the chair umpire.
Yeah, Jannik came up and said something to Nico up in the chair, trying to listen in, but DJ Triz might be a little bit too loud for me here.
Jannik had kind of a smile on his face as he talked to him, and
it didn't seem very serious, Brian.
Yeah, Nico's on the phone, and we heard we heard talking, but again, we couldn't make out the words. So you know, sometimes that's something like, you know, this light is in the way or something like that.
Could be that he wants a racket, one more racket from the stringer that he adjusted. I mean, there are lots of possibilities, but didn't seem very serious at all.
That is just something to keep in the back of our minds, but front of mind right now is the dominance of Jannik Sinner, who's taken the first 3 games of this semifinal over Felix Oja Aliassime. Sinner has won 13 points to just 4 for his Canadian opponent. Sinner has lost a grand total of 1 point on serve, and he is looking pretty much exactly as he's looked through the first 5 rounds of this tournament.
It's disconcerting. When you're across the net, I can only imagine it is for us when we're watching, but yeah, if you're Felix Oja Aliassime, you're going to have to figure out, you know, where you won points, and well, one of them was at the net. You had to work hard for it, but still.
Yeah, but at the same time, you see that Sinner's won 3 times when he's come in at net. So Sinner seemingly has all the answers. But will Felix keep trying to come forward? Serves from down the center, the backhand return from Sinner, the forehand from Felix, and Sinner tried to angle the backhand cross, but sent it wide. It's 15-love for Oja Aliassime.
You guys were talking about the serve component for Felix, just the aces, the ace count. One of the things that Jannik has been so good about this whole fortnight is just returns in play. It's 72%, which is one of the highest on tour.
And that was something really from the beginning about Jannik, as the serve came down the center and missed long. And, you know, you go back a few years, and when the hype began to build about Jannik, it was those comparisons, you know, to Djokovic, and a lot of that focused on his return of serve and how good he was at that, as Felix misses an inside-in forehand for 15-all. And that's something that's been consistent throughout, even as other parts of his game have improved.
Yeah, and it's really kind of interesting because it's not about necessarily finding those winners, right, Sophie? He actually only has 3 return winners here in his 5 matches, but he's just so persistent with that depth and makes you work on that second ball.
Yeah, it's taking the reins, you know, and being the one on the offensive from the return.
Yeah, at 15-all, Oja Aliassime into net on first serve. Brian Clark, Sophie Amiak. We've got Mike Cation courtside in Arthur Ashe Stadium for this semifinal that sees Jannik Sinner leading Felix Oja Aliassime 3-0. Second serve from the Canadian player. He goes body, short backhand return. Big forehand from Felix, has Sinner sliding. Now comes into net, goes Felix, and goes cross court with the overhead. Probably his best constructed service point.
Yep, but that's what he needs. He needs to be able to use that forehand inside out, inside in. Unfortunately, he doesn't have many balls of that quality that are a bit floating and a bit shorter. He didn't get any, really, throughout the beginning of this match. But that's where he can be the most dangerous, if he comes and put the pressure forward towards the net.
Sinner about 1.5 yards behind that far baseline as he sways from left to right. The serve goes up the tee, getting nowhere near it. Well placed for Felix, his second ace, and a chance to get on the scoreboard. It's 40-15. Large crowd comes to a hush. And the 25-year-old from Montreal at 40-15. He missed it a little bit deep. Long pause between the first and second serves, and now here comes the second serve. He plays it into the box, now follows it with a forehand. Big forehand from Sinner here, 40-15 for Oja Aliassime. Inside out forehand from Sinner, backhand. Cross court backhand line, Sinner. Oh, that is beautifully struck. Came around the net post and landed on the inside baseline in the deuce court. Unreal shot for 40-30.
And so stable through the hits. I mean, you can see his head barely moving, just aligning his body down the line. Very low also on the legs. Absolutely beautiful. Still at impact with the upper body.
At 40-30, here's Oja Aliassime putting that first serve into net. Felix taking his time as Sinner's ready to receive serve, and that second serve goes right into Sinner's body. The backhand returns deep. Now a forehand from Sinner, a forehand from Oja Aliassime. Cross-court backhand from Sinner. Oja Aliassime drives the forehand. Cross-court forehand, a good one from Sinner. Felix is there, and that's a great forehand from the Canadian. Now backhand middle from both. Big backhand Sinner, and Oja Aliassime nets the backhand. And just when it looked like Oja Aliassime was going to wrap up this game with some comfort, Sinner strikes.
Yeah, none of that. Sinner just better on the backhand. The ball is flowing off of his racket a lot better than the tight last backhand that Oja Aliassime hit. Landed in the net, didn't really travel. 2 chances to finally get on the board gone for the Canadian. Deuce, love 3.
So Oja Aliassime serving out wide and played a serve and volley. Didn't need to do anything because Sinner's return was long. Good serve out wide from Oja Aliassime.
And I love that tactic. I mean, I'd like to see him doing it a little bit more often in the game, because the game plan is to try to get forward. The baseline play obviously hasn't worked at all.
Oja Aliassime down a break, but another chance here to get on the scoreboard. Love 3 in this opening set. Toss and serve right into the backhand. Another serve and volley. There's the backhand volley. Sinner has him in at net and missed the pass. Sinner wanted to pull the trigger and go line with the backhand, but he pulled it into the net. Oja Aliassime is on the board. It's Sinner, though, up 3-1 here in the opening set.
Yep, and all of a sudden, 4 for 4 at the net for Felix Oja Aliassime. He knows where he needs to do.
Well, you certainly saw in that game point for Felix earlier in the game, right? Just one of the very few long points we're going to have here today. It's just so hard because Jannik Sinner can stretch you to that forehand side, expose the weaker backhand wing. I mean, it's just not working from the baseline. You're exactly right, Sophie.
Sinner will work now, up 3-1 here in this opening set, and he smacks that first serve into net. Sinner's been so dominant. You look at the list of players all time, the fewest games dropped en route to the U.S. Open final. To see if he's able, if obviously is focused on winning this match, but to see if that number could come into play. Backhand cross-court, Oja Aliassime, backhand line from Sinner. Now forehand, Oja Aliassime, a forehand again from the Canadian player, forehand from Sinner. This is a longer point. We are not expecting many of these, as Mike just mentioned. A cross-court backhand from both players. Now big forehand Sinner. Felix is there, but he can't match the pace as his forehand finds the net. 15 love for Sinner.
Yeah, I mean, for him to win points like this from the baseline is virtually impossible, because Sinner refuses to lose and to miss, really. 19-shot rally. And I still think that maybe a drop shot, maybe something else, or again, taking chance coming forward. I know I keep saying it, but that's really where he's going to have more success in this match, the Canadian.
15 love for Sinner. Sweat is already dripping off Felix Oja Aliassime. Sinner goes T, but a let, so another first serve. Just a reminder, it's the chair umpires who are calling the lets. There's no technology doing it this year, so that's Nico Helmworth from his perch. Another first serve coming here for Jannik Sinner. First serve percentage lower than he'd like at 40%. He gets that serve in, though. It's a good one out to the backhand and follows it with a backhand drive. Deep forehand from Oja Aliassime, who steps into the court, crushes a forehand. And Sinner trying to go line with the backhand, plows it into net. Again, Felix forcing the tempo at net. It's 15 all.
So I had a question from Carol in New Jersey asking, when a ball is let, is that a fault? I said, well, it's a fault if the ball doesn't land in the service box of which you're serving to. If it lands in it, it's not called a fault, it's not called a let, and you just redo and retake the serve. Those are for, you know, some of, you know, the fans out there who don't know everything of the lingo.
15 all for Sinner. 3-1. Goes body, now forehand return, a deep one from Oja Aliassime, who runs around to go inside in with a forehand, and a big fist pump after he finally connected from the baseline. First hint of jeopardy Sinner's been in on serve. It's 15-30.
Yeah, hello to that forehand. That went fast, right, Mike?
It did, and more importantly, this is just some risk, right? You talked about it, Sophie. He has to up that risk-reward ratio. There's just no way he can play it safe and find a way through. And you've seen these last few points, right? Just a little bit more risk taken by the Canadian.
5 winners now for Oja Aliassime to 6 for Sinner. Sinner at 15-30 goes T. Oja Aliasim blocks it back towards the net, but nothing more than that. It's 30-all.
And on that last point, we saw here John Hamm, the madman, watching, applauding, and being so in awe, looking at it going, what? How? On that last forehand inside out that Felix was able to hit. Still a little bit of a chance here.
And Sinner, who selects which balls he wants. He discards first one, then two to the ball crew members behind him. Now the 2024 U.S. Open champion from the far baseline at 3-1, 30-all. Nets the first serve.
Well, he hasn't had many first serve, 54%, but he has yet to lose 1 point on the second serve. Sinner, 6 for 6.
Asking a lot of that second serve. Gets that second serve in deep, and a forehand from Felix. Open line for Sinner. Now he follows it in. Doesn't need to do anything because his forehand had pushed Oja Aliasim back so far that his shot had nothing to do with it. It's 40-30 here for Sinner.
Well, he's so far, Felix, to return. He's like 8 feet behind the baseline, and I think that is maybe not exactly what you want to do. You might want to be closer to try to return that second serve. 7 for 7 on second serve, .1 for Sinner.
40-30 upcoming for Jannik Sinner here from the far baseline in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Carlos Alcaraz already through to the final. Flatten out wide. Sinner just missed. Of course, they played that epic in the Roland Garros final where Sinner had match points that Alcaraz was able to save en route to the title. A double fault here from Sinner. That's the first second serve point he's lost in 8 second serves, and it's deuce.
Yeah, that's unusual.
Well, this has been an ongoing theme. I think this will be the third match that I've been on with Sinner here today, and it has just been it's just been slightly off, that service motion over and over again. Percentage struggled early against Musetti. It was not great against Bublik. It hasn't been an issue until maybe it is.
At deuce, 26 minutes into this match. Off to a deliberate start, but Sinner can get himself to 2 games away from the opening set as he misses another first serve. That one was long. He went T at 121.
Look at the position now. Oja Aliasim much closer into the court. Not able to return that, but at least he's trying something else. Very, very aware of what's going on as Sinner is getting another towel from the hand of his coaching box, and I guess he's sweating a lot. I mean, it must feel quite... He was sweating a lot against Musetti as well that night. I was sitting with Andrea Petkovic, who was saying, I have never seen him sweat that much. It's not that humid.
Yeah, but it's dripping off Sinner. As that was Darren Cahill, who just tossed him another towel. He threw it right in his box and used it on the grip of his racket. Now forehand from Sinner, catches the line, backhand cross. Sinner had the open line, but sends the backhand into the middle of the court. Forehand from Sinner, backhand cross. Oja Aliasim, Sinner does the same. Now Felix takes the risk. Short backhand from Sinner, a running forehand, Oja Aliasim. Sinner's recovered, missed long, a physical rally, and it's Oja Aliasim who comes out on top of it to keep the game alive.
That's forehand again. When he's able to use that forehand inside out, he's damaging the movement and pressuring really Sinner. And this time found the cross court behind it as Sinner went down the line with that backhand and found a better angle. Oja Aliasim to push Sinner to the air.
Both players playing pretty methodically. The Sinner average service game has taken more than 4 minutes. Oja Aliasim, it's taken more than 5. Of course, it's a little skewed for Sinner because this is a 7-minute game. He opened the match by holding it love. Backhand reply short from Oja Aliasim into a tee serve from Sinner. Advantage Sinner yet again as he tries to maintain this break lead at 3-1. Sinner again back to the towel. This is the towel that Darren Cahill tossed down from the box. It's right on that side of the court.
I actually just pulled up the humidity, and it is listed at 72%, which is extremely high. I will say just courtside it doesn't feel it, but then I'm not running around.
Fair point. That's why I asked you earlier, Mike, because I saw a percentage that I didn't know the exact number, but I thought, that seems high. But then hearing that it didn't feel like that.
It really doesn't.
Start running. Let us know.
Okay, I'm trapped here, though.
Second serve here for Sinner as Oja Aliasim is way back and wants to run around to hit a forehand and loops a forehand. Sinner could not take hold of that ball as he tried to muscle it inside in down the line. Another change-up tactic from Oja Aliasim. It frustrated Sinner, and this game continues. We're at deuce.
It's interesting to see. Unforced errors were only at 1 before this game for Jannik Sinner and the double fault, and now this forehand up to 3 only in 4.5 games. So very low enforced errors, but 2 in this game. That's a lot for him.
Sinner again, he's already sweated through his hat. His hat is a darker color of blue, but we've been on court for exactly half an hour. He's already sweated through it. And he's also just unloaded his 3rd ace in those 30 minutes. He dotted the tee at 123 miles an hour and has yet another chance for 4-1.
Hard to believe that Sinner's only conceded 11 games in this tournament. Is that possible?
That is not possible.
No, that's much more than that.
No, he's lost now 39 games after dropping the 1 game in this. Only been broken 3 times. The backhand return from Oja Aliasim. Now cross-court forehand from Sinner. The backhand short into net. Wow. Marathon game. It seems like it means a lot to Sinner as he wheeled behind him to pump his fist towards his box. He'll towel off, sit down, take a rest. He's got a 4-1 lead in the opening set on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. A lot of towel watch here in Arthur Ashe Stadium on a very muggy night and a very physical game, a 9+ minute game where Jannik Sinner was able to hold a 12-point game. And Mike Cation, looks like it's laundry day for Jannik as he heads back out to receive serve here.
No, you're exactly right. The team actually just sent him 3 new towels during that changeover, all white towels. So clearly they have a special wicking towel that they prefer for him. But yeah, he's not happy with the US Open towel, so he's going to get his own brought to him. The luxury of being #1.
Nadal-esque request there for the request for the white towels.
Well, it's just that the US Open towels sometimes are too new and they just don't wipe, the sweat that well. So that's why. I think he loves them.
So Felix Oja Aliassime, he was broken in his opening game of this match and gave up the immediate lead to Sinner, but he has played a lot better over the last few minutes, and it seems like he's put Sinner in a few more uncomfortable positions. Problem is, for Felix, he just hasn't been able to capitalize. He was right there, though, with a big serve, 122. A service winner for 15 love. Now down the tee again, leaning right, Sinner with a forehand. Forehand Oja Aliasim, middle forehand Sinner, inside out forehand from Oja Aliasim, backhand line from Sinner, who glides right for a short forehand, backhand middle, Oja Aliasim, forehand line Sinner, and that's the dagger from Jannik Sinner. 15 all.
You just can't give Sinner any slower ball or transition ball that you might be waiting against other player, like the backhand that was hit on that last one, because Sinner is going to just eat you alive and just put so much pressure.
Well, it's the lack of depth on that backhand wing for Oja Aliasim here tonight that's causing the real issue.
True.
Sinner more than 2 yards behind the near baseline, and as Oja Aliasim misses that first serve into net, Sinner now takes at least one big stride in. So he's about a yard behind the baseline, maybe a touch more. And now for the second serve, he comes into attack with a backhand return, moves to his left for another backhand, that time cross-court, forehand cross. Oja Aliasim, backhand line from Sinner, who moves right, plays a forehand drop shot, but he knew as soon as it left his strings that he hit that way too flat, right into net, 30-15.
Yeah, that was a bit of a scoop of a drop shot. You can't scoop a drop shot. You got to keep your wrist firm at impact and use the power of the ball and go forward with it, as his camp is saying, actually, right here on the image. He knows. Technique is not always perfect. Thank goodness they're not perfect. They look perfect to us.
Oja Aliasim at 30-15. After that Sinner error, misses that first serve wide.
So, by the way, when I said that Sinner only conceded 11 games, it was from the round of 16 until now. And the only player who did this was 1979 McEnroe. Fewer than 20-plus games.
Body serve from Oja Aliasim, now into the backhand middle. A forehand up the left side from Sinner. Forehand cross, pulls Sinner right. He's there, though, and then pulls the racket down as Oja Aliasim missed long. Again, a point with Sinner's lateral quickness on display. It's 30-all.
And that's where, you know, Oja Aliasim is having trouble. He doesn't have that backhand on this kind of shot that goes down the middle that he can redirect cross-court angle. He's putting it more down the middle, and it's not hurting the player, or he's making the mistake off of it. Maybe a serve and volley would be a good play here.
We saw that play work out a few times. Coming to net has worked for Felix. He's 5 for 5 on his trips in. Plays the serve and volley. Drops off the backhand volley. Coach Sophie's on to something. Felix 6 for 6 on net trips. And he's at 40-30.
Just so smart.
You or Felix?
Him. I mean, he's got
definitely not Sophie.
No. I mean, I coached Isabelle de Monger to qualify for this tournament. And at the time, we were not supposed to coach, but I did say to her on match one, serve and volley, won the match.
You coached during the match?
Oh, yeah, everybody.
You were the only one.
Oh, yeah, right. But the funny thing is, to this day, she sees me, she goes, serve and volley.
Serve goes out wide. He does not serve and volley there, and then badly mishits a forehand. He was trying to backpedal his way into that shot and didn't come close to the sideline cross court. It's deuce.
He's unattainable in a very, very fine line, Oja Aliasim, because he can't, you know, afford to make this kind of mistakes when he has a chance to close out a game on his serve. Huge mistake here. Now another chance for Sinner, and you're going to have to earn 2 points in a row. Good luck.
Yeah, 1-4 Oja Aliasim. He's played a lot better since he was broken in the opening game of this set, but now in some trouble, and he's got to come up with a second serve. He's won just 3 of 9 second serve points in this match. Sinner could be licking his chops here, and that second serve, oh, he got lucky as that ball clipped the tape and then just caught the back of the box. So another second serve for Felix. He's ready to go. There's the toss, and he double faults. Down a break point.
Second double fault the match. And definitely there's no good time, but this is definitely a very dangerous one here with a chance for a break again for Sinner.
Sinner's got the break point. We're getting a look at a member of his team who has what looks like a linen closet ready to bring out to his man. I think 6 white towels stacked up, ready to bring down to the court. But the heat is on Felix Oja Aliasim, who misses another serve, trying to find it into the Sinner backhand here in the ad court. Felix misses that first serve. He's 3 of 10 on second serve points, and he's in danger of being broken for the second time in this set. Toss and the serve. It's out into the Sinner backhand. Nice angled return from the world number 1, who has time to crush a forehand. Oja Aliasim slides into it. Cross-court forehand from Sinner. Now a forehand middle. Oja Aliasim down a break point. Steps up into a forehand. Sinner left for a backhand middle. Forehand cross-court. Oja Aliasim. Sinner tracks it down and sends the forehand long. That point asked a lot of Oja Aliasim, and he had the answers to save the break point.
Yeah, way to stay in this point and to win this long rally, 11-shot rally.
Just courtside, guys, it just feels constant. This pressure is always on the shoulders of Felix Auger-Aliassime. He knows he has to taste this risk, but he's just finding it's a tough calculation for him to make.
Yep, it's that fine line.
This game now more than 6 minutes. These service games are taking serious amounts of time. Forehand cross court from Sinner into the forehand, plowed into net. Oja Aliasim down a break point for the second time in this game.
Another one right here at deuce. I think that the serve volley could have worked. He had to back up off the return, could have taken that in the air. Especially of the position of Sinner being so far behind the baseline, you know that that ball is going to travel for his racket and take longer to go across the net, gives you more time to get in.
Felix from the far baseline serves down the center. Forehand middle from Sinner, who moves to his right for a looping forehand. Felix forehand off the tape. It drops into a Sinner forehand. Open angle, slice backhand Felix. Sinner goes forehand cross court on the ad side. Oja Aliasim misses long, and it's a second break for Jannik Sinner, who will now serve for a physical opening set at 5-1 after a pair of marathon service games. That one more than 7 minutes long, and that followed the nearly 10-minute game in which Sinner held for 4-1. Now it's 5-1 for the world number one.
Yeah, and he's really getting under scrutiny on the second serve, offering only 4 out of 11 points on the second serve.
Hey, that's a better percentage than their matchup in Cincy.
Yeah, well, that's why this, well, and that's what you get, you know, well, you're right.
We got to look at positives, Sophie. We got to look at the positives.
Well, it's not 5-love. That's the positive. It's 5-1 as he won this first set 6-love in Cincinnati. But even his first serve percentage is higher. It was 56% in Cincinnati. Now up to 58% right now, but still.
Another first serve here for Sinner after a let. He's going to the same spot right up the tee, but he sent it long. 40 minutes gone by. Sinner has lost 4 points on his first serve and just 2 behind his second serve. This second serve had some kick to it. The return was long. It's 15-love. You know, the one area of improvement you would think for Sinner would be to get that first serve percentage higher. It's now just 50% for the match, 11 of 22, but he hasn't been hurt by it because he's been so ruthless on second serve. He's won 9 of the 11 points. Put him to within 3 points of claiming this opening set. 15-love. There's the toss, flat out wide, and ace, the fourth for Sinner. It's 30-love.
First bit of negativity in terms of the body language from Felix Auger Aliassime after that ace.
He droop the shoulders, hang the head.
A little bit of both.
30-love here for Sinner. Does he give Oja Aliasim a look? Well, he'll get a look at a second serve, which has actually been bad news for the Canadian.
Yeah, and he only tried one time to move forward on the second serve, Felix, and he's so far, I think.
Good wide serve from Sinner. The return's long, and it is triple set point.
He's going to have to make a lot of adjustment in this second set because I think the first is pretty much done and dusted the way that Sinner has been playing. But also, I think Felix can do a lot more to bother him.
The shirt completely sweated through. It's clinging to Sinner. But at 40-love on set point, it's a body serve. The return's wide, and it is a 6-1 first set. It was harder than the scoreline would suggest, as Sinner had to dig deep, but he broke Oja Aliasim twice. He got the towels he wanted, and he's got the scoring result that he wanted. A 6-1 opening set for the world number one, as he moves to within 2 sets of a return to the U.S. Open final. We'll be back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. DJ Triz, again, wowing the crowd in Arthur Ashe Stadium, but so is Jannik Sinner, who took that first set 6-1 over Felix Oja Aliasim. Brian Clark back with Sophie Amiak. Mike Cations courtside. Before play begins, I want to check with Mike so we can speak a little more freely. And, Mike, you noted right at the end of that set the first signs of negative body language from Felix. The end of that set did feel demoralizing.
It really did, and I will say this. I think Felix took some risk, right? The unforced error count got up to 11 towards the end of it, but part of that was the fact that he was trying to find hard angles on the forehand, right? Running around a little bit more in that ad corner. That's going to just be part of it, right? He has to stick with this game plan, taking that risk. Whether he can mentally stay focused enough to do so will be the real task for me here in this second set.
And it is Felix serving first here in this second set. He won the toss, elected to receive, and Sinner held, and Oja Aliasim was promptly broken. So Felix was playing from behind for the entire opening set, but he starts on the right foot here with an ace up the center, his third of the evening at 125 miles an hour.
Well, you look at the stats on the first set, and you know that the improvement has to be on the second serve, definitely, and lifting the first serve also, so you don't have to put yourself in a pressure situation. So back-to-back first serve here for Felix, first serve winner for Felix Oja Aliasim. That's going to help. And the only place that he was very successful, again, where was that? When he came forward. He needs to implement more of that in this match.
30 love for Felix from the near baseline. He missed wide of the center line.
I would even kick serve on the second serve here at 30 love and come in. And just ask the question. Go ahead, pass me. Find something else that he has to do.
The second serve, he sends it into the body of Sinner. Short backhand return, deep backhand, Oja Aliasim. Sinner got a good look at that backhand as he slid into it, but it found the net. It's 40 love, Oja Aliasim.
Now 7 out of 7 coming forward. It is the answer, but it's not that easy to make happen for sure with the play of Sinner pushing you back with the depth. Maybe a certain volley here at 40 love.
At 40 love, Oja Aliasim, the toss, the serve, it's out into the backhand, backpedaling Oja Aliasim, inside in with the forehand up the line, all key by 126-mile-an-hour serve. Oja Aliasim's easiest service game so far in this match, and he needs a lot more of those at the change of ends.
Best game for him on the serve, best game period, best game from the baseline. The forehand was obviously working. Just liking the aggression that he put in this game. But
that's exactly right, Sophie. Yeah. I mean, just that first ball strike, right? Yep. He's just can't stay in these longer rallies. We've seen it statistically. Take the first risk. Even if you're losing some of these points, we know it's going to happen because it takes him out of the comfort zone. Keep taking risk.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, obviously having a first, serve going and winning 2 of these points from back-to-back on the opening 2 points is huge. So getting that first serve percentage up as well.
Here is Jannik Sinner up a set, serving for the first time in this second set. And the first point goes to Oja Aliasim as Sinner nets the forehand.
That's a good return. Very deep. Now it's Sinner was like, what? Why is it that deep? You haven't played that deep since the beginning of the match.
And he's also had a couple of curious-looking errors on really off-speed balls, mishits from Felix as well.
Four bounces from Sinner. Now the toss and that serve, he goes flat, now wide, blocked with the backhand. Here comes Sinner in, the backhand hit the tape, and that undid him. He was looking line, and then he looks frustrated as he gestures towards his box on the opposite side of the net. It's love 30.
And here's another one. The lead court slowing down that ball, and a very, the slice return, very low and slow. And right away, he gets in trouble because he doesn't know really how to deal with something that is so low and so soft. And he's looking, like you mentioned, at that his box being very angry. Love 30. Slight half opening here for the Canadian.
At love 30, here's Sinner from the near baseline. Toss and serve. He was going out wide, but he missed it wide. That was the number that really stood out in that opening set, how good Sinner was on those second serve points. He won 10 of 12. This second serve point. Oh, Oja Aliasim hits a wicked inside-in return. He's in control of this point. Now he's in at net to watch Sinner miss into net. And Oja Aliasim has his first break chance of this match. He's got 3 of them.
Oh, that's big. And, yeah, first strike tennis right now. That's what he did in this game alone. 2 occasions on the return. Again, putting the pressure coming forward. 8 of 8. 100% net points. Net points won for the Canadian.
Down triple break point is Jannik Sinner, who've been broken just 3 times coming into tonight's semifinal. First break opportunity for Oja Aliasim comes 50 minutes in. And Sinner misses that first serve by a lot. Toss and second serve right into the backhand. Oja Aliasim looped it long. 15-40, that's 1 break point saved.
God, I would love to see a slice backhand approach on this. Am I dreaming, Mike? Is there a chance that could happen?
No, probably not. But
So
I
I'm
think
dreaming.
you're. Yeah,
So I
I
am
think
dreaming.
you're exactly right, though. I mean, listen, that is the known target against Felix in terms of the return position. You look at every single stat. That's where it goes over and over again because he tries to go with a little bit too much.
Sinner saved the first break point, did it on a second serve. Can he buy a first serve here? Toss and serve? No, he cannot. Into the bottom of the tape. Sinner works quickly. He's still down 2 break points. Second serve goes out wide. That's a good second serve. Cross court forehand, open court, but Sinner goes middle with the forehand, moves to his left for a backhand. Cross court on the ad side. Sinner now drives that 2-hander. It's a forehand from Oja Aliasim. Backhand line. Sinner. No answer from Oja Aliasim. A seed from Jannik Sinner to save a second break point.
Sophie, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing here as well. All of these backhands from Felix, every single one cross court, not pulling the trigger up the line ever. And so it's a predictable pattern that Sinner can expose over and over again.
True. He needs to be aggressive here. I don't care what's going on, especially if there's a second serve. The only reason you get to love 40 is because it was first strike tennis.
Sinner was love 40 down. Trying to get this game back to deuce. A good wide serve. He's gotten it back to deuce as Oja Aliasim blocked it back long. Perfectly placed in the ad court wide at 124. Sinner saved 3 break points.
And since the start of last season, Sinner's is 46-3 after winning the first set in majors events. 3 losses came to Alcaraz. And actually, yeah, his 3 losses came to Alcaraz twice and then Medvedev in 2024. So it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, he's been unbeatable at hard court majors over the last 2 years. Go back to this tournament, 2023, the last time he was beaten at a hard court major, and serves like that. Big reasons why. Back-to-back serves out wide. That one from the deuce court, and that one in ace, his 5th. Advantage Sinner in a game he trailed love 40.
And I'm sure, you know, Oja Aliasim is probably thinking, oh, I wish I was back at love 40 on that second serve and do a little bit more than he did.
Sinner looks across the net and the toss and the serve. It's into the body of Oja Aliasim, whose backhand is long, and that is a huge hold for Sinner and a potentially demoralizing missed opportunity for Oja Aliasim. Crowd was roaring, and now it's gone quiet again as Sinner continues his metronomic ticking.
I love that.
Taking a look at the games lost for Jannik Sinner in this tournament. Now that's 40 in the U.S. Open. Fewest games anybody's ever lost to get to the final since 1980. Novak Djokovic dropped just 40 games. That was in 2015. He won the title, but that involved a walkover. So in runs that did not involve a walkover, 42 for Ivan Lendl in 1987, who went on to win the tournament.
And I think he's going to be here on Sunday.
Yes, he is.
He's presenting the trophy because it's the 40th anniversary of his 1985 title, when coincidentally he dropped just 47 games en route to the final. Ace from Oja Aliasim. Felix now with 4 aces. 2 of them, though, have already come in the first 2 service games of this second set. And somebody was moving or disrupting a sight line. Nico Helmworth asked the crowd to settle. Oja Aliasim serves out wide, backhand return, a reflex return from Sinner, who now glides right off a punch from Oja Aliasim. Backhand cross, long Oja Aliasim. Bit of funk coming back from Sinner there. Might have thrown off Oja Aliasim, who drops a point on serve for the first time in this set. Like, we just got the stat on our monitor, something we talked about, the backhand. That's 6 unforced errors off the backhand for Oja Aliasim so far in this match. Serve goes out wide, forehand into net from Sinner, and Oja Aliasim was playing a serve and volley approach there.
Well, that's the thing to that point, Brian. I mean, he knows he has to be better on that backhand side, right? He's been able to get away through these first 5 matches with just being solid on the backhand. Can't do it tonight.
Four minutes from the hour mark. It's Jannik Sinner up a set on serve here in the second at 1-1. Oja Aliasim misses that serve almost into the bottom of the net. Oja Aliasim had a huge opportunity in the last game, the second game of this second set. He had Sinner in a love 40 hole, but Sinner didn't blink from there and was able to hold serve. Forehand down the line. Oja Aliasim running forehand, a good one from Sinner. Now he moves right with a forehand middle. Backhand, Oja Aliasim. Cross-court backhands from both players. Backhand drive. Sinner, well, he rolled the dice, but just missed it. A little bit wide of that left sideline. It's 40-15, Oja Aliasim.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the first set, you know, Sinner would go and keep going to the backhand and not trigger his backhand the way he did inside out that early. So maybe a little bit of impatience here for Sinner. Chance for the Canadian to hold consecutively here.
Serve goes out wide, and ace, he does hold consecutively. Oja Aliasim serving much better here in this second set. He's needed that, given what Sinner's capable of on the other side of the net. It's Sinner up a set on serve at 1-2 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Much better from Felix Oja Aliasim, but can he find a way through Jannik Sinner? He had chances to do it in the Italian's first service game of the second set, but Sinner came out from love 40 down to save all 3 of those break points and hold. We're on serve. It's Sinner here at 1-2. He took the first set 6-1 in 43 physical minutes. We're a minute shy of the hour mark for this second semifinal. The winner to take on Carlos Alcaraz in Sunday's final. Backhand from Sinner. Now he goes cross-court with a backhand. Slice backhand. Oja Aliasim kept on floating, and Sinner goes cross-court with a forehand. And Oja Aliasim just seemingly mishit his slice from the baseline. Off the backhand, it's 15-love for Sinner.
Yeah, I think he was trying to go for a drop shot. I don't dislike that backhand slice, though. I would like to see him using it a little bit more. What do you think?
Yeah,
Mike?
I completely agree with you. And I think that wasn't quite a drop shot as so much as that half in between the drive slice and a drop shot to try and pull Sinner forward a little bit.
Yeah. But I like to see this on second serves also. Chip and charge. He's so fast. You know what I mean? Is slice that, go down the line, get in the net. He's so fast and explosive, Oja Aliassime, that if he was to slice that backhand to come in, I mean, after 2 steps, he's right there at the net, being able to really cover it.
15-love out wide. Oja Aliassime with the backhand cross Sinner, backhand middle. Oja Aliassime, forehand middle from Sinner, a bit shorter though. Now he pummels that forehand into a forehand from Oja Aliassime. Big hitting from the baseline. This is favored Sinner. Cross-court backhand from both. Now backhand cross Sinner. Slice backhand Oja Aliassime. Sinner steps in, drives the backhand long.
There you go.
Oja Aliassime outlasts Sinner in a long rally. A 14-shot exchange. It's 15-all.
Yeah, just by changing the pace and changing, you know, the kind of you know, the top spin to the slice, so you have a different ball spinning towards you. It's difficult because you really have to be so accurate in what you're doing. You know, on the flat, you're just going to respond with going flat at it and just using the pace of your opponent. On the slice, you have to create a lot more low to high action to get that ball back above the level of the net because it is so low.
Sinner from the far baseline at 15-all. He missed that first serve long. Naomi Osaka in the house tonight in a sweep. One night after she played a pretty epic semifinal that she came out on the wrong end of to Amanda Anisimova as Oja Aliassime wheeled left to pump a forehand middle. Now a backhand from Sinner, a forehand from a reaching Oja Aliassime. It missed long. It's 30-15 for Sinner.
30-15. Still wiping up the sweat after every point. Just even though there is air conditioning in this building, it's still, you know, not feeling as really when you get into a house where it's really cool. A lot of people, 24,000 people here watching. It's a lot of heat.
Sinner wide serve, backhand cross from both players. Backhand cross Oja Aliassime. Sinner happy to feed this pattern. Now it's a slice from Oja Aliassime. It's a forehand cross court from Sinner. Back into the Oja Aliassime backhand. Sinner goes same spot. Now he goes line with a forehand. Running forehand Felix. Forehand drop shot Sinner. Here comes Oja Aliassime. He gets there. Sinner reaches for the volley and gets there just in the nick of time.
Such a great shot again from Sinner to trigger to the forehand of Felix, and then the longer stride to get to it with the drop shot, the opposite diagonal. It is so smartly played from the Italian.
(40-15) for Sinner. After that 15-shot rally. Toss and serve, flat into a deep forehand return. Now forehand flicked off the line, backhand driven. Just long from Oja Aliassime. And Sinner holds for 2-all in this second set.
2-all, second set. I genuinely love what Felix has done, though, in this set. I don't know that it's going to necessarily win him this match, but he's definitely more content with what he's doing on that backhand side, more variety there. If he's able to mix that in with some of that first strike tennis we saw early as well, I mean, that's your hope, right, Sophie?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that he is doing the right thing. I would just say a little asterisk when he had the opportunity on that love 40-point second serve. I would have done the slice and come in, but it doesn't come to his mind. It's not really his game, but you have to do what plan, you know, B is, which is not always comfortable. But if it works, you got to get out of your own way.
Great serve out wide. Oja Aliassime. Sinner couldn't get it back into play. 15-love.
Sorry, Brian, just to kind of go on that point, though, it's one thing if you're doing it at 15-all or you know, first point of a game. It's hard to do. That muscle memory doesn't quite kick in the same way on a break point.
15 love for Oja Aliasim. He serves out wide, plays the volley behind it, comes in, hit a deep volley. Sinner got there and almost pulled off one of the shots of the tournament with his back to the net, but that desperation forehand was wide. 30 love on another successful serve and volley play from Oja Aliasim.
And now at 91% of play going forward, winning points, 10 out of 11. This is a stat that I wish you could see on the monitor, because this is exactly where he's winning the most points.
Oja Aliasim's toss, serve out wide. Sinner leans and punches the return into net. 40 love.
Serve is definitely getting better and better. First serve percentage, 83% in this set, 10 out of 12, only lost 2 points. But more importantly, he has yet to lose a point on the second serve. There were not many offerings, but 2 out of 2 for the Canadian. That's a huge improvement.
Another first serve coming from Felix Oja Aliasim, who has been markedly improved on serve. He's dropped just 1 point on serve now, almost through 3 service games here in this second set. At 40 love, he mishit that first serve. He was looking tee, but sent it well wide of the line. Second serve on the way at 40 love. He goes deep into the body, and Sinner's returns wide. Big fist pump from Oja Aliasim. As he has kept this ticking forward, Oja Aliasim has raised his game in the second set. But can he find a way through Jannik Sinner on US Open Radio, presented by American Express? Jannik Sinner will serve it 2-3 here in this second set. He leads by a set to love against Felix Oja Aliasim in this U.S. Open semifinal. And Sinner from the near baseline under the open roof at Ash nets that first serve. Mike Cation is courtside, and just a thought to think about, Mike, after this service point. I'll tell you about that thought that I'm wondering about your opinion of. A forehand middle from Oja Aliasim. It's a backhand from Felix. Now a forehand from Sinner, who moves right. Inside out forehand is just wide. Oja Aliasim, he's raised his level in this second set. Yep. Is it that the gambles he's making are paying off, or is he just playing a little bit cleaner and more efficiently?
I think it's more efficiently. Listen, this was the game plan, right? He had to move around, be very active there, moving forward. I think the problem is Jannik Sinner, right, just does so many things that make you uncomfortable in those spots. So you're having this struggle for Felix just to find those ways forward at some of the big moments.
Backhand from Sinner, a slice backhand into net. Oja Aliasim, it's 30 love. Brian Clark, that's Mike Cation courtside. Sophie Amiak here as well.
That backhand slice, that's too bad, because, I love that he's thinking out there and trying to really change the rhythm and the spin. 18 unforced errors, though, of the racket of Oja Aliasim, and only 8 from Sinner in this match overall. 7 in the second set and 4 for Sinner.
30 love for Sinner, whose first serve sails into the net.
He's a little bit closer on the return now, Oja Aliassime.
That serve comes up the center, backhand return deep. Oja Aliassime now goes forehand. Sinner's forehand flicked back. Oja Aliassime had missed long. It's 40 love for Sinner.
It's a good try, though. I like that intention of being a little bit more aggressive on the return of serve by positioning yourself closer on the second serve. Again, you got to take more risks if you're the Canadian.
At 40 love, here's Sinner out from under that blue baseball cap, out wide. Oja Aliassime lifts it wide of the court. A love hole for Sinner. His easiest service game of this second set. It's 3 games all. Sinner's. Here's some coaching going on. Sinner's been the only player to face adversity on serve in this second set when he was down love 40 in his first service game, but held from there. Oja Aliassime, for his part, through 3 games, has dropped a total of 1 point on serve.
And by the way, those were the only 3 break points opportunity that Oja Aliassime had throughout this match so far. Not able to consolidate the break.
Sinner broke Oja Aliassime twice in that opening set that he won 6-1. Now it's Oja Aliassime at 3-1. His first serve missed wide. Felix a perfect 3 of 3 on second serve points here in this second set. Body serve, backhand return deep from Sinner. A little bit too deep. It missed long. It's 15 love.
Sinner has won his past 58 matches on hard court against opponent ranked outside the top 10 since 1973, you know who? Roger Federer. He's got 80 as a longer such winning streak on the surface. Yeah, those numbers are going to be hard to catch up to.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about how good it is even outside the top 20, which is what this would be. 79-1 since the 2023 U.S. Open. The only loss was to Bublik at Halle this year on grass, and I think he more than got his revenge by dropping just 3 games in their meeting the other night. 30 love for Oja Aliassime.
There have been a lot of revenges in this tournament with Anisimova against Iga.
At 30 love down the center. Yeah, Anisimova will play Aryna Sabalenka in the final tomorrow afternoon. Of course, we'll begin the day with the men's doubles final in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Serve goes into the body, the backhand middle, now a half volley pickup from Oja Aliassime. Forehand cross from Sinner, who now moves right, hit the volley right at Oja Aliassime, who says, sure, I'll take it, and sends the forehand winner down the open left sideline, 40 love.
This crowd, guys, is just aching. They so desperately want this to be a competitive match, right? It's been one of those tournaments where we've had a lot of just really clinical performances by the top 2 on the men's side, and they're just begging for one challenger to be up to the task.
That's 6 winners now in this set for Oja Aliassime. Forehand middle from Oja Aliassime. Now forehand from Sinner off the baseline. Sinner moves right, flicks over a forehand long, and a roar from Felix. He's feeding off the crowd. They're feeding off of him. Problem is, it's Jannik Sinner on the other side of the net who has shown no signs of weakness. It'll be Sinner after the changeover.
Oh, he's so much more alert. He's so much more intuitive. He's smiling right now in the changeover. Mike, what's the feeling?
Yeah, it's so much better here. And I talked to Felix after his win over Alexander Zverev because it was a very similar performance in terms of getting the crowd behind him and on his side. And that's something he's done well over the years in Davis Cup, right? That's obviously Canada winning a couple of years ago. He's really active there, really wants to get that Canadian group behind him as well. I think he's doing it very well here in this tournament, realizing that fans are drawn to him. His style is electric, can be electric, and so why not get the crowd energetic behind him against Jannik Sinner, as you know, Bublik said, that AI perfection. Why not use this crowd here tonight?
I totally agree, and it's not really like him to get out of this kind of introverted personality, but I love to see him, this roar here after this game and holding at love for, what was that, the second time, I think, or third time actually in this set. Pretty amazing. The last 3 games were held at love by both players, but yeah, that's making a little bit of a statement here for the Canadian.
Oja Aliasim has played 17 points on serve in this set. He has won 16 of them. But we know about all the vagaries of the tennis scoring system. Just ask Jessica Pegula, who posted that photo on social media last night of herself holding a cocktail, and the caption was, paraphrasing here, when you lose 4 points on serve the entire third set but lose the match. And she had the cocktail because that's what happened. She was broken in the opening game of that third set against Aryna Sabalenka. Did not lose a point on serve, but could not break Sabalenka. And that's why Aryna is playing for her second straight U.S. Open title tomorrow afternoon. Here's Jannik Sinner, who wants to be playing for his second straight U.S. Open title Sunday against Carlos Alcaraz. Last time we had back-to-back winners for both the men and women. Go back almost 30 years. Figured it'd be these two people, but you just weren't sure about the timing. Steffi Graf, Pete Sampras, 1995-96. Love 15 for Sinner. Men's doubles final begins tomorrow, a noon Eastern start in Ash Stadium. The 5th seeds, Granollers and Zeballos of Spain and Argentina, against the Brits, Salisbury and Skupski, the 6th seeds. Then, of course, a not before 4 o'clock start. That means it'll start at 4. Sabalenka and Anisimova for the U.S. Open women's title.
There was no instance of both men's and women's champion repeating in the same year as each other. Never.
What do you mean?
Like the last combined event was in 2014 for women's and 2008 for men with different champions. So you didn't have like the same winner last year. Sabalenka, obviously, if Sabalenka and Alcaraz were to win, it never happened.
Yeah.
It's amazing that stat never happened at the at the time of the Serena and the Rogers at the time. Never.
But right now, there's a huge moment for Felix Oja Aliasim, his second opportunity on the Sinner serve. Love 30 here, as Oja Aliasim has won 6 points in a row. But remember, in Sinner's first service game of this second set, Felix had 3 break points, and Sinner held from love 40. At love 30, Sinner plows that first serve into net.
Well, he's closer to the line, Felix. On the return, the baseline, that means.
Second serve, Sinner goes body, and it handcuffed Felix, who looped a forehand. Sinner hits a forehand right at Oja Aliasim, who replies with a forehand of his own. Now a forehand from the Canadian. Backhand netted by Sinner, who goes down love 40 again. He got out of this jam once before, but can he do it a second time?
Well, it's all about the serve right now for Sinner. He's going to have to be definitely tremendous on first serve right now, because you know that Felix is not going to do that twice. He's going to be very aggressive to try to break the serve for the first time of the Italian.
It is loud courtside right now, you two.
All your ears.
Not great.
Triple break point here for Oja Aliasim. Sinner was ready to start his motion when somebody yelled out. And now Sinner saved 3 break points in this game. Somebody else had yelled out. Sorry. Now Sinner's ready. Toss and serve flat out wide. The backhand return is big. And Mike, when Sinner was in that hole earlier in this game, he came up with some big serves just like that one.
Yeah, he just seems to come up with the goods in the moments, right? Just has only been broken to 3 times here in the entire tournament, saving at about 73% rate through the season, and is up to that here at the U.S. Open.
That's a 1 break point save. 2 more to go for Sinner, who's down love 40 for the second time in this set. Now has to rely on that second serve.
He's got to go for it. He's got to go with a big return here on the second serve.
Serve, and Felix slid left to crush a forehand return. Sinner blocks it back. Felix goes big again with the forehand, up a couple of break points. Another forehand, opened up the court, did Oja Aliasim, and he has opened up a 5-3 lead in this second set. He'll serve for the second set after one of the gutsiest points he's played all night.
So big, and taking advantage of the serve, and especially the second serve on that return that was coming really fast, that opened the court for him throughout this point just by having a little bit of a shorter reply from the racket of Sinner, and the inside-out forehand. Oh boy, did that go fast. And a big chance here for the Canadian.
We said we'd be saying clinical about Jannik Sinner all night long, but clinical has described the Felix Oja Aliasim serve here in this second set. He has lost just 1 point out of the 17 service points he's played, and if he can get these 4, we'll be even heading to a third set. The toss, and that serve comes
late.
It's going right down the center.
That's his favorite.
Now, second serve, hour 20 on the clock. Sinner needed 43 minutes to win a very physical first set, even though he took it 6-1. Felix can win this set in less time, and he's 3 points away from doing that. He's in the red zone right now, as from the right sideline, he buried a forehand up the line for 15-love.
Yeah, it's amazing when he has time to really wind down that forehand. He can really hurt so badly, and the last 10 points, 9 of them going the way of the Canadian right now.
(15-love) as Oja Aliasim bounces away. 3 points from the set. He goes out wide. Sinner with the backhand block. Now forehand line. Forehand flick from Sinner. Now forehand cross court from Oja Aliasim. Sinner's there with the forehand. Now big forehand from Sinner. He's dictating for the baseline. Runs around. Looked like he was going to come in, but missed. Sinner was ready to blast one line, but he blasted it into the net, and it's 30-love.
And who's the fastest player right now on court? It is Oja Aliasim. The retrieval skills in this point were out of the chart. Trying to take his time here, recovering in between this point and the next, getting to the baseline to serve the Canadian. Clock is at 8 seconds. 8 seconds, 6 seconds now. Better start his movement.
He's up at 30-love, and an ace to bring up a couple of set points.
Fire.
Yeah, what a way to stylishly bring up some set points. An ace for Felix. He's got 4 of them in this set. This set where he has lost just 1 of 20 points on serve.
Thank you. We're ready for play.
And now it is triple set point. Oja Aliasim trying to make it a best-of-3 shootout for a spot in the U.S. Open final. At 40-love, he goes up the center. It's ace number 6. A flawless serving performance from Felix Oja Aliasim. Only Canadians are taking sets off Jannik Sinner in this U.S. Open. Denis Shapovalov did it, but then Sinner rallied and steadied himself. Felix Oja Aliasim looks up for the challenge, though. We're even on sets, heading to a third on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation joining you courtside. Brian Clark, Sophie Amiak back in the studio, and we have a major development here over the last couple of seconds as Jannik Sinner, Sophie, has left the court. He has complained of an abdominal issue here in the last few seconds, so he is receiving treatment, or I should say he's getting an evaluation right now from the physio on his abs. So that would be a huge, huge turn of events. Not to take anything away from the way that Felix just played through that set, Sophie, but this would be a big, big deal if there's an ab issue for Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, I agree. It looked like it was the left side that he was pointing out to the physio. They did leave the court, and now he is getting a medical timeout for this area of his body. And you're right, this definitely is a difficult to deal with at this stage of the game after one set. Oh, by the way, first set 6-1, 43 minutes. Second set 6-3, which I thought was so much closer in the gameplay. 39 minutes. Go figure.
Well, I think you also look at some of the the winners to unforced errors count. It just popped up just briefly here courtside. 18 winners, 19 unforced errors for Felix Auger Aliasim versus 10 and 13 on the other side for Jannik Sinner, which means he's dictating a lot of the play, right? And that's the important thing for him here today. He has to dictate how this match gets played. Didn't want to get into those longer rallies as we talked about throughout that first, and he just took more risk. Took more risk early in points as well, and it paid off. And now with a potentially a little bit of a difficulty physically for Jannik Sinner, has this match changed drastically?
Completely, because if Jannik Sinner has a problem in the abdominal, to be able to serve as well as he served in the first set especially, you know that those numbers are not going to be the same, and it's a total different ball game. And who knows if that abdominal problem can also be having trouble, torquing and going to different shots, backhand especially if you are thinking about the left side of the abdominal. So that's to be seen. Another minute and 20 seconds on the medical timeout right now.
Yeah, we're going to see immediately, how Sinner's able to, what kind of shape he's in, because he's going to serve first to begin this third set. And Mike, I don't know if you can see it courtside, when the physio was out looking at Sinner, he had that right arm up, and that's where he was just indicating to the physio where he was having some difficulty, pointing to the abdominal area. Yep. But did you see anything in terms of, I mean, he didn't look as crisp, but yeah, that was, I think we credit Felix for how well he played in that second set.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Brian. I mean, as I said, I think Felix was gutsy and bold and brave and aggressive, and Sinner was on that back heel. But yes, there were some misses, right, under pressure, where we count on Sinner being so spectacular, even on these defensive moments. I wonder how much that is factoring in. We will have to see here over the next half an hour or so, as we've got about 25 seconds left on this medical timeout, which is being taken off court right now.
Yeah, we're getting a look on our monitors of Team Oja Aliasim, and not too much visible concern on their faces, maybe from his father, Sam, who looks fairly stoic in that front row box courtside. But the rest of the team, they're up. Maybe it's some nervous energy, but we are just waiting to see what happens.
But as I'm looking at, Frédéric Fontan, who is the coach of Oja Aliasim, he was actually showing, a little bit of the backhand side and the movement of the backhand. So I don't know if he's telling something to his pupil or if he's trying to figure out, which I was trying to figure out also, is, when you turn to that and you torque the body, does that really require those abdominal to also work on the backhand more than the forehand side? That's to be known. But for sure, if you have an abdominal problem, the serve is definitely something that we're going to watch out here on Sinner, as he is going to be the first one serving here in this third set.
Sorry, Sophie, it is on that left side. So that will be this part where he stretches up a little bit more than on the right side when he's reaching for that ball.
Exactly.
Sinner jogs back out on court after the clock had hit 0, so we will get an immediate look at Sinner's condition. He has to jog past Oja Aliasim as Felix will receive serve from that far baseline. And now we will see how that affects Jannik Sinner, who had dropped just one set prior to this semifinal. As we said before, it's Canadians who've taken sets off Sinner. Denis Shapovalov, that was the first set. And now Felix Oja Aliasim played really well in the second. So let's get a look at Jannik Sinner and see if he's hampered physically. And it'll be important for Oja Aliasim not to have that get into his head, because it's easy to see, oh, the opponent's wounded. Is this going to change things? But the form Oja Aliassime was in that third set, the answer is basically don't do anything different. It is Jannik Sinner to serve first after that medical timeout. And it's Sinner from the near baseline, an hour 22 minutes into this U.S. Open semifinal, and Sinner was going out wide and missed that first serve. We're going to go wide in the deuce court. Now second serve, the toss and the serve. It's down the center. The backhand return from Oja Aliassime. Sinner's there with the backhand. Forehand, Oja Aliassime. Forehand cross court into a running forehand that's just long from Felix. 15-love.
Going to be curious just to keep an eye on the MPH on this serve here, Brian.
Yeah, I agree. That one 99 miles an hour. That, of course, a second serve. But that...
Well, the average second serve is much higher, so that could be strange for him. Maybe he's not trying to force too much.
At 15-love, what does he do? He goes line, or excuse me, the center line. He was looking tee, 117. But he missed it well long. We hit the 90-minute mark, and we begin this third set, even on sets in the U.S. Open men's semifinal. Serve goes into the backhand. Deep return from Oja Aliassime, who backs up to go inside out into net with his forehand. 30-love for Sinner. Sinner's face not giving away any kind of emotion. If he's feeling good, if he's feeling bad, it's stoic. As you'd expect, it's 30-love in the toss, the serve. It's long from Sinner. The problem, though, for Sinner, he can't find these first serves. Toss in the second serve. Oh, Felix guessed the wrong way. Reached back and tried to get the forehand. He thought Sinner was going tee. The serve went out wide in the deuce court. It's 40-love.
This feels like a missed opportunity for Felix. It feels like the intensity has dropped off with that medical timeout in the 5 minutes in between points, and it feels like he's wasted some chance here.
And you wonder how many chances he'll get. He did get a second chance in that second set after Sinner held from love 40 down once, but he couldn't do it a second time. And that break was the difference in a almost perfect serving set for Oja Aliassime. He's won 20 of 21 points on serve in the second set and broke Sinner. And now Sinner double faults. That was a second first serve. He missed it long, though, at 116. So Sinner yet to get a first serve in this game. And the second serve goes body, and Felix attacks with a forehand, but Sinner knew it was coming, anticipated, and sent the forehand cross court. Holds at love to begin this third set.
He's not serving. His last one was 87 miles per hour, and the fact that he was able to hold that love is pretty amazing. I think that maybe Oja Aliassime is thinking a bit too much or not enough, because he could have taken so much more advantage of the situation. But let's see how the serve keeps going on the side of the Canadian. That's what really was a huge improvement in the second set, to say the least.
We actually also saw that from Lorenzo Musetti a couple of nights ago. The second set, he served at an incredible level just to keep that match tight. It was a little bit different there in terms of Sinner's response, and right now he's trying to stretch out some abductor muscles as well while he's waiting for a return point. So just keep an eye on the physicality here for Sinner after that treatment.
Let's see if Oja Aliassime can continue his serving prowess that he showed throughout that second set, as he serves for the first time here in the third and begins by going out wide. Sinner reaches, flicks it back with a forehand, slices a backhand. Oja Aliassime, cross-court forehand, running backhand from Sinner. Oja Aliassime, cross-court forehand, sliding forehand, slapped back from Sinner, who now backs up for a forehand. Cross-court into a backhand drive, Oja Aliassime, and Sinner mishit the forehand. That's Oja Aliassime handling some big hitting and coming out on top in a long 11-point rally.
And Mike, you saw that shot that you wanted since the beginning of the match, that backhand down the line, trying to go for more. He finally did it.
Yeah, and also a backhand slice mixed in there. It's just variety off that wing.
Yeah, very true.
Love 15 for Oja Aliassime. Excuse me, 15 love for Oja Aliassime. He is serving. He's been on a roll on serve, and good serve out wide, blocked back by Sinner. Forehand, Oja Aliassime. Volley, pick up Oja Aliassime. He's parked at net. Sinner tries to pass. One volley's good, Oh, Sinner says, I'll pass you again, and blasts a backhand that caught the sideline. The core muscles looking just fine there. 15 all.
Well, he hasn't lost many points coming forward. Still a really good percentage, 83% when it comes to the net. 10 out of 12 points in this match for the Canadian.
Sinner's won 6 of 8 when he's come in. Oja Aliasim into the body. Here's Felix coming in behind that serve, but gets passed by Sinner with the backhand. Felix can't believe that that ball landed in, but we see that it did catch the outside of the sideline. 15-30 here, and a chance developing for Sinner.
Remember what I said just a couple of minutes ago about how we expect him to make those shots? He's made 2 winners catching the outside of the line in a row.
Oja Aliasim was talking to the ball as he watched that, or talking to the court or to the tennis gods. He just couldn't believe that that Sinner ball landed in. At 15-30 off the tape, and then it drops back onto the Oja Aliasim side. So a second serve coming.
So that's a fault.
Yeah. Not a let. If it had dropped onto Sinner's service box, would have been a let. Second serve right into the center of the box. Sinner meets it with a forehand, trying to give himself some early break points here in this third set. Cross-court forehand into a drive backhand. Sinner tightened the angle. Now he backs up for a forehand, opening the court. Oja Aliasim with a flat cross-court backhand. Backhand middle, Sinner. Felix steps in, crushes the forehand, sliding defensive lob. Sinner, Oja Aliasim for the service line. Sinner's there. Volley stab from Oja Aliasim is good. Maybe the point of the match so far, and it's a point for Felix Oja Aliasim. A 17-ball rally.
It's interesting because at one point it almost felt like Felix lost the shot and the ball in the air.
He did.
He reacted a little bit late to that high back forehand retrieval, but once again at the net, he's just been so clutch, the Canadian, coming forward, because he's so quick to get in the position of being in the driver's seat.
30 all for Oja Aliasim. Toss in the serve. It's up the center. Leaning backhand block from Sinner. Short forehand from Felix. Now a forehand from Sinner. Felix goes forehand middle. Backhand lifted by Sinner. Oja Aliasim cross court with a forehand. Now he moves right for a forehand line. Backhand slide from Sinner. Open forehand from Felix. Backhand line again. Sinner running forehand from Felix. Just hooked wide. And it's a break chance for Sinner, who looks to be moving a little gingerly after a couple of physical points.
You're exactly right about that, Brian. He just walked right in front of us here courtside and just doesn't look natural with his walking at the moment.
And he also looks like he's losing a little bit of court and backing off that line a little bit more.
And yet he has a break chance.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, he's played about, or had to play about 30 balls in the last 2 rallies. This would be a hard-earned break. Try to play from in front here in this set. Serve clock at 1 is Oja Aliasim down a break point, comes down the center, and Sinner couldn't get all the way over to return that forehand.
He's limping, guys.
Yeah.
I mentioned it really early today. He was having some trouble with his right knee in practice. Obviously, also this ab issue, but just does not look comfortable at all.
Well, something with the limp, as he took the medical timeout off court, you wonder, it's only an hour 38, but on a humid night, you'd think about maybe a cramp, but you wouldn't expect it this early. At deuce, here's Oja Aliasim out wide, and again, Sinner just a step away from getting to these balls, although that was a great serve. Advantage Oja Aliasim.
Yeah, great serve wide with a ton of slice to really pull Sinner off the court on the deuce side.
Sinner again showing lots of sweat. He was quick to sweat through his entire kit coming out of the gate in this match. It was a long first set, even though he won it 6-1, took 43 minutes. Oja Aliasim won the second 6-3 in 39 minutes, and a save to break point against a seemingly hobbled Jannik Sinner. But now is a chance for 1-1 here in the third. Body serve, backhand return short from Sinner. Deep forehand, Oja Aliasim. Forehand well long from Sinner. Again, just not getting to these balls like you'd expect. Oja Aliasim survives that game. He holds serve, and we're even at a game all. Sophie, you were pointing out in Sinner's last service game how the velocity, the miles per hour, it was lower, but we also weren't seeing him connect on first serves. He did not get a first serve in and still managed to hold it love and entirely behind his second serve. But
I think that Oja Aliasim was shocked, really, about the serve.
Yeah,
He didn't know what to do.
Sweat dripping off of Oja Aliasim as Sinner's toss. He missed that serve out wide.
Still not breaking the 100 miles per hour. 98 in this one, going wide. Oh, no, 108. Sorry. Take that back.
Second serve down the center into a short backhand. Oja Aliasim backhand from Sinner. Backhand cross. Oja Aliasim slice backhand Sinner. Oh, beautiful drop shot from Sinner. He fooled everybody, including me. It dropped well just over the net. It's 15 love.
That must have been really good and really in disguise, because it's not like Felix to not try for that, as he's one of the fastest guy on tour, and he just didn't see it at all.
15 love for Sinner here. 24-year-old blows on that left hand. Now looks across the net, and there's the toss and the serve. It's right down the center. A forehand return middle from Oja Aliasim into a cross-court backhand. Backhand middle from Sinner. Forehand middle from Felix. They blast forehands at one another, and now Sinner tried to go inside in, but yanked it into the alley. It's 15 all.
It's amazing how much more consistent Felix Oja Aliasim has been since that second set, and even in all those rallies that are starting to be longer and longer.
Further, I think you're exactly right that Sinner is backing off of that baseline more and having to pull the trigger earlier.
Yep. Interesting.
15 all for Sinner. Body serve, handcuffed backhand, Oja Aliasim. Sinner was there with a backhand cross-court. They trade cross-court backhands from the ad side of the court. It's Sinner. Now it's Oja Aliasim with the slice. Sinner from a back angle. Cross-court with the backhand. Now Sinner backs up to take a forehand. Cross-court, though, on the ad side. Well, he didn't change the pattern, but he changed the shot, and that might have worked. It's 30-15.
This is a lot of chat from the Sinner box right now as well. Darren Cahill's quiet, Physio's up. Yeah, this is, it just feels like the red lights are flashing all around us right now, guys.
Yeah, and just watching Sinner walk to the service line, you said it well, Mike, he's not walking comfortably. No. And when you're doing that on a tennis court, that's never a good sign. 30-15, though. And the question also becomes, okay, if he's not right physically, what does he have in the tank? Well, he's got the first set in the tank. What does he have left just to try to get over the line and then worry about Sunday as he double faults for 30 all?
That was an awful service motion.
And you do wonder what's going through the head, certainly of Jannik Sinner, but especially Felix Oja Aliasim, because he would know the guy on the other side of the net has been the best player in the world this year. He's not right now, but is this something, maybe terminal, or is this something that's going to come and go? How do I handle this? It's all of a sudden turned into a different match.
Well, you try to just focus on your own self, really.
Sinner at 30 all, steps off the line. First serve into net.
105 on that.
His average is 118, so.
Now second serve down the center. Backhand, Oja Aliasim tried to turn it into a winner towards the right sideline, but he turned it into the net. 40-30 for Sinner.
Again, that ball is just not flying very fast.
I mean, those are
he's too far.
Very attackable seconds.
Sinner slowed down his own serving pace. Oja Aliasim playing at a pretty methodical pace on serve, but Sinner, who does not look physically right, has also slowed things down. Just 1 second left on the serve clock as he serves out wide. That's a good serve, the best serve he's hit in a while, but still just 99 miles an hour. The placement was spot on. We'll keep it here during the changeover just to see if we can hear or learn anything more about what is ailing Jannik Sinner at the moment. He sits down on the bench. Mike Cation, is he any kind of communication you can pick up with his team?
No, not at all. That's exactly where I'm looking as well. Right now there is. Okay, they're basically just, as simple as it sounds, saying hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. That has been a recurring issue for Jannik on hot and humid days especially, of course. We all know that. I heard you, Brian, mention that idea of cramping. It would truly be shocking,
right,
to see him, again, with a day off. He had a 45-minute hit in the heat of it, but it was only about 82 degrees when he was hitting at 3:30 this afternoon. It would really be stunning if he is struggling with any type of cramping issue. This just feels like a muscle strain of some sort.
But it is definitely the more humid day today that it's been since the beginning of this tournament. In the last couple days, actually, even though it was windy yesterday, it wasn't really inside Arthur Ashe with the closed roof. Today the roof is open, but still the humidity factor is very, very different to play under it.
Jannik Sinner won the first set 6-1 in 43 minutes. He broke Felix Oja Aliasim twice. Felix broke Sinner once in the second set and was almost perfect on serve. He lost just 1 point on serve in the second set. And we saw Jannik Sinner after that second set leave the court for a medical timeout. It looked like he was having some kind of issue in his midsection around the abdominal or the adductor muscles. So there was something up with Sinner, and we've seen the velocity drop on the serve. He's not moved as well. But champions, well, they can often find a way. And Oja Aliasim has been able to handle the new Sinner so far, but can he find a way forward? 1-2, Oja Aliasim will serve here in this third set. Trying to become the second lowest ranked man ever in the U.S. Open final. Only Kevin Anderson, who was 32nd in the world when he got to the final in 2017, was lower. Felix, who's going to be at 13 in the world, regardless of what happens tonight, came into this tournament ranked 27th.
Oh, that is
crushes a forehand.
One of the biggest forehand inside out that he hit tonight. It was so clean. That came off his racket lightning fast.
Brian, I'm contractually obligated to say former University of Illinois Fighting Illini Kevin Anderson. It's part of the deal.
Yes.
We stick together.
Of course.
On that topic, it was great in the build-up to this semifinal when you and Russ Thaler had your friend Michael Costa from The Daily Show. We've actually seen him on the screen several times tonight, sitting in Ashe, former Fighting Illini tennis player. Forehand middle, now backhand into a forehand from Felix. Big hitting right at Sinner, who backs up and watches Felix miss long. 15 off.
I got to tell you, Brian, it looks like Sinner is more comfortable when he is returning right now because he's not aggravating that ab on the service motion. So he looks like he's fine when he's just kind of being able to hit from the baseline. But then, as soon as he's having to serve, that's where the discomfort comes.
Yeah, that's where we've most noticed whatever is physically ailing Sinner at the moment. It's on the serve. It's exactly right, Mike, as Felix nets that first serve. Long look across the court now from the far baseline to serve right into the body. Deep backhand return from Sinner. He caught Felix in between, but the backhand goes from Oja Aliasim. Now a big forehand from Sinner. Felix slides in to float the forehand back. Sinner mishit that forehand. We've seen a few times Sinner really overcook that forehand.
Yeah, the unforced error is definitely a lot higher in second and third sets for Sinner.
Oja Aliasim exhales, looks across the court. Now the toss of the serve, flat out wide. Sinner couldn't angle the return in. 40-15.
First serve percentage in the second set for Felix was 94%. Didn't lose a point on the second serve as well. And in this set, same thing. Has yet to lose a point on second serve, 4 for 4.
But he's not winning as many on first serve. He's 4 for 8. Serve goes out wide. Deep return from Sinner. What a return from Sinner that Oja Aliasim couldn't handle from the baseline. It's 40-30.
That was ridiculous. The time that he had to just make a decision on what to do was minimal. It was an absurd return.
And that's what Sinner does so well, the speed, and robs opponents of their time. Serve from Oja Aliasim into the body, and Sinner mishit the return. Oja Aliasim holds for 2-all.
Well, let's see if he can adjust on the return here, because so far in those last 2 service games, he only lost 2 points with a serve that is definitely not going as fast through the air for Sinner.
Sophie, it feels like he's having to hit cutters here.
Yeah.
Just slider serve, so it seems like it would be wise if Oja Aliasim just set up maybe a half step to the right.
See if there is an adjustment. We're 10 minutes from the 2-hour mark in a match that, frankly, is I think more undecided than we would have expected, considering Sinner's romp through this tournament, his romp through the majors over the last 2 years. Missed that first serve at 117. Second serve, he plays it into the box. Deep backhand return from Oja Aliasim. Excellent return off a 94-mile-an-hour serve. It's love 15.
And he finally timed that return very well and was aggressive on it. I think he discovered that, you know, he has chances and he needs to take them right now. The Canadian, with the problem with the serve and the speed of the serve that Sinner is having.
Now love 15 for Sinner from the near baseline. He goes deep and missed it long. Oja Aliasim has beaten the world #1 before. Both of the times it was Carlos Alcaraz. And Sinner, though, a change-up ace down the center for 15-all. He beat Alcaraz the Davis Cup in 2022 and then Basel in 2022. Keep saying 2022 a lot for Felix Oja Aliasim. Yeah. That's the year he won 4 titles. Got into the U.S. Open semifinal. Till today, that was his only major semifinal the year prior in 2021. Beaten by Daniil Medvedev, who pulled off a pretty significant upset in that final over Novak Djokovic. I think if Felix can find a way past Sinner tonight, it would top that one. Serve off the tape and long. You think back to the huge upsets here at, deep in the tournament final weekend. The biggest one that comes to mind was 10 years ago this weekend. That was Roberta Vinci over Serena Williams as she went for the calendar year Grand Slam. What a return from Felix Oja Aliasim. A deep forehand return that Sinner had no response for. He's eating up this second serve, and it's 15-30.
Well, that's exactly the play that he has to do against a second serve that is not traveling as fast. He's taking cuts at it. He's being courageous and gutsy, and he's definitely getting, of course, the points off of it and rewarded for it.
Sinner serve looking vulnerable here, and he misses another first serve, going up the tee at 118. Sinner's gotten just 3 of 13 first serves in here in this set.
Again.
He goes to the same spot. A second serve ace. Maybe a desperation play from Sinner. He took about 10 miles per hour off at 105 for the second serve ace.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he knows that Felix is going to try to go around the backhand to hit that forehand inside in or inside out. So that's a very, very good serve.
You want to talk about courageous.
Yep.
That's it.
Well, he's not #1 in the world for no reasons.
Cries of allez. Felix, of course, grew up speaking French in Montreal and English. A bilingual city. Serve out wide, an ace from Sinner. Back-to-back aces. That time he took the more conventional route, an ace on first serve.
He's starting to feel better, I think, on this, whatever the problem is with his abdominal.
I don't know if that's accurate, Sophie. I mean, that was just 113. Everything's a slider.
Yeah, but you feel like he's still putting a little bit more emphasis on the acceleration and going up, though, than he was in the beginning of this set, at least.
Somebody's moving around behind Felix. Sinner telling Nico Helmworth what was bothering him, what he was seeing, because I don't think Nico saw it.
Yeah, there was there was definitely lights up there. That was the issue, not a fan moving.
So nobody to name and shame.
No. I can name some people.
We do like naming and shaming. The camera always shames them, of course, when it finds the person, the offender. 40-30 here for Sinner. Right up the center again, punch back by Felix. Now a forehand from Sinner. That's served, by the way, 119.
Yeah,
That's a hold for Sinner. And he's looking a bit better, but Felix Oja Aliasim looks game for this fight. He'll serve at 2-3 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back inside a packed Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Jannik Sinner and Felix Oja Aliasim split the first 2 sets of this men's semifinal. On serve so far in the 3rd set, where we've been paying a lot of attention to Jannik Sinner's physical condition after he took that medical timeout off court after the 2nd set that he lost 6-3. And he just played what I think we can all agree was his best service game since then, certainly his most convincing. Closed it with the 119-mile-an-hour ace, but Felix Oja Aliasim, well, he has been rock solid. It's been that way since the 2nd set, where he dropped just 1 point on serve. 2nd serve from Oja Aliasim, he double faults. He went wide on first serve and missed, and the 2nd serve he went tee and missed that one wide. Love 15.
Well, as you two know, I do a lot of challenger level tennis, and one of the things we talk about there all the time is taking advantage when your opponent is at a lower level. There are going to always be those swings. Oja Aliasim did not. He was a little bit late reacting to the lack of pace on those serves, and now that could spell some trouble later in the set.
Serve down the center. Sinner returns with a middle forehand. Now Oja Aliasim backpedals into an off forehand, disguised it well, runs into a cross-court forehand. Sinner's up for the challenge, though, with a forehand. Oja Aliasim backhand clipped the line. Big forehand, too big from the Canadian. Being tested by Sinner, and it's love 30.
And we haven't seen really the Canadian come forward much in this 3rd set. 2 out of 4 points only won, so 4 attempts coming to the net, and I think this is needed again.
Coming into this set, Oja Aliasim was 10 for 11 in net points. But at love 30 here, what does he do? He serves down the center and comes in behind it. Doesn't need to do anything, though, because the serve was great, and Sinner couldn't get it back. 15-30. Oja Aliasim waits for Sinner to get set, looks across the court, and looks down. He's in that white top with the graphic on the left side of the T-shirt if you're looking at him. His right side. And his serve clatters off tape and flies wide. He was coming in behind that. We're 1 minute from the 2-hour mark. It's past 9:30 here on this Friday night in New York City. 2nd serve, Oja Aliasim right into the forehand strike zone of Sinner, and then Felix got caught in no man's land, and he shanked his forehand, and he is down 2 break points.
danger.
The warning lights were flashing for Sinner a few minutes ago. Those were physical. This is a scoreboard warning light that is glowing red for Felix Oja Aliasim. Down 2 break points as the clock strikes 2 hours in this match. Oja Aliasim's toss and serve up the center. Sinner leans, blocks it. Oja Aliasim waits. Oh, that landed in, and Felix had to recover. He didn't track that ball all the way back. Somehow that return landed in, and Sinner steals the break to take the lead in this third set. That was unreal for Sinner to go up 4-2.
Inexcusable, Sophie.
Yeah, I'm amazed that, in doubt, you always take that in the air. And he had doubts, just decided to let it drop. That's, it's when your head is not completely clear, you start making those little mistakes, and that was huge right there. Now Sinner up 4-2 in this third set, serving.
And during the kind of sense of shock that had come over Ash, that ball landed in, and more importantly, as you all astutely point out, that Felix just let it go. Sinner got some pretty direct stream of dialogue from Darren Cahill, one of the 2 coaches on his team. Body serve into the backhand from Oja Aliasim. Now off his back foot, plays a short forehand, and Sinner missed his forehand long. It's love 15. See how Oja Aliasim deals with that piece of adversity. Love 15 for Sinner. He takes his time, looks across the net, the toss, the serve. Ace down the center. 115.
I tell you, for somebody who's been having problem with whatever it is, abdominal side, it's he's starting to feel much better. Maybe took some tablets or something that is taking and masking the pain, but his serve is getting more MPH, and especially the direction of the serve has been doing unbelievable in this set.
At 15 all, serve right down the center, backhand reply into a backhand cross from Sinner, backhand driven cross court off the baseline from Oja Aliasim, who moves right for a forehand that misses long. 30-15 for Sinner. Yeah, we were talking about the serve, the speed came down, the velocity, but how about this? Sinner's got 9 aces in this match. 4 of them have come in this third set where he has looked a little bit restricted on serve.
He's just serving very smart. Remember those 2 down the tee second serve aces earlier in the set?
That second serve ace. It goes down the tee again. Felix gets it, but into net, drops back onto his side. 40-15 for Sinner.
After the previous point, guys, Felix was just imploring himself to step into the court, which, as Sophie pointed out, he has not done in this third set.
Yeah, very stuck to the baseline, hoping for maybe Sinner to give him points and freebies, but it's not happening.
40-15 for Sinner. That serve missed wide. Five bounces for Sinner. Now he collects himself. Second serve at 40-15. He's up a break. Short forehand reply. Oja Aliasim, backhand cross, slice backhand into the backhand cross court. A slice backhand again. Oja Aliasim, backhand driven cross court from Sinner. Backhand cross again. Oja Aliasim. Sinner goes middle. Oja Aliasim inside in with a forehand. Now he plays forehand drop shot. Telegraphed it though, and Sinner read it and accepted the gift by driving in to sweep the backhand cross court. Sinner 1 game away from a 2-1 lead. We will keep it here, and Felix Oja Aliasim. This is, if Sinner was experiencing a letdown with the way he lost that second set, these last few minutes, Sophie, it felt like a letdown for Felix.
It felt like exactly the first set. That's what it felt. And we know how he was dominating in the first set, from the back, from the serve, and he's doing it again right now. And I think if Felix, you probably feel like you missed opportunities, as Mike mentioned, but it's not over. It's only 1 break of serve. He needs to hold here and hope for the best on the serve of Sinner, if Sinner was to serve for the sets. But keep the task at hand. Get your first serve in the box. for Felix, and he's got to come forward and attack and be more aggressive.
Well, Sophie, you just kind of hinted at it there again, right? I mean, listen, it was a 5-minute break. Suddenly, Sinner just limping a little bit. The serve dropped probably 10 miles per hour on average those first couple of service games, and Felix just took too long, right? You talked about it through that second set. Full-on aggression, taking risk, first strike tennis, and then he just went on that back heel as he was trying to evaluate his opponent instead of, as you pointed out, focusing on himself, and here we are down 5-2.
Yep, and keep putting the pressure on him and keep, at it. It's always difficult when you're playing somebody who's got a medical timeout. You think that they're weaker in some way, shape, or form because of what the problem might be, and then you focus too much on what's going on across the net. You forget the task at hand. You forget how you got to win the second set, and that's exactly what happened.
So Felix Oja Aliasim, who had certainly the crowd behind him in the sense that the crowd still wants to be behind him, will serve to try to keep this third set alive at 2-5. But Oja Aliasim maybe still ruining that game where he was broken off that Sinner lob. Just a defensive lob that landed in, but Oja Aliasim had let it go. And that was on break point. Now Oja Aliasim trying to at least hold and make Sinner serve out this set. And that was the first serve out wide that Sinner sent back long. It's 15-love. Felix Oja Aliasim again is already going to do significant work to improve his ranking just by getting to this semifinal. He's going to be up to 13 in the world. He'll be back in the top 20. If he can somehow pull out a win here, he'll be up to 11 in the world. So right on the cusp of a return to the top 10. They've already taken out a pair of top 10 players en route to this semifinal appearance. Sasha Zverev and Alex de Minaur, who he beat in straight sets. Second serve coming here, goes out wide from Oja Aliasim. Now a forehand middle from Sinner. A forehand lifted well long by Oja Aliasim. It's 15-all.
You feel like the confidence level is just so much bigger on the side of Sinner right now. Even though he's probably not feeling the greatest, but oh boy, is he showing his caliber of player.
Oja Aliasim at 15-all. Serve goes out wide. Sinner leaned to try to get it back in play, but couldn't. Well placed from Felix, who...
Oh, he needs to put those first serves in play. That's the key to hold here. And again, try to find, the stepping into the court to try to get on the aggressor.
Now Oja Aliasim, who served so well in the second set. He served pretty well here in the third set, but not quite at that almost perfect level where he won 20 of 21 points on serve. Here in the second, he's won 12 of 22 and obviously was broken once. That's why he's down 2-5. Second serve at 30-15.
Oh,
he double faults. Sinner had come way inside the baseline on that second serve, and you wonder if that application of pressure unsettled Oja Aliasim. Oja Aliasim, couple of bounces. Now Sinner set to receive this serve. We're 8 minutes past the 2-hour mark. Oja Aliasim serve right down the center. Backhand now. Oh, what was Felix doing there? He played the serve and volley, but tried to take a very low ball and volley it back. Instead, he just punched it into the net.
Now, almost a little bit off balance, to say the least, on this point. Didn't really do a split step right before Sinner hit and kind of ran through that backhand volley. It was not an easy one, right down the sock line. And it is a set point for Sinner.
And a chance to go up 2-1 here in this semifinal. Oja Aliasim from the far baseline. Down set point, and he missed that first serve into net. Oja Aliasim has double faulted twice in this set. Now looks across the net. Couple of bounces, and this must-execute second serve. He sends it into a Sinner backhand deep. Now forehand line from Felix. Caught the line. Sinner got there and flicked it back long. What a forehand. Another gutsy shot from Felix down a set point, and he caught the line.
Yeah, he took his chance and gets rewarded by it.
So we're back at deuce with that break point saved. Oja Aliassime has at least faced a break point now in 3 of his 4 games here in this set. At deuce, serve goes into the body. He plays the serve and volley. That's a better volley. Sinner tried to finesse a lob, but he hit it too short. The backhand into net from the baseline.
I so love the idea of the serve and volley right here. And that's gutsy, but again, that, you know, if you clear-minded and you know how you got to be a set-all in this match, which was, you know, for most part because the serve and also being aggressive and coming forward, that's what you need to do.
Advantage Oja Aliassime. Toss to that serve right down the center. No response from Sinner, who slid into that 121-mile-an-hour serve, put it back into the net. Oja Aliassime holds. And at the very least, Mike, he can at least make Sinner try to serve out this set.
Yeah, but I also have to tell you, it feels like for the first time here over the last maybe 3 games, you're starting to see the physicality toll on Oja Aliassime as well, right? Sophie talked about that lack of a split step earlier. It just feels like there's maybe just a little bit less, maybe 5–10% less in the legs.
2 hours and 10 minutes now on court.
Guaranteed to be playing at least 1 more set. Jannik Sinner is trying to serve for this 3rd set and take a 2-1 lead over Oja Aliassime. Toss and that serve up the center, a backhand swung through and a forehand. Oh, Sinner backed up and then realized he was going to have to play the shot. So he saw Oja Aliassime coming and said, fine, I'll thread the needle with an inside-out forehand winner.
It felt a little bit like a bluff, but he mishit that return, unfortunately, and really Sinner had 20 minutes to hit that passing shot inside out.
Almost a saber there, Sophie.
Almost.
10 winners in this set for Sinner, who serves out wide. Now follows with an inside-in forehand. Has the open right sideline, but sends the forehand up the middle. A backhand slice for the one-hander from Felix.
Guys, he's struggling right now. It's the left leg. It's the left leg, and he was at the last changeover. They did bring him some more electrolytes. He might be cramping.
Yeah, this would be a more logical time past the 2-hour mark. He also was coughing up some of those electrolytes. It's like it went down the wrong pipe. I wonder if everything came on board as it should have. Sinner's 2 points away from a 2-1 lead. First serve into net from Sinner. Second serve. Oh, what a return from Felix. A forehand. Sinner gets there, though, somehow with a forehand backhand slice. Now Sinner runs around to rip a forehand. Felix over the middle forehand. Sinner feeling pretty good right now as Felix slices a backhand. Now backhand cross from Sinner. Slice backhand Oja Aliassime. Sinner goes cross court with a forehand.
Oh, he's not moving.
That's almost cruel from Sinner to move Oja Aliassime around like that.
Yep,
and it gives the Italian triple set point.
And he's totally limping and not moving. Oja Aliassime definitely, probably cramping might be right.
Yeah, it's the left leg for sure, left quad.
And it's 3 set points, as you mentioned. Brian, 2, sorry. Wait, set point number 2. Let's get 3 in front of him.
3 on his serve.
Exactly.
The first was on the Oja Aliassime serve. 40 love here for Sinner. Couple of set points to go up 2-1. Serve goes into the body of Oja Aliassime, whose return finds the net. And Jannik Sinner is 1 set away from finding himself back in the U.S. Open final. This has been a battle of attrition. And now the focus is on the hobbled Felix Oja Aliassime, who slowly makes his way over to his chair. But it's Sinner up 2-1 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Mike Cation bringing you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, as Jannik Sinner, the world #1, with a 2-1 lead over Felix Auger-Aliassime, with Brian Clark and Sophie Amiak back in the studio. Felix Auger-Aliassime has left the court. He is taking the full 5-minute bathroom break, which means a wardrobe change. Sophie, I can tell you that he brought 3 bottles of water with him there. He did not ask for the physio, so that does make me think it is a cramping issue for Felix Auger-Aliassime. We've noticed it in that left leg, but to see him take electrolytes, 3 bottles of liquids with him as well to try and take this entire 5-minute break is really, really telling for one of the fittest and fastest men on tour.
Yeah, it's painful to watch, but again, the conditions are completely changed here in New York. I mean, the first, probably 12 days of the tournament have been so dry, no humidity, very cool conditions, and tonight is probably one of the warmest in the sense of humidity factor. And that puts a toll on the players. It is a lot more sweating for the players, which they lose so much more water. And I've got news for you, even if he's replenishing with 3 bottles of water, that is not going to cut it, because it takes so long to get that hydration back in your body.
Yeah, the electrolytes certainly a big part of that, as Mike was mentioning. And it is worth noting, with Sinner up 2-1, that today has been by far the warmest day of this tournament. You had Carlos Alcaraz playing in the heat of the day. He beat Novak Djokovic in straight sets. Alcaraz and whoever he faces Sunday, the forecast for Sunday is expected to be much cooler. It's really going to cool off. So today seems to be a bit of a one-off in terms of the weather.
Guys, I have to tell you a little mind game being played by Jannik Sinner right now, as we've got about a minute left in this bathroom break. Jannik has been on court right now, off of his chair, and he's on the side where Felix will come out. So he's essentially saying to Felix, hey, I'm ready to go another couple sets. What do you got?
That's a great point, Mike. And oddly enough, this is the exact scenario, well, the reverse scenario, after that second set when Sinner took the medical timeout and came back onto court and had to come right past Felix Oja Aliasim. And now Felix is returning after his bathroom break.
He only has 1 bottle of those liquids with him, so 2 of them are back in the bathroom. Whether he's had the entirety of its contents or not, we don't know. But yeah, 2 of the 3 bottles did not come back.
Just to correct you, because we have it on our monitor, he did have 2. They were just kind of tucked behind the other.
Okay, fair enough.
So he downed 1.
Down 1.
And now time called. It is a do or die. 4th set about to begin for Felix Oja Aliasim, who will serve first. Served first in the 2nd set, which he won. In a near flawless serving performance, he lost just 1 point on serve in that set. And now Nico Helmworth settling the crowd. Oja Aliasim exhales. What a U.S. Open this has been. What a hard-court run this has been. The quarterfinals in Cincinnati, where he was taken apart by Sinner. A much better performance tonight. And how much further can it go? It's Oja Aliasim with a forehand winner to start the 4th set in style.
Well, maybe he did have a little pep talk with himself, saying, how did you win that 2nd set? What did you do? Because that's what you will look at. And that's exactly what he did in this first point. He just took those rallies in his own hands. He was more aggressive. He served better. 56% of 1st and 2nd serve in that 3rd set. That is not going to cut it for him. He needs better percentage on the 1st and 2nd, without a doubt.
That first serve missed wide from Oja Aliasim, just as Sophie said that. Now 2nd serve, 2 hours, 21 minutes for these 2. He goes right into the backhand of Sinner. Now backhand middle from Sinner. A forehand off the back foot, Oja Aliasim. Sinner goes inside out with a backhand. Painted the right sideline. It's 15 all.
Took that so early, Sinner. And you're right about painting the line.
Sinner hopping up and down again. If body language is the indicator right now, Sinner looks much fresher than he did this time a set ago, where he was apparently struggling to move. Serve and volley from Oja Aliasim. Big backhand rip from Sinner. Now a forehand rip past Oja Aliasim.
There's not much on that volley right now from Oja Aliasim. There's not a lot of knee bend.
He's just kind of punching it there. There's not a lot of bite, and Sinner's making him pay.
Yeah, I'm not sure he should have taken that with a backhand volley. I mean, he had to go around the ball to hit that forehand volley. That was very strange.
15-30. Oja Aliassime already in an early hole, and he misses that first serve into net. Went big there at 124. Toss and the second serve. He goes right into the body of Sinner, who meets it with a hanging backhand. Now forehand Oja Aliassime, who moves right with a cross-court forehand. Forehand line. Sinner tried to paint again, but that time just a little bit wide.
30-0.
Win tonight for Sinner with time with Novak Djokovic with 27 consecutive hard-court match wins at majors. Still be 13 behind Roger Federer's 40 from 2005 through 2008. That included 3 U.S. Open titles. Excuse me, 4. Federer began his 5-year run in 2004. He was the last man to repeat as U.S. Open champion. Jannik Sinner is trying to get there. But Felix Oja Aliassime from 15-30 quickly goes to 40-30 thanks to an ace, his 8th of the evening. 113 miles an hour. Sinner deep behind that far baseline, hopping up and down in place. Toss and serve, hammered into net. Second one's on the way after a couple of bounces from the 25-year-old from Montreal. Goes body, backhand, middle from Sinner, backing up Oja Aliassime. Now a forehand line from Sinner inside in. Oja Aliassime on the run, ran into that ball, threw up a lob. It just got over the net. Sinner comes in and just places the ball back across the wide open court. Oja Aliassime almost ran off the court trying to chase that ball down. He wound up by one of the doors that serves as the entrance and exit. It's deuce.
That was another clinical, really, shot from Sinner. Just the power that he was able to exhibit on that shot where he pushed Oja Aliassime completely off the court, changing, going down the line.
Now deuce for Oja Aliassime. He goes up the center. The backhand return long from Sinner. Advantage Oja Aliassime.
It wasn't by much though, Brian. And I just had those flashbacks to that break chance where Oja Aliassime just let the ball go past him.
Yeah.
It felt like it was another one of those moments.
It looks similar.
That one that looked like it was going a lot longer than I think it wound up being. That lob, it never looked like it was going to miss by, I think, what Felix thought it was. That was early in the third set, where Sinner was able to break Oja Aliassime. Second serve coming here. Oja Aliassime opening service game. Fourth set. He's down 2-1 against the world number 1, Jannik Sinner. Now forehand deep from Oja Aliassime. Sinner's there, though. Just missed it long. Took a lot, but Felix holds. Did not have to save a break point, but he was pushed in that game. But he will play from in front here in a must-win fourth set.
Pretty good depth, though, Mike, on this last shot. Definitely pushing Sinner off the baseline.
Yeah, and right now Felix in front of us is really trying to stretch out both of his quads. So clearly feeling it. And listen, go back to that second set, right? First strike tennis from him, movement forward. That's the only way it's going to happen at this stage with the cramping issue. He has to move forward, shorten points. We have to have an average rally length for him under 3.5 at best. So it's going to have to be short points here in this fourth set for Felix.
Short and sweet, for sure.
Jannik Sinner to the line as he wipes off some sweat. 2 hours, 25 minutes on court. And it's Sinner from the near baseline, up 2-1, starting by serving down the center. Deep return from Oja Aliassime, who then pumps a forehand, follows it in, a Sinner lob. Oja Aliassime had not decided to go back on that ball. Doesn't matter, though, because it missed long. It's love 15.
And that's the way you want to play if you're the Canadian. Just want to attack anything that's possible to get sanctioned. Be aggressive.
Sinner at love 15. just wide of the center line. Second serve on the way from Sinner, right into the center of the box. A forehand mishit by Oja Aliassime. It's 15 all.
15 all.
Sinner back to the collection of white towels that he had brought out late in the first set, where it became obvious that he was really sweating on a pretty humid night. So his team had brought him a whole bunch of unlabeled, unmarked white towels, and that's what he's been using since. 15 all for Sinner. From the near baseline, he missed long. Sinner looks across the court. Now second serve, he sends it down the center, the backhand return. Oja Aliassime off the baseline. Sinner forehand drop shot from Felix. Here comes Sinner, scoops it back, lob from Felix. Sinner circles the ball, plays a backhand right at Felix. His volley cut it off. Awesome point, and it goes the Canadians' way.
So smart from Felix once again at the net. Just great touch from the return, which was very good and deep, and then the drop shot finishing with a lob volley. But yeah, Sinner did ask the question and answered by a drop shot forehand volley to perfection from Oja Aliassime.
And maybe a hint of daylight here for Felix. 15-30. Sinner's toss and the serve flat out wide, but off the net. So a second serve coming for Sinner. Sinner's been great on his second serve points in this match. This second serve point, Oja Aliassime read it and teed off on a forehand, and he is rewarded. He's got 2 break points as Sinner's forehand missed long. This is a revitalized and rejuvenated Felix Oja Aliassime, and will he have something to show for it here?
Well, he finally dealt with that serve that was just floating in the middle of the box, which is so rare. I mean, they've been so deep in the box from Sinner. This one right in the middle, not very fast, took advantage of it, cracked an egg, went for it, and guess what? Yes, 2 break points opportunity for the Canadian.
15-40. Remember when Sinner was broken in that second set, it was much later. He saved 3 break points from love 40 down to hold, and it's on a similar path here. A good serve, 122 miles an hour, so the velocity's gone back up from Sinner. It's blocked back long. He has saved the first of 2 break points. Yeah, that second set, Sinner was down love 40 and held from there, and you're thinking he was up a set at that point. Was that the big chance for Felix? But Felix kept at it and eventually broke Sinner later in the set and took it 6-3. Break point 2 here for Oja Aliassime. Sinner serve right up the center. A clutch display from the world number 1. 119. Oja Aliassime could not get that back. That's 2 break points saved without Oja Aliassime getting a ball back in play.
It's pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Once again, you and I are thinking the same thing.
Every time he's faced with a break chance here, he's been broken 4 times in this event, and just seems like he's, I think, defending about 80% of the break chances. That's unbelievable.
Now at deuce, here's Sinner. Goes up the tee again. He is in the groove right now as Oja Aliassime couldn't get to that one. 11 aces for Jannik Sinner, and a chance to escape the game as he's pumping that left fist, holding the ball, selecting which ones he wants. He doesn't want anything to disturb the groove that he's in at the moment.
I have to, give a little bit of a history, because this was one lady who used to do this all the time is Serena Williams.
Sinner was going out wide there.
Anytime she was in trouble, you know that she could raise a level, especially on her service games.
Saw that time and time again on this court. Now Sinner raising his level into the second serve. That's a backhand. Oja Aliassime, slice backhand from the Canadian. Big forehand from Sinner. Backhand middle, Oja Aliassime. Sinner takes it, keeps it deep with the forehand. Felix pulls it wide, and Felix lets the opportunity go. Sinner saves 2 break points with 2 of the clutchest serves we've seen all night, and he keeps this 4th set on serve at 1-1.
Wow. Amazing comeback again from Sinner.
Yeah, watching Felix down here in the corner there, not struggling as much physically as he was at the end of that third set, but definitely had some mental demons that he was fighting off in the corner there in that last moment, just saying, I can't fathom that I didn't really get a good racket on it at any point.
And with that mental burden on his mind, Mike, he's at the line now in a game where he's got to hold. Sinner twirls the racket. Oja Aliasim serve deep into the center of the box. A backhand for both players, and Oja Aliasim missed his long. Love 15.
FYI, you know, throughout all the matches that Sinner played, only one time did it go over 3 hours, 3 hours and 12 minutes. And most of their matches, the longest was 2 hours and 1 minute. So he's already at 2 hours, 32 minutes. That's a, you know, different aspect of you know, the physicality that he has to find here, that he hasn't had really to find in any of the matches except for one against Shapovalov. So Shapovalov, that would be. There we go. Got it. Ooh.
Felix went T there, and Sinner couldn't get it back. It's 15 all.
So that's telling.
He was
right?
also down a break in the third set of that match against Shapo.
Yes. It's only Canadian players who've taken sets off Sinner in this U.S. Open. Serve down the center, serve and volley from Felix. The volley hit the tape, sat up for Sinner to drill the forehand. Tough luck for Oja Aliasim. And it's 15-30.
Maybe Carlos can call Milos Raonic out of retirement and see if he can join him on Sunday.
It's very possible. He is the only Canadian man who has been to a major final. That was at Wimbledon 2016, beaten by Andy Murray. Felix trying to become the second. $15-30 for Oja Aliasim. We're past the 2.5-hour mark, and his serve comes down the center, leaning right, blocking back Sinner, but he's back in this point with a backhand that flies wide. Oja Aliasim kept pummeling from the center of the baseline. It's 30 all.
Yeah, he keeps going forward. He keeps being more aggressive. The Canadian, I think he is well aware that from the baseline, he's not going to be able to retrieve too many balls because physically he's starting to really endure a lot. Besides the fact that we thought that maybe there were some cramps after the third set.
It seems like those have been resolved for now for Oja Aliasim. Good wide serve from Oja Aliasim. Sinner couldn't get it back. It's 40-30. Nine minutes after 10 o'clock on this Friday in New York City. Brian Clark with Sophie Amiak and Mike Cation. He's courtside here in Arthur Ashe Stadium at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Carlos Alcaraz, already a U.S. Open men's finalist. Jannik Sinner trying to join him for the third time in a major final this year. Sinner's trying to get to his fourth major final. He leads Felix Oja Aliasim 2-1. Oja Aliasim at 40-30, a chance for 2-1. He goes into the body, a short forehand return from Sinner. Bit of a changeup, then runs into a forehand, backhand cross courts wide from Oja Aliasim. That return was different, and it seemed like that it took Oja Aliasim that second to adjust, and it got Sinner back into the point. Oja Aliasim had chances to break points in the last service game. Sinner blows on his right hand as he hops up and down. Now he's ready. The serve comes into his body. He replies with a backhand middle. Backhand cross court from Sinner. Backhand middle, Oja Aliasim. Deep forehand from Sinner. Backhand, Oja Aliasim. Sinner keeps feeding that wing. Now a forehand from Sinner. Into a forehand inside out, Oja Aliasim. Sinner goes back to the backhand. Backhand slice from Felix. Backhand cross into net from Sinner. Big hitting from Oja Aliasim. Sinner kept testing that backhand. Felix passed the test.
You gotta love that backhand slice, change of rhythm and spin, and threw off completely Sinner on his own backhand. Smart play.
Yeah, also Sinner with a sarcastic thumbs up towards his team as well after that backhand miss.
I saw that and I was curious about that, so thank you for the context. I didn't know if that was directly towards the team.
Yeah, it felt like it, Brian. It definitely wasn't at Felix,
who missed that first serve. And that was a hallmark of Sinner's previous match against a Canadian, except it was Denis Shapovalov who was essentially thumbs-upping his team after every time he missed a shot, seemingly. In a very frustrating afternoon for Shapovalov. Forehand drop shot, Oja Aliasim. But here comes Sinner with the backhand into the open court. Oja Aliasim got caught and couldn't get it back. Again, he sort of got caught watching, to take nothing away from Sinner's athleticism.
Can you believe how quick Sinner got to that ball to be able to hit down the line? Even Darren Cahill is up on his feet to applaud the long run and then get to the backhand. I mean, that diagonal run was so far away. I don't think Oja Aliasim thought that he was going to get it.
No,
but,
he thought he had a winner there,
yep.
Sophie. He was
But
clear
then
that he
again,
had a winner.
You don't know who you're facing here. It's like lightning fast.
Deuce point, great wide serve. Sinner somehow got it back, but Oja Aliasim lined up a strike and struck down the left sideline with a forehand, and a chance for 2-1.
That's a great response, because I thought that return out of the really good serve from Oja Aliasim was so good. But yeah, a crack down the line with a forehand winner from the Canadian, and that was a beautiful stroke. Very arabesque.
Felix in full flight.
Yep.
Advantage, Oja Aliasim goes out wide. The backhand returns long. A big hold for Oja Aliasim to keep this fourth set on serve. It's Sinner at 1-2 when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Jannik Sinner heads out at 1-2 in this fourth set. He leads Felix Oja Aliasim by 2-1. Brian Clark and Sophie Amiak back here with you. We've got Mike Cation courtside. 2 hours, 40 minutes on the clock in a match that, I don't know about you guys, but is definitely tighter than I think any of us would have expected, as the backhand from Oja Aliasim into a cross-court backhand from Sinner, and then Oja Aliasim nets his backhand up the line. It's 15-love.
Well, let's remind everybody that we've had, a lot of possibility of injuries from both players. We had the problem of Sinner with some side, maybe muscular, maybe abdominal on the left side issue that was at the end of the second set. Took a medical timeout for that one. And then at the end of the third set, it was a little bit of the Canadian feeling the heat and thinking that maybe he might be cramping. Took some time to go to the bathroom and change the kit, and came back and in a new person. He's moving better. He is much more active after this double fault from Sinner here. So 15-all, 1-2. Had some opportunities to break so far in this set. Felix Oja Aliasim, 2 of them, but couldn't convert. He's 1-7 on break points conversion so far in the match, the Canadian.
Here's Sinner at 15-all. He goes out wide into the forehand that Oja Aliasim misses into the net. It's 30-15. Carlos Alcaraz awaits in Sunday's final. After he beat Novak Djokovic in 3 sets. Probably got his feet up and maybe watching this match from his hotel room. Backhand into a slice, backhand. Oja Aliasim backing up, cross-court forehand, backhand line. Oja Aliasim running forehand into a forehand driven by Oja Aliasim. Sinner slides into a backhand defensive lob. Felix takes the overhead down the center. Sinner somehow gets it back. Forehand right at Sinner. Cross-court backhand drop shot. Here comes Sinner with a forehand that he missed.
What is right, Mike? Nobody can believe that he missed that. After all these efforts to get back into the point and the defensive skills of Sinner, he has that short ball after retrieving an overhead short ball from the volley of Oja Aliasim, and just had to put it away and couldn't do it. And even the Canadian Felix is like smiling at his box going, oh, I dodged a bullet. He did. 30-all, what a point. Put a little asterisk by that one.
It is 30-all, and let's see how the players recover after that point. Sinner from the far baseline goes out wide, chipped back by Oja Aliasim. Sinner goes inside in with a forehand, a big one. Felix cross-court forehand drop shot from Sinner. Here comes Felix, backhand cross. Oh, he's given himself another break point. He scalded that pass.
And again, trying to get this crowd back behind him, and they are responding.
As they should, because this is getting electric out there, and the play of both of these guys are pretty exceptional and very explosive, to say the least, on that last backhand cross-court winner from the racket of the Canadian, the fist pump, and asking for the crowd to give him some love, and they sure did. 0-4-2 on break point in this fourth set. There's another one here.
Sinner will serve from the far baseline. Serve goes out wide. The backhand return deep from Oja Aliasim, who's up a break point. Now a forehand again deep from the Canadian, who swings around into a backhand slice. Sinner backpedals to stay forehand, goes cross court with it. Backhand tight angle from Felix, same from Sinner. Slice backhand, Oja Aliasim up a break point. Cross court forehand from Sinner. That's been the pattern. Now he goes line with the forehand, stretching out Oja Aliasim. His forehand was good, but Sinner's backhand somehow landed in. Nobody can believe it. Just a desperation flick from Jannik Sinner, and it caught the outside of the sideline.
Did he actually hit this clean?
No.
Or? No, that was a total shank. Oh, but thank you very much, because he made it, and that's a winner now, and Felix cannot believe it.
And you remember the thumbs up sarcastically from Sinner. Felix actually gave him a thumbs up. That's just too good.
We saw the hand gesture from Felix's father, Sam, just kind of doing that let's go motion, just move on, forget about that. But that is a break point that'll be hard to forget about if Felix can't find a way. Wide serve from Sinner. Now a short forehand Sinner, backhand cross court from Felix, backhand middle from Sinner, forehand netted by Felix. Advantage Sinner.
You know, we often talk about a few points in a match that can change the whole dynamic of a match, and I feel like that last one was definitely it. On a break point opportunity for Oja Aliasim to have this kind of point. Of course, he deserved to win the point in the sense that he really, Sinner, was defending so well, but listen to this crowd trying to lift the Canadian once again.
Advantage Sinner. 2 hours, 45 minutes. Looking for 2-all. Serve out wide. Backhand return. Oja Aliasim. Here comes Sinner. Oh, he leapt into that backhand, and he plowed it into the net. Wanted some extra style points.
Yeah, he did not need to do a jumper on that backhand.
But Sophie, that's his shot. He loves to do that, to get the shoulders up above that on that backhand side. That's one that he is patented. He's so good with it. That's a rare miss on that swing.
Yeah, but I feel like that ball was not high enough to do it, to tell you the truth. But in any case, you're right. I mean, we've seen it do it from the baseline so well. I think it was way too close to net to execute that one. But yeah, we're back to 40-all, and now 6 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock here on this game.
And counting as Sinner from the far baseline. Tosses, serves right down the center, the backhand, soft from Felix, backhand cross from Sinner, who now goes backhand cross again, but sprays it wide.
Oh, we've got a limp from Sinner, guys.
I was about to say that it's good to see both of their levels high at the same time, because for so long in this match, one's been up, the other's been down. But with that Sinner limp, it is something to certainly keep an eye on. It's certainly noticeable.
Oh, and he's so upset right now.
And he's down a break point, though, for the second time. He saved the first with one of the more outrageous efforts you'll see. Second break point for Sinner, who is quickly to the line. Game that's now more than 7 minutes long, and he hammers one out wide. Backhand return, Oja Aliassime, forehand off the back foot from Sinner. Forehand, Oja Aliassime, who moves right for a forehand cross. Forehand up the left sideline, backhand deep from Oja Aliassime. Sinner backhand cross, forehand too long as Oja Aliassime went line. Sinner continues to hobble. He saved 2 break points in this game.
Well, at least he's going for it, Felix. He's definitely being aggressive. Very positive reinforcement from his box.
Felix tugs at his shirt, just trying to get that encouragement from his box right behind him. Third deuce point of this game. Sinner has saved 2 break points so far in this game. He saved 4 in total here in this fourth set. Serve down the center, short backhand return from Felix. Big backhand cross from Sinner, sliding backhand. Felix got loaded. Sinner for the volley. Felix pass, good! Swept the forehand.
This is getting better and better. Both of these players are just raising their level at every single point that they're playing. What a pass, finding that pocket cross-court short. That was a good volley, I thought, from Sinner, and finding that pocket is so difficult.
At some point, the Sinner luck's going to run out in terms of saving these break points. He saved all 4 he's faced in this set, 2 in his first service game, 2 so far here, but he's got to save a third. Otherwise, he'll be down 3-1 in the fourth. And he missed that first serve wide. He was going T. Sinner in this set has won just 2 of 5 points on second serve. He's doing a good job getting the first serve in. Second serve, he's got to execute. Well, he does, but it was more that Felix did not execute. That was an 80-mile-an-hour serve, and Oja Aliassime netted the backhand return.
Yeah, he's just so far away from it. It just didn't move forward to the ball. He's thinking that ball's going to come faster to him. And absolutely no pace in that ball. Not able to execute. Now you understand. And he's laughing. He's kind of saying, oh, embarrassing this is. But now you understand why guys having trouble to return Sarah Aryna's serve in mixed doubles. It's because it's slow. It's something that is so unusual that you have to move with your feet towards the ball. You have to do everything and more to return this Pop-Tart that we call in the club. I'm teaching it.
This game's going to exceed 10 minutes in length, but there might be just 1 point left. Best serve Sinner's hit in a while was out wide, and Oja Aliassime's return was long.
Missed that 80-mile-per-hour second serve a couple moments ago. I just think back to the beginning of that third set, right? All of those second serve opportunities that Oja Aliassime was looking at and just couldn't solve it. Couldn't solve it there either.
Advantage Sinner. Again, 10-minute game, and we'll have a second serve as his first hit the tape and flew wide. This is the 14th point of this game. Second serve, Felix ran around to hit a forehand, sprayed it long. Sinner survives. He saves 3 break points. He saved all 5 that he's faced in this fourth set, and he keeps it on serve at 2-2.
But you think about it, you know, the amount of energy that he is having to provide to hold his serves right now. It's getting more and more difficult. And then on the other side, you kind of like think am I going to have another opportunity to have a break point if you're Felix? 0 for 5 in this set. That is painful as well.
A lot to think about for both of these guys, and you know, the wise guy thing would say the real winner tonight's going to be Carlos Alcaraz, who's already fresh and through to Sunday's final, and is happy to watch these two slug it out. I'm sure he wouldn't mind another set or so, another hour and a half on court.
He's like right behind Oja Aliassime going, allez.
Second serve from Oja Aliassime at 2-all. He sends one down the center, backhand middle into a backhand middle from both players. Backhand now Sinner, cross-court backhand netted by Oja Aliassime. Love 15.
You guys have the numbers in front of you, but it feels like that backhand from Oja Aliassime is just leaking a little bit more right now, just less pop on it, less effectiveness on it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mike. He's got 19 errors off the backhand wing in terms of forced errors, 14 unforced off the backhand. So he's losing a lot of points on that side. Good wide serve, though. Sinner somehow blocks it back with a backhand cross-court forehand from Felix. And Sinner can only frame into the seats. A few rows behind Mike Cation. 15-all.
Couldn't reach it.
You were ready, though.
I was ready.
Well, James Blake wound up with a ball that,
yes, he did.
In the last game, Sinner's serve that hit the net and then flew into the seats. James Blake, who's seated near Mike, I don't know exactly where, he wound up with that ball.
Yeah, he's got better hands now than he did as a player.
You should tell him that. Here's Felix at 15, all out wide. Great serve, Oja Aliassime, as Sinner can only block another one into the seats. 30-15.
Guys, do I have a target on my head here, or what's happening?
Yeah, they're all coming to you. 116 miles per hour on this one. I mean, he's getting some MPH behind it. Still need to keep that percentage up. First serve point 1 in this set. 11 of 14, 79%. That is a good number. It's on the second serve that he's having trouble again.
30-15 into net.
2 for 7.1 on the second serve in this set.
Second serve from Oja Aliassime, double faults.
Yep. It's his Achilles heels, and it was the same thing in the first set. If you remember, those numbers were very low on his first serve percentage, and losing a lot of points on the second serve. It's exactly what happened also in Cincinnati when he lost 6-2 in the last encounter.
At 30-all, he misses that first serve long. Two double faults in the first set for Felix. None in that almost perfect second. 2 in the third. 1 so far here in the fourth. Gets this second serve in, but Sinner's in control. Drills a forehand. He's comfortably camped out. Keeps on coming. Oja Aliassime tried to pass, and Sinner pulled the racket down at the last moment as it drifted wide, and it's a break point for Jannik Sinner.
It's the first one in here in this set. It's now the opportunity is on the other shoe. But that was because of Sinner's really quality return to start with that put him in the driver's seat, and not afraid to come in, and very good call here to let that ball go.
Pump the right fist a few times, and now all the pressure is on Felix Oja Aliassime. We're 6 minutes from the 3-hour mark in this match. Toss and serve, crashes into net. And now more pressure on that second serve. Oja Aliassime's won just 2 of the 9 second serve points here in this fourth set. It's a must-win fourth set. He's down 2-1. Couple of bounces. Now the second serve, the toss. It's right into the body of Sinner. It goes with a backhand. Backhand cross. Oja Aliassime. Sinner takes off the baseline. Clipping the baseline, both players. Now big forehand, Sinner stretching out Oja Aliassime. It floats long, and Sinner is ruthless. He saves 5 break points over 2 games, and then he breaks Oja Aliassime at the first time of asking. Finish line is in sight for Jannik Sinner. 3-2 in the fourth on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Jannik Sinner in the driver's seat in the fourth set. Can he get it over the line? He's up 3-2 on Felix Oja Aliasim. Brian Clark back here with Sophie Amiak and Mike Cation. And what a demoralizing sequence of event that's got to be for Felix Oja Aliasim. He had 2 break points in Sinner's first service game of this fourth set. Sinner saved them both. Then he had 3 in the last. Sinner saved 1 on one of the craziest points you'll see. Ultimately held and then broke Felix. So here's Sinner, second serve down the center, the backhand return into a cross-court backhand deep, backhand middle long from Oja Aliasim. It's 15 love.
I think mentally it must be a really, really good thing for Sinner, but in between the ears of the Canadian right now, you're going to have to find, and he's going to have to dig really deep to stay in this match and to try to get that break back. It's not going to be easy.
Toss and serve down the center, the forehand middle, now a backhand from Sinner right into a slice backhand. Oja Aliasim, open cross-court forehand from Sinner, backhand floats from Oja Aliasim, a backhand cross-court again from Felix, backhand cross from Sinner, backhand middle Oja Aliasim, middle forehand from Sinner who moves to his right. Big hitting in this exchange until Oja Aliasim nets his forehand. 30 love for Sinner.
I don't think we have really a good understanding of how hard it is for these players outside of maybe a couple, maybe a Zverev, maybe a Djokovic, to just play at this high of a level for 5 sets against Carlos and against Jannik. They have separated themselves, and it just is showing in some of these big spots, guys.
That's a great point, Mike. And that's something we've heard time and time again over the years. You think about Nadal, okay, you get a set off him, but are you ready to do what it takes to dig in for 3-4 hours? Or Djokovic, same thing, Federer in his prime. And now we're seeing it with this new generation of Sinner and Alcaraz, who appear ticketed to meet for the U.S. Open title on Sunday. At 40 love, Sinner serves out wide, blocked back with a backhand, backpedaling is Sinner with a forehand. Now he moves right. Felix moving him all over the place, and Sinner was gained for it, but his forehand was long. Good job of controlling from the baseline for Oja Aliasim.
3-hour mark here on the clock in this match, but you see what Felix has to do to win a point. I mean, he has to play that close to the line, that much risks.
(40-15). Sinner looking to move in front 4-2 here in this fourth set. Serve right up the center, the backhand return. Oja Aliasim, cross-court backhand Sinner. Oja Aliasim nets, and Sinner is 2 games away.
Once again, it's the backhand that is falling completely apart, as noticed by Mike Cation earlier, of Oja Aliasim, just making too many mistakes of that wing, maybe a little fatigue for sure. But you have to also really notice how well Sinner has been dealing with the medical timeout, the problem that he has. You haven't seen him really, flinching or grimacing. He's just going about his business and saying and knowing that he's not 100%, but he's going to do it and go at it as much as he is that #1 player in the world.
Huge serve from Felix right down the tee. 124, and Sinner couldn't get that back. What a time for Oja Aliasim to take that one out of the bag. We're 1 minute past the 3-hour mark. That medical timeout Sophie references, that came at the end of the second set, which Oja Aliasim won to level the match. And Sinner was having some issues in the midsection, took a medical timeout off court. And we saw when he came back for the third set, the serve velocity really dropped, but he's gotten it back up. Averaging 117 now for the match on first serve. Second serve here from Oja Aliasim. Serve comes into the center. Backhand return from Sinner. And Felix tried to beat him with the angle. Another backhand, but it missed wide. It's 15 all.
Brian, it just feels like the air has been sucked out of this building over the last 10 minutes. There's those electric trades, those long deuce games, and now Sinner getting this break, and this feels like it's fait accompli at this point.
Felix Oja Aliassime serves right down the center of the backhand middle into the backhand slice from the service line. Backhand lob from Sinner over the head of Felix. And that sums up how it's been over the last hour or so for Felix Oja Aliassime. It's been a cat and mouse game, and every time Sinner's had the tiniest bit to exploit, well, he hasn't missed.
Yeah, and also, you know, you feel like now he's just feeling so confident after getting that break and consolidating the break that he's doing everything perfectly right. Sinner, that lob was one of the shots that he made, and making that shot is not an easy task against somebody who's so tall and so athletic. He's got a great leap.
First serve into net from Oja Aliassime. Mike, just to circle back to your point about the air being sucked out, the stream of fans I'm seeing walking to the train, I think would validate your assessment of what people are thinking about Oja Aliassime's chances. They're walking in front of our studio as Sinner hits a forehand cross into the backhand cross court from Sinner. Slice backhand from Oja Aliassime. Inside in forehand from Sinner, who moves to his left for a cross court backhand. Slice backhand from Felix. Forehand drop shot from Sinner. Here comes Felix. Cross court backhand long. Oh, man. Oja Aliassime just doesn't have the answers right now. And what Jannik Sinner's got.
That left leg limp is back there, Brian. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, he is feeling it once again.
And now Jannik Sinner is a couple of points away from moving to 5-2 and giving himself the chance to serve for a spot in Sunday's final. Oja Aliassime had 5 break points on Sinner. They all came and went in this set. He was broken and is now being in danger of being broken for the 2nd consecutive game. Sinner was holding up the racket just to stop Oja Aliassime as some people were still getting settled. Now they're ready. Oja Aliassime out wide. He missed it. That was a second first serve, so now a true second serve. Extra time for Oja Aliassime, who's won just 2 of 12 second serve points in this set. He wins that one. A good deep second serve. That Sinner's backhand went into net. He's 3 of 13 now on second serve points, but he still has 1 more break point to worry about.
And that was one of the faster second serve actually for him. 100 miles per hour.
Sinner hopping up and down. Just staying loose here. 5 minutes past the 3-hour mark. And he'll get us a look at another first serve. Oja Aliassime going to be back inside the top 20, but his road could be coming to an end here, but not quite. Good serve +1. But Mike Casey, just watching him move, it seems like his options are limited because he's limited right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Again, it felt like after that lob where he did leap to try and get that one, just so spectacularly struck by Sinner, he just has not been the same since.
Yeah, that point certainly took a physical toll, probably took a mental toll as well, but saving these break points would be a lift for Felix. He saved them, but can he get out of this game?
Please.
This game passed the 5-minute mark. Second serve from Felix. Right down the center, the backhand middle from Sinner. Sinner moves to his left with another middle backhand. Forehand from Felix. Backhand long from Sinner. Advantage Oja Aliassime. Backhand didn't miss by much, less than 1 ball length. Felix from the far baseline. There's the toss. He hammers one down the center. Sinner to his right with a forehand. That forehand inside out from Felix. 125-mile-an-hour serve set it all up for Oja Aliassime. But Sinner still 2 games away from the U.S. Open final. He'll serve at 4-3 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Felix Oja Aliasim not going down without a fight. He just saved 2 break points to hold serve, but it is Jannik Sinner up a break in this 4th set. The world #1 leads 2-1 and serves from the far baseline here at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Brian Clark, Sophie Amiak, we've got Mike Cation courtside. And now Sinner's second serve right down the center, the big backhand. Oja Aliasim now a forehand from Felix, forehand middle from Sinner, big forehand inside out, Oja Aliasim. And Mike, a few minutes ago you had said, and I agreed with you, how it felt deflating, but it seems like Felix looks a bit galvanized.
I agree with you. It just feels like he is using every last bit of energy here. There is no worry about Sunday. There is no worry about the wedding in 2 weeks. It is all, can he survive and find a way in these next 15 minutes just to force a 5th and then see what comes from there.
It's all about that piece of banana that he had on the changeover, I think.
It took some banana on board. Serve down the center, hit the net from Sinner. This has been a physical test over 3 hours, 9 minutes. Serve down the center, now deep forehand return, too deep from Felix. It's 15-all.
At 85 miles per hour, that has been a massive issue on these second serves that are not with a lot of pace from Jannik Sinner tonight.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Mike. That these Sinner change-ups, he has just kept Felix off balance. It's forced a lot of errors. Sinner from the far baseline, 3 hours, 11 minutes gone by. Gets a first serve there, though. He goes big down the center. Now inside out forehand, backhand from Felix. Forehand line from Sinner, stretched out Felix. Throws up the forehand. Sinner, it's an overhead. Can Felix get there? No, he can't. Sinner again with the answers. It's 40-15.
Well, 3 hours and 12 minutes was the longest match for Sinner so far in this tournament, and we're closing in on that amount of time. By the way, Carlos Alcaraz, longest time on the court today against Djokovic, 2 hours and 23 minutes. That's it.
So that will certainly be a storyline heading into Sunday. I got ahead of myself when I said it was 40-15. It's 30-15 here for Sinner. As he looks to go up 5-3 and thumps another serve down the center. Now he backs up into a cross-court backhand. Slice backhand from Felix. Now a forehand cross-court backhand driven by Felix. Sliding forehand cross-court Sinner. He changed it up so well. And then Felix falls down with his weight moving right. He's quickly up, giving the thumbs up. And that's the physical battle these two have been in, where Sinner's pulling him so far wide, his weight taking him in that direction.
Yeah, his actually his shoe got stuck because he was sliding a bit. It's a good thing that he didn't get hurt. That could have been really bad.
Felix up, no visible signs of wear. At 40-15, he goes out wide, does Sinner. Now forehand return, backhand middle, Sinner, backhand middle from Felix. Backhand middle from Sinner, now forehand Oja Aliasim. Backhand cross from Sinner. Backhand cross again from the world number one. Slice backhand Oja Aliasim. Sinner goes line with the forehand, backhand long. Sinner's a game away from a return to the U.S. Open final.
Yeah, and I was going to mention earlier on those break points opportunity on the serve of Felix that they felt like match points in a way, and that could have been the match if he had been broken, but he's still in, he's still there. He needs to ask the question and hold this serve here to make Jannik Sinner serve for the match and see if he can do it, as Jannik Sinner is like fist pump towards his box. He wants to get out of here.
Well, we talked about Sinner being ruthless, and he was after Oja Aliasim had the 5 break points that he could not convert. Sinner was able to break Oja Aliasim on his first break point of this 4th set, but then he had 2 in the last game that he couldn't take advantage of. Does that change here? He's parked at net, backhand volley, drops it off. Here comes Felix, shovels it. Oh, it landed in. Sinner plays a tweener. Felix leaps, hits a lob. Sinner flicks it back, but long. Great athleticism on display from both of these men who have thrilled this crowd that rises to its feet.
And everybody is up, like pretty much going, wow, this is fun, and they are so happy they stayed. That was such an athletic move from both players, again, showing the speed of Oja Aliasim on the drop shot volley, and then the leap to get to the high lob put in from the in between the legs shot. Yeah, I guess, you know, Federer was better at it, I have to say. Just a little bit more stable.
Here's Felix at 15 love, up the center. Sinner off balance, somehow beats it back. Now an inside-out forehand, a big one from Sinner, a backhand middle, inside-in forehand from Sinner. He has Felix on the run, and Sinner, again, just able to hang in that point and get himself back into a neutral position. It's 15 all.
These last 2 returns from Jannik Sinner have been off the charts good. Just making Felix work to get this last hold to force the issue. Sinner's just been applying a ton of pressure here.
3 hours, 15 minutes gone by as we approach 11 o'clock on this Friday night in New York City. At 15 all, Felix goes out wide, a let. Another first serve coming. Felix took a long walk around. Now Oja Aliasim has the ball he wants, looks across the net. Toss and that serve, it's out wide. Big return, another great one from Sinner, but a half volley pickup from Oja Aliasim, and then he hits the overhead into the open court for 30-15.
Fabulous feel again from the Canadian.
Just wow, guys. Just absolutely wow.
Yeah, that was down his sock line. Just put his racket head there. Perfect timing, perfect point of contact for that half volley. Dad is up on his feet, applauding.
(30-15) for Felix as Sinner twirls the racket 2 yards behind the far baseline and watches an ace whistle past the tee. 124. Oja Aliasim for 40-15. 9 aces on the night for Felix. Toss and the serve, it's out wide. Sinner blocks it back, court's open, and Oja Aliasim goes cross court with a backhand. The crowd roars. Players head to the chairs, and when they get up, it'll be Jannik Sinner serving to be the first man in almost a decade to get back to the U.S. Open final as the defending champion. Worth noting, Novak Djokovic lost in his return in 2016 to Stan Wawrinka. And if Sinner can get through, he'll be playing the very game and well-rested, we presume, Carlos Alcaraz. But Mike, you said it a few times during that game, just some of those returns and just some of the athleticism was just special, especially with 3 hours, 16 minutes gone by.
Yeah, it's, again, going back to that thing we talked about at the beginning, Brian, this idea that it's persistent, It's consistent. It's constant from Jannik Sinner. It never stops. I mean, we had a little bit of a blip there, right, in that second set with Jannik struggling a little bit finding that first serve. But even in the moments where, you think back to a great champion of years past, Pete Sampras, when he went up a break in a fourth set on a humid night, he would take some of those return games off. That is not the case for Jannik Sinner. It is just putting you on your back heel over and over again. We've got the Beastie Boys playing in the background. This crowd wants to party on a Friday night. Can Felix deliver here in this last couple of moments?
Well, it's coming down to the wire here. There's no doubt, and it is now or never for Felix to be aggressive and try to do everything he can to come forward probably and try to make things happen. Don't just sit on your laurels back there, because Jannik Sinner is going to go all out here. Big first serve percentage for the Italian, that's for sure.
Jannik Sinner seeking his 6th major final. And this would be quite the way to get his 300th win on tour. Serving for a return to the U.S. Open final. He's doing it with new balls. Up 5-4 in the fourth set. He won the first 6-1, lost the second 6-3, won the third 6-3, and at 5-4 begins by going up the center. The backhand's long. And this is the matchup. If Sinner can take these next 3 points that everybody wanted, and it's the one that everybody expected coming into this U.S. Open. Sinner against Alcaraz for the U.S. Open title. Their 3rd straight meeting in a major final. At 15 love, right into the body. The forehand from Oja Aliasim. Backhand cross court. Now backhand middle from Sinner. Backhand middle, Oja Aliasim is going to change it up first. Well, nobody but Oja Aliasim missed his backhand, and he stares at the net in disbelief. 30 love.
And by the way, 2 first serves on those 2 first points. The first one, 120 miles per hour. The second, 123. I think he knows exactly how important it is to not give a chance to Felix Oja Aliassime here. 30 love, 2 points away for Sinner.
At 30 love, right into the center, but a little bit long. Second serve.
Oh boy.
Ooh, double faults. That one into the net.
But of course, as soon as I praised him.
4 double faults tonight for Sinner. 2 have come in this fourth set.
Amazing how difficult it is to close matches for all the players out there. On the men's tours, on the women's tours, it is just so tough. The nerves.
30-15, we're approaching 3.5 hours. And Sinner off the tape, and then it flew long. He's 2 points away from the finish line at 5-4. Here in this fourth set. Big second serve here. Gets that one into the Felix backhand. He tried to go for it on the return. Another slow serve, Mike. 86 miles an hour that Felix missed.
It's the story of the match for me. Just this inability for Felix on some of those, slow ones that he just never could take advantage of.
And after 3 hours, 21 minutes, I think longer than a lot of people expected we'd be here. It's match point for Jannik Sinner to get back to the U.S. Open final. At 40-15, here's the toss. The serve, a fault. Just missed long. 123 was going T. Looks across the net. Ball goes up. Racket connects. The backhand return. Now big backhand from Sinner on match point. Moves to his left. Cross-court backhand. Backhand cross-court Oja Aliasim. Backhand middle into a forehand from the Canadian. That's long, and what did you expect? Jannik Sinner is back into the U.S. Open final. Not his easiest match of this tournament. It was probably his most difficult, but he gets past the resurgent Felix Oja Aliassime. 6-1, 3-6, 6-3, 6-4. 3 hours, 21 minutes. The Sinner camp hugging. They've got a quick turnaround before the match everybody wanted to see at this tournament. It'll be Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz for the U.S. Open title on Sunday.
I mean, this guy is absolutely amazing. You think about what he went through in this match. Physically, you could tell that something was wrong after the one set all, getting the MTO, but came back in and just went to work and finishing with a 6-3, 6-4 in the last 2 sets. I mean, a good effort from Felix Oja Aliasim, to say the least, because against Sinner right now, winning a set, it's an expedition, I would say. It's an achievement. But a great tournament for the Canadian. It's great to see him back and to see him at this level. Hopefully he keeps on going and work. I think that the back end could need some work. I think that he could be even more aggressive and come to the net more often. He could have done that. That's how he won the second set, Willie. We saw it.
But it's great just to see him back here. A big month, just the start of it, the semis at the U.S. Open. He's getting married in a couple of weeks, so congratulations and best wishes for all the excitement that comes with a wedding. He leaves the court 0-2 now in major semifinals, both at the U.S. Open. He lost to the eventual champion in 2021. Did he lose to the eventual champion in 2025? We will learn that on Sunday when Jannik